though she came close once. But she managed to hold back when she realized Laurie was staring at her with a mix of amusement and emotion in his mischievous dark eyes. Beth kept her face buried on her mother's shoulder, while Amy stood like a graceful statue, a beam of sunlight illuminating her white forehead and the flower in her hair. It wasn't entirely proper, I'm afraid, but as soon as the ceremony ended, Meg exclaimed, "The first kiss is for Marmee," and turned to give it to her mother with all the love in her heart. For the next 15 minutes, Meg looked more like a rose than ever, as everyone, from Mr. Lawrence to old Hannah, who wore a fantastically elaborate headdress, took their turn to congratulate her. Even Hannah throwing her arms around Meg in the hall, weeping, amidst a sob and a chuckle. "Bless you, my dear, 100 times over. The cake isn't harmed in the least, and everything looks absolutely lovely." After that, everyone tidied up and either said something brilliant or tried to, which worked just as well, since laughter comes easily when hearts are light. There was no gift display since they were already in the little house. There wasn't an elaborate breakfast either, just a hearty lunch of cake and fruit, adorned with flowers. Mr. Lawrence and Aunt March exchanged knowing smiles and shrugs when it turned out that water, lemonade, and coffee were the only beverages the three Hebes had brought around. No one spoke, however, until Laurie, who was determined to serve the bride, appeared before her with a loaded salver in hand and a puzzled look on his face. "Has Joe accidentally broken all the bottles?" he whispered. "Or am I just imagining that I saw some lying around loose this morning?" "No, your grandfather generously provided us with his finest, and Aunt March even sent some over. However, Father set aside a little for Beth and sent the rest to the soldiers' home. You know he believes wine should only be used when someone is ill. Mother says neither she nor her daughters will ever serve it to any young man in her home." Meg spoke earnestly, expecting Laurie to either frown or laugh, but he did neither. After a quick glance at her, he exclaimed impulsively, "I like that, having seen the harm it can cause. I wish more women thought as you do." "I hope you're not suggesting experience has made you wise?" Meg asked, her voice tinged with concern. "I assure you, it's not a temptation for me. Growing up where wine is as common as water, I don't care for it, but when a pretty girl offers it, it's hard to refuse. You understand. But you will, for others' sake if not your own. Laurie, promise me and give me one more reason to consider this the happiest day of my life." The sudden, serious request made Laurie pause. Ridicule can be harder to endure than self-denial. Meg knew he'd keep any promise at all costs. Sensing her influence, she used it for his good. Without speaking, she looked at him with a face radiant with joy and a smile that conveyed her plea. "No one can deny me anything today." Laurie, without a doubt, couldn't refuse Joe. He smiled in response, took her hand, and promised sincerely, "I promise, Mrs. Brooke." Joe thanked him profusely. She toasted him with a splash of lemonade, waving her glass approvingly. The toast was raised, the promise made, and faithfully kept despite many temptations. The girls had wisely chosen a perfect moment to help their friend, and he remained grateful throughout his life. After lunch, everyone strolled in pairs through the house and garden, basking in the sunshine both outside and within. Meg and John found themselves together when Laurie had an idea to add a unique touch to the wedding. He suggested that all married couples join hands and dance around the newlyweds, as the Germans do, while the singles dance around them. With contagious enthusiasm and skill, Laurie led Amy down the path, and soon everyone else followed suit without hesitation. Mr. and Mrs. March watched with delight. Aunt and Uncle Carol started the dance, soon followed by others. Even Sally Moffat, after a brief hesitation, tossed her train over her arm and swept Ned into the circle. The highlight of the evening, however, was Mr. Lawrence and Aunt March. When the dignified gentleman approached the elderly lady, she tucked her cane under her arm and quickly joined the others, dancing around the newlyweds. Meanwhile, the younger guests spread across the garden, lively as butterflies on a summer day. The impromptu dance came to an end when everyone grew tired, and people began to leave. I wish you all the best, my dear, Aunt March said to Meg, but I think you'll regret this decision. Turning to the groom as he escorted Meg to the carriage, she added, You found a treasure. Young man, make sure you deserve it. This has been the loveliest wedding I've attended in ages. Ned. Mrs. Moffat remarked to her husband as they drove away. I don't see why. Though, it wasn't particularly stylish. Remember this. Laurie. Mr. Lawrence said, settling into his armchair to rest. If you ever decide to marry, make sure one of those young girls is by your side. That would make me perfectly happy. After the morning's excitement had subsided, Laurie responded with an uncharacteristically obedient tone, saying, I'll do my best to please you, sir, as he meticulously removed the posy Joe had fastened to his buttonhole. The little house wasn't far away, and the only honeymoon Meg experienced was the peaceful walk with John from their old home to their new one. When she descended, dressed in a dove-colored suit and a straw bonnet tied with white, resembling a charming Quakeress, everyone gathered around her to bid farewell with the same tenderness they might have shown had she been embarking on a grand adventure. I don't want you to feel that I'm apart from you, Marmee dear, or that I love you any less for loving John so deeply, she said, her eyes brimming with tears as she clung to her mother for a moment. I'll visit every day, Father, and I expect to hold my old place in all your hearts. Even though I'm married, Beth will be with me often, and the other girls will drop by now and then to share in the humor of my household struggles. Thank you all for making my wedding day so joyful. Goodbye. Goodbye. They watched her depart, their faces filled with love, hope, and tender pride, as she strolled away leaning on her husband's arm, her hands filled with flowers, and the June sunlight illuminating her radiant face. And so, Meg's married life began. 26. Creative pursuits. Distinguishing talent from genius demands time and experience, particularly for driven youth. Amy discovered this truth through trial and error, as her fervent passion, mistaken for innate ability, led her to explore every artistic medium with eager experimentation. Her earlier ventures in clay faded as she immersed herself in intricate pen and ink illustrations, showcasing both flair and precision. These elegant creations garnered admiration and income, yet strained vision soon forced her to abandon detailed work. Undeterred, she embraced pyrography, wielding a red-hot poker as her new tool. This fiery phase plunged the household into chaos. The scent of chard wood lingered endlessly, smoke frequently wafted from unexpected corners, and scorching implements lay scattered about. Preparations for emergencies became routine, with vigilant measures in place. Amy's unconventional canvas included a Renaissance masterpiece etched onto a kitchen board, a jovial deity adorning a barrel, and a serene cherub embellishing a pantry staple, each piece a testament to her relentless, if hazardous, artistic spirit. Amy's efforts to depict Romeo and Juliet ended up as firewood for a while. The shift from fire to oil was only natural, given the burnt fingers. Amy continued painting with undiminished passion. A fellow artist equipped her with his discarded palettes, brushes, and paints. She painted away, creating pastoral and marine scenes unlike anything seen before. Her cattle would have won prizes at a fair, and her vessels would have made even the most seasoned sailor queasy. The utter disregard for shipbuilding rules was laughable at first glance. Swarthy boys and dark-eyed Madonnas in the studio suggested Murillo's style. Oily brown shadows hinted at Rembrandt, though with some misplaced highlights. Buxom ladies and swollen infants echoed Rubens, while tempests of blue thunder, orange lightning, and purple clouds reflected Turner's influence. A tomato-colored splash in the center could be the sun, a buoy, a shirt, or a robe, depending on the viewer's interpretation. Charcoal portraits came next, and the entire family hung in a row. She appeared as wild and rough as if she had just emerged from a coal cellar. Her creations then transitioned into soft crayon drawings. They improved their craft, as the likenesses were remarkably accurate. Amy's hair, Joe's nose, Meg's mouth, and Laurie's eyes were all deemed wonderfully fine. She then shifted to working with clay and plaster, but the ghostly molds of her acquaintances lingered in the corners of the house, or fell from closet shelves onto people's heads. Children were lured in as models, but their confused stories of her mysterious activities led people to view Miss Amy as a young ogress. However, her efforts in this artistic pursuit came to a sudden end due to an unfortunate accident, which dampened her enthusiasm. When other models became scarce for a time, she decided to cast her own pretty foot. One day, the family was startled by strange bumps and screams. Rushing to help, they found the young enthusiast frantically hopping around the shed with her foot trapped in a pan of plaster that had hardened much faster than expected. With great difficulty and some danger, she was finally freed, however. Joe, overwhelmed with laughter while digging her out, accidentally cut her foot with a knife. This incident left a lasting reminder of one artistic misadventure. At least, that was the end of it. After that, Amy calmed down, until a passion for sketching from nature led her to spend time by the river, in fields, and in the woods. She would search for picturesque scenes and long for ruins to sketch. She endured countless colds from sitting on damp grass to capture a delicious bit, composed of a stone, a stump, a mushroom, and a broken mullen stalk, or a heavenly mass of clouds that resembled a fine display of featherbeds when finished. She risked her complexion by floating on the river under the midsummer sun to study light and shade, and even developed a wrinkle over her nose while trying to master points of sight, or whatever the squint and string technique is called. If genius is eternal patience, as Michelangelo claims, Amy certainly had some claim to this divine trait, for she persisted despite obstacles, failures, and discouragements, firmly believing that one day she would create something worthy of being called high art. Meanwhile, she was learning, doing, and enjoying other things, for she had decided to become an attractive and accomplished woman, even if she never became a great artist. In this, she succeeded better, for she was one of those fortunate beings who please without effort and make friends everywhere. She navigated life with such ease and poise that less fortunate individuals couldn't help but feel she was born under a fortunate star. Everyone admired her, for among her many qualities was a keen sense of tact. She had an innate understanding of what was appropriate and pleasing. She always knew the right words to say to the right people, acted in ways that suited every moment, and carried herself with such confidence that her sisters would often remark, even if Amy were to enter a royal court without prior preparation, she'd instinctively know exactly what to do. One of her flaws was her aspiration to join high society, though she wasn't entirely certain what truly defined it. To her, wealth, status, fashionable skills, and elegant manners were the most desirable traits, and she sought to associate with those who possessed them, sometimes mistakenly admiring the false over the genuine. Remembering her gentlewoman birth, she nurtured her aristocratic tastes and feelings, hoping to one day claim the position that poverty currently denied her. Her friends affectionately called her my lady, and she genuinely aspired to be a true lady at heart, though she had yet to realize that wealth cannot purchase the refinement of character. Nobility is not always determined by rank, and true refinement can still shine through despite any outward imperfections. What do you have in mind? I was thinking of inviting the girls to lunch next week, taking them on a drive to see the places they'd like to visit, maybe a boat ride on the river, and organizing a small artistic gathering for them. That sounds doable. What will we need for lunch? Cake, sandwiches, fruit, and coffee should be enough, don't you think? Oh dear. No, we must have cold tongue and chicken, French chocolate, and ice cream as well. The girls are accustomed to such things, and I want this lunch to be proper and elegant, even though I work for a living. How many young ladies are there? Her mother asked, starting to look concerned. There are 12 or 14 in the class, but I doubt all of them will come. Goodness, child, you'll need to rent a bus to transport them. Why, mother, how can you even suggest such a thing? No more than 6 or 8 will likely come, so I'll hire a beach wagon and borrow Mr. Lawrence's char bank. All of this will be costly. Amy, not too expensive. I've already calculated the cost, and I'll cover it myself. Don't you think, dear, that since these girls are used to such things, The best we can offer won't seem new or special to them. A simpler plan might be more enjoyable for them, if only as a change, even if it's nothing more. And it would be far better for us than buying or borrowing things we don't need, trying to adopt a style that doesn't suit our situation. If I can't have it the way I like it, I'd rather not have it at all. I know I can do it perfectly well if you and the girls lend a little help, and I don't see why I can't if I'm willing to pay for it, Amy said with a determination that opposition often turned into stubbornness. Mrs. March understood that experience was an excellent teacher, and when possible, she let her children learn lessons on their own, even though she would have gladly made things easier for them if they hadn't resisted advice as strongly as they avoided salts and senna. Very well, Amy, if your heart is set on it, and you can manage it without spending too much money, time, or effort, I won't say another word. Discuss it with your sisters, and whatever you decide, I'll do my best to support you. Thank you, Mother. You're always so kind, Amy said, and with that, she went to share her plan with her sisters. Meg agreed immediately and promised to help, generously offering anything she had, from her little house itself to her finest salt spoons. But Joe disapproved of the entire idea and initially wanted nothing to do with it. Why on earth should you waste your money, distress your family, and turn the house upside down for a group of girls who don't care a penny for you? I thought you had too much pride and sense to flatter any woman just because she wears French boots and rides in a carriage, Joe said. She had been interrupted at the dramatic climax of her novel and was not in the best mood for social ventures. I'm not flattering anyone, and I hate being condescended to just as much as you do, Amy retorted indignantly, for the two still clashed when such matters arose. The girls do care about me, and I care about them. There's a lot of kindness, sense, and talent among them, despite what you call their fashionable nonsense. You don't care to make people like you, to enter good society, or to refine your manners and tastes. I do, and I intend to make the most of every opportunity that comes my way. You can go through life with your elbows out and your nose in the air, calling it independence if you like. That's not my way. When Amy sharpened her tongue and spoke her mind, she usually came out on top, for she rarely lacked common sense on her side. Joe's passion for freedom and disdain for tradition knew no bounds, leading her to often find herself on the losing end of arguments. Amy's clever observation about Joe's concept of independence was so spot on that both sisters burst into laughter, lightening the mood. Reluctantly, Joe agreed to dedicate a day to Mrs. Grundy and assist her sister with what she viewed as a foolish endeavor. The invitations were mailed, and nearly all the guests accepted, setting the following Monday for the grand event. Hannah, however, was displeased because her weekly routine was disrupted and warned that if the laundry and ironing weren't done properly, everything would go wrong. This disruption in the household's routine had a negative impact overall, but Amy remained optimistic, determined to see her plans through despite the obstacles. To start with, Hannah's cooking was subpar, the chicken was tough, the tongue overly salty, and the chocolate refused to froth. Additionally, the cake, ice, and wagon cost more than Amy had anticipated, and various other expenses, though initially seeming minor, began to add up. The total added up rather alarmingly afterward. Beth caught a cold and went to bed. Meg had an unusually large number of visitors, keeping her at home. Joe was in such a torn state of mind that her mishaps, accidents, and errors were frequent, serious, and challenging. If it hadn't been for Mother, I wouldn't have made it through, Amy declared afterward, gratefully remembering that the best joke of the season was completely forgotten by everyone else. If the weather wasn't fair on Monday, the young ladies would come on Tuesday, a plan that greatly annoyed Joe and Hannah. On Monday morning, the weather was in that irritatingly indecisive state, more frustrating than a constant downpour. It drizzled a bit, the sun shone briefly, the wind blew a little, and the weather didn't decide until it was too late for anyone to change their plans. Amy rose at dawn, rushing everyone out of bed and through breakfast so the house could be prepared. The parlor seemed unusually shabby to her, but instead of lamenting what she lacked, she skillfully made the most of what she had. placing chairs over the worn carpet areas and covering wall stains with ivy-framed pictures. She filled the empty spaces with homemade statues, which added an artistic touch to the room. And the beautiful flower vases Joe placed around also contributed to its charm. The lunch looked delightful, and as she examined it, she sincerely hoped it would taste as good as it appeared. She also hoped that the borrowed glasses, china, and silverware would make it back home safely. The carriages were ready, and Meg and her mother were prepared to welcome the guests. Beth was able to assist Hannah behind the scenes, while Joe, despite her preoccupied mind, aching head, and general disapproval of everything, had promised to be as lively and pleasant as possible. As she tiredly got dressed, Amy lifted her spirits by imagining the happy moment when lunch would be over, and she could drive away with her friends for an afternoon of artistic enjoyment. As the cherry bounce and the broken bridge were her specialties, then came 2 hours of suspense, during which she moved back and forth between the parlor and the porch, while public opinion shifted as unpredictably as a weather vane. A sudden shower at 11 had clearly dampened the enthusiasm of the young ladies who were supposed to arrive at 12, for no one came. At 2 o'clock, the exhausted family sat down in the bright sunshine to eat the parts of the feast that wouldn't keep. There's no question about the weather today. They're sure to come. We need to hurry and get everything ready for them, Amy said briskly, though inwardly she wished she hadn't mentioned Tuesday, as her enthusiasm was waning like an overexposed cake. The sun had just woken her the next morning when she spoke with urgency, but deep down, she regretted bringing up Tuesday, for her interest, like her cake, was growing stale. I can't find any lobsters, so we'll have to skip the salad today, Mr. March said, walking in half an hour later with a calm, resigned expression. Use the chicken then. The toughness won't matter in a salad, his wife suggested. Hannah left it on the kitchen table for a minute, and the kittens got to it. I'm really sorry, Amy, Beth added, still a devoted cat lover. Then I must have a lobster. For tongue alone won't do, Amy said firmly. Shall I rush into town and demand one? Joe asked with the selflessness of a martyr. You'd come back carrying it under your arm without any paper, just to test me. I'll go myself, Amy replied, her patience beginning to wear thin. Wrapped in a thick veil and carrying a refined traveling basket, she left, feeling that a cool drive would calm her frazzled nerves and prepare her for the day's tasks. After some delay, she had obtained the object of her desire. Similarly, a bottle of dressing had been acquired. This was done to avoid any further delay at home, and she set off once more, pleased with her own foresight, since the omnibus had only one other passenger, an elderly woman who was dozing. Amy tucked her veil into her pocket and whiled away the journey trying to figure out where all her money had gone. She was so engrossed with her card, filled with troublesome figures, that she didn't notice a newcomer who got on without the vehicle stopping, until a male voice spoke. Good morning, Miss March, it said, and looking up, she saw one of Laurie's most stylish college friends. She fervently hoped he would exit before her. Amy completely ignored the basket at her feet and congratulated herself for wearing her new traveling dress, returning the young man's greeting with her customary grace and energy. They got along wonderfully. Amy's main concern was quickly eased when she learned the gentleman would depart first. She continued chatting in an unusually elevated tone when the elderly woman exited. As she stumbled toward the door, she knocked over the basket. And oh, the horror! The lobster, with its garish size and brightness, was exposed to the refined gaze of a tutor. By Jove! The young man cried out. She's forgotten her dinner, completely unaware of what was happening. He used his cane to push the bright red object back into place and was about to hand the basket to the elderly woman when Amy interrupted. Please don't. It's mine, Amy murmured, her face turning nearly as red as the fish she was holding. Tutor, however, remained calm and composed. Oh, really? I beg your pardon. It's an exceptionally fine one, isn't it? He said, showing great self-control and a serious interest that reflected his upbringing. Amy quickly regained her composure, placed her basket confidently on the seat, and laughed as she said, Don't you wish you could have some of the salad he's making and meet the charming young ladies who will be eating it? This was a clever move, as it appealed to two common weaknesses in men. The lobster now brought pleasant memories to mind, and the mention of the young ladies distracted him from the embarrassing incident. Amy thought to herself, I suppose he'll laugh and joke about this with Laurie, but at least I won't have to see them. That's some comfort. As Tudor bowed and left, she felt a bit relieved. She didn't mention this encounter at home, even though she noticed that her new dress had been badly stained by the rivulets of dressing that had trickled down the skirt during the commotion. She continued with the preparations, which now felt even more tiresome than before. By noon, everything was set once more. Aware that the neighbors were watching her every move, she wanted to make up for yesterday's disappointment with a splendid success today. She ordered the cherry bounce and set off in style to meet and escort her guests to the banquet. The sound of the carriage approaching, I'll go to the porch to greet them. It seems welcoming, and I want the poor child to enjoy herself after all the trouble she's been through, said Mrs. March. And with that, she headed out. But after a quick glance, she stepped back, looking puzzled, for there, looking a bit out of place in the large carriage, were Amy and one young lady, Beth. Run and help Hannah clear half the things off the table. It would be absurd to lay out a lunch for 12 when there's only one guest, Joe exclaimed, rushing downstairs, too excited to even pause for a laugh. Amy came in, calm and warmly friendly to the one guest who had kept her promise. The rest of the family, being naturally theatrical, played their roles with equal enthusiasm. Miss Elliot discovered that they were almost hilariously entertaining because controlling the laughter that had taken over was impossible. The redesigned lunch was enjoyed in a lively manner. Visits were made to the studio and garden, and they enthusiastically discussed art. Amy arranged for a buggy, what a shame about the stylish cherry bounce, and took her friend on a quiet drive around the neighborhood until the sun set. When the party left, she returned, looking quite tired but as composed as ever. She noticed that all traces of the unsuccessful party had vanished except for a suspicious twitch around Joe's mouth. You've had a wonderful afternoon for your drive, dear, her mother said with the same respect as if all 12 guests had attended. Miss Elliot is such a kind girl, and I think she truly enjoyed herself, Beth remarked with an unusual level of enthusiasm. Could you share some of your cake with me? I really need some. With all these guests, I can't make such delicious treats like yours. Meg asked seriously. Take it all. I'm the only one here who enjoys sweets, and it will go bad before I can get rid of it, Amy replied, sighing as she thought about the large quantity she had prepared for such an outcome. It's too bad Laurie isn't here to help us, Joe said, as they sat down to ice cream and salad for the second time in 2 days. A warning glance from her mother stopped any further comments. The whole family then ate in a brave silence until Mr. March gently remarked, salad was a favorite dish of the ancients, and Evelyn, but before he could finish, a burst of laughter interrupted him, shocking the learned gentleman. Bundle everything into a basket and send it to the Hummels, Amy cried, wiping her eyes. Germans like messes. I'm sick of the sight of this, and there's no reason you should all die of overeating just because I've been a fool. I thought I would have died when I saw you two girls rattling about in that thingamajig, like two small kernels in a very large nutshell, with Mother waiting formally to receive the crowd, sighed Joe, exhausted from laughter. I'm very sorry you were disappointed, dear, but we all tried our best to please you, said Mrs. March, with a tone full of motherly regret. I am satisfied. I did what I set out to do, and it's not my fault that it didn't work out. I take comfort in that, said Amy, her voice trembling slightly. I thank you all very much for helping me, and I'll be even more grateful if you avoid mentioning it for at least a month. No one did for several months, but the word fate always brought a general grin. And Laurie's birthday gift to Amy was a small coral lobster shaped like a charm for her watchguard. 27. Literary lessons. Fortune unexpectedly favored Joe and placed a lucky penny in her path. Not a golden one, exactly, but I doubt if even $500,000 could have brought greater joy than the modest sum she received in this way. Every few weeks, she would retreat to her room, put on her writing attire, and immerse herself in a whirlwind, as she described it, writing her novel with all her heart and soul. For until it was complete, she could not find peace. Her writing attire consisted of a black woolen pinafore, which she could use to wipe her pen whenever needed, and a matching cap adorned with a cheerful red bow, into which she tied her hair when she was ready to work. This cap served as a signal to her family, who kept their distance during these periods, only occasionally poking their heads in to ask with interest, "Is the genius at work?" They didn't always venture to ask Joe. Instead, they would observe the cap and draw conclusions from it. If the cap was pulled down over the forehead, it signaled intense focus. If it was tilted rakishly, it indicated excitement, and if it was removed and thrown to the floor, it meant despair had taken hold. At such moments, anyone present would quietly leave, and no one dared approach Joe until the red bow was seen proudly in place on her forehead once again. Joe didn't consider herself a genius, but when the urge to write struck, she surrendered to it completely, leading a life of pure joy, oblivious to hardship, worry, or foul weather. She felt safe and content in her imaginary world, surrounded by friends as real and dear to her as those in real life. Sleep eluded her. Meals went untouched, and both day and night seemed too short to fully embrace the happiness she felt during these creative bursts. These moments made life worthwhile, even if they yielded no other tangible results. The divine inspiration typically lasted a week or two before she emerged from her creative vortex. Feeling hungry, sleepy, irritable, or disheartened, she was still recuperating from one of her episodes when she agreed to accompany Miss Crocker to a lecture. In exchange for her effort, she gained a fresh perspective. It was a people's course, a lecture about the pyramids. Joe found it curious that such a topic was chosen for this particular audience. She assumed that some major social issue would be addressed or a significant need met by sharing the grandeur of the pharaohs with a crowd preoccupied with the cost of coal and flour. Their lives were consumed by challenges far greater than the riddle of the Sphinx. They arrived early, and while Miss Crocker fixed her stocking, Joe entertained herself by observing their neighbors. To her left sat two women with prominent foreheads and matching hats, discussing women's rights while making tatting. Further along, there was a modest couple holding hands, a somber spinster eating peppermints from a paper bag, and an elderly man napping behind a yellow bandana. On her right, her only companion was a studious-looking young man engrossed in a newspaper. It was an illustrated publication, and Joe found herself examining the artwork closest to her, casually pondering what unfortunate chain of events required such a dramatic portrayal of a Native American in full warrior attire, tumbling over a cliff with a wolf clamped to his throat, while two enraged young men, with unusually small feet and large eyes, were stabbing each other nearby, and a disheveled woman was fleeing in the background with her mouth wide open. Pausing to turn the page, the boy noticed her gaze, and with youthful kindness, he offered her half of his paper, saying straightforwardly, "Want to read it? It's a top-notch story." Joe accepted it with a smile, for she had never outgrown her fondness for boys, and soon found herself entangled in the typical web of romance, mystery, and murder. The story belonged to that category of popular fiction where emotions ran wild, and when the author's creativity faltered, a grand disaster would eliminate half the characters, leaving the remaining ones to triumph over the fallen. "Isn't it great?" the boy asked, as her eyes reached the last paragraph of her section. "I think you and I could do just as well if we tried," Joe replied, amused by his admiration for the trashy writing. "I'd consider myself pretty lucky if I could," he said. "She earns a good income from stories like this one." He nodded toward the name of Mrs. S.L.A.N.G. Northberry, which appeared under the title of the story. "Do you know her?" Joe asked with sudden curiosity. "No, but I've read all her work, and I know someone who works at the office where this paper is published. Do you think she makes a good living from stories like this?" Joe asked, now looking at the dramatic group and the heavily sprinkled exclamation points on the page with newfound respect. "I'd say she does. She knows exactly what people like and gets well paid for writing it." The lecture began, but Joe didn't pay much attention, while Professor Sands droned on about Beltsoni, Cheops, scarabs, and hieroglyphics. She discreetly noted down the newspaper's address and boldly decided to try for the $100 prize they were offering for a sensational story. By the time the lecture ended and the audience stirred, she had already imagined a splendid fortune for herself, not the first built on paper, and was deep into plotting her story, though she couldn't decide whether the duel should come before the elopement or after the murder. She didn't mention her plan at home but started working on it the next day, which caused her mother considerable unease. She had an anxious expression, especially when she engaged in her genius took to burning activities. Jo had never attempted this style previously. She was satisfied with writing very mild romances for the Spread Eagle. Her experience in theater and diverse reading were helpful now. They provided her with ideas about dramatic impact, plot, language, and costumes. Her story was filled with desperation and despair, limited by her own experience with such emotions. She set the story in Lisbon and concluded it with an earthquake, a dramatic ending. The manuscript was sent privately with a note that humbly stated if the story didn't win the prize, which she barely expected, she would appreciate any payment it was deemed worthy of. 6 weeks is a long wait, especially for a girl keeping a secret, but Jo managed both. She was starting to lose hope of ever seeing her manuscript again, when a letter arrived that nearly took her breath away. She opened it to find a check for $100 in her lap. She stared at it for a moment as if it were a snake. After reading her letter, she burst into tears. If the kind gentleman who had written such a thoughtful note had known the immense joy he had brought to another person, he might have dedicated his free time to such endeavors. If he had any to spare, Jo cherished the letter even more than the money, for it was uplifting, and after years of hard work, it was gratifying to discover that she had mastered something, even if it was just writing a sensational story. She was one of the proudest young women you could ever meet. Once she had composed herself, she stunned the family by appearing before them with the letter in one hand and the check in the other, declaring that she had won the prize. Naturally, there was a grand celebration, and when the story was published, everyone read it and praised it. Even though her father mentioned that the language was good, the romance was fresh and heartfelt, and the tragedy was quite thrilling. He shook his head and said in his idealistic way, "You can do better than this, Jo. Aim for the highest, and don't worry about the money. I think the money is the best part of it. What will you do with such a fortune?" Amy asked, gazing at the check with admiration. "Send Beth and," Jo quickly replied, "to the seaside for a month or two." Beth, who had clapped her thin hands and taken a deep breath, as if longing for the fresh ocean air, exclaimed, "Oh, how wonderful! But I can't do it, dear. It would be so selfish of me." She then waved away the check her sister held out. Jo insisted, "But you must go. I've set my heart on it. That's why I tried so hard and succeeded. I never thrive when I only think of myself, so working for you will help me. Don't you see? Besides, Marmee needs the change, and she won't leave you, so you must go. Won't it be delightful to see you return home plump and rosy again? Cheers for Dr. Jo, who always cures her patients." After much discussion, they went to the seaside. Though Beth didn't return as plump and rosy as they had hoped, her health improved significantly. Mrs. March declared she felt 10 years younger. So Jo was pleased with how she had spent her prize money. She returned to her writing with renewed energy, determined to earn more of those delightful checks. That year, she earned several, and her words, once called rubbish, became a source of comfort for them all. The Duke's daughter settled the butcher's account. A phantom hand laid down a new carpet. Meanwhile, the curse of the Coventrys turned out to be a blessing for the Marches in terms of household provisions and fine clothing. Wealth is undoubtedly a highly desirable thing. Yet poverty has its brighter side. One of the sweet benefits of adversity is the genuine satisfaction that comes from working diligently with one's mind or hands. It is this necessity that inspires us, and we owe half of the world's wisdom, beauty, and useful advancements to it. Jo experienced some of this satisfaction and stopped envying wealthier girls. She found great comfort in knowing she could meet her own needs and didn't have to ask anyone for a penny. Although her stories didn't attract much attention, they did find a market. Encouraged by this, she decided to take a bold step toward fame and fortune. After copying her novel for the 4th time, reading it to all her trusted friends, and nervously submitting it to 3 publishers, she finally sold it under the condition that she would reduce it by a third and remove the parts she especially liked. Now I must either pack it back into my tin kitchen to revise, pay for the printing myself, or cut it up to suit the buyers, she thought, and get whatever I can for it. Having fame in the house is a good thing, but money is more practical. So I'd like to discuss this important matter, Jo said, calling for a family meeting. Her father advised, "Don't ruin your book, my girl. There's more to it than you realize, and the idea is well thought out. Let it wait until it's ready." He practiced what he preached, having patiently waited 30 years for his own work to bear fruit. And even now, when it was sweet and mature, he was in no rush to harvest it. Mrs. March said, "It seems to me that Jo will gain more from trying than from waiting. Criticism is the best test for such work, as it will reveal both unexpected strengths and weaknesses, and help her improve next time. We are too biased, but the praise and criticism from outsiders will be useful, even if she earns very little money." Jo replied, knitting her brows. "That's exactly it. I've been working on this for so long that I honestly don't know if it's good, bad, or just average. It would be a huge help to have objective, impartial people look at it and share their honest thoughts. If you leave out even a word, you might ruin it," she added. "The story's appeal lies more in the characters' thoughts than in their actions. If you don't explain things as you go along, it will all be confusing," said Meg, who was deeply convinced that this book was the most extraordinary novel ever written. "But Mr. Allen says, omit the explanations. Keep it concise and dramatic. Let the characters drive the story." Jo interrupted, referring to the publisher's note. "Do as he suggests. He knows what sells. And we don't. Write a good, popular book and earn as much money as you can. Later, once you've established a name, you can afford to include philosophical and metaphysical elements in your novels," said Amy, who approached the matter with strict practicality. Jo laughed and replied, "Well, if my characters come across as philosophical and metaphysical, it's not my fault. I know nothing about such things except what I occasionally hear Father say. If some of his wise ideas get mixed into my romance, so much the better for me. Now, Beth, what do you think?" "I would love to see it published soon," Beth replied with a smile, though her emphasis on the last word and the wistful look in her eyes, which still held their childlike sincerity, spoke volumes. Jo's heart sank. For a minute, filled with a sense of ominous dread, she decided to soon embark on her small venture. So, with unwavering determination, the young writer placed her first work on the table and cut it as mercilessly as any giant. Hoping to please everyone, she followed each piece of advice, and, like the old man and his donkey in the fable, she ended up pleasing no one. Her father appreciated the philosophical elements that had naturally emerged, so those stayed. Though she had reservations about them, her mother felt there was a bit too much description, so nearly all of it was removed, along with many essential parts of the story. Meg loved the tragic aspects, so Jo intensified the suffering to meet her expectations, while Amy disliked the humor. With the best of intentions, Jo toned down the lively scenes that lightened the story's somber tone. To make matters worse, she reduced it by a third, and confidently sent the fragile little novel, like a plucked robin, out into the vast, busy world, to see how it would fare. Well, it was published, and she earned $300 for it, along with ample praise and criticism. Both were far greater than she had anticipated, leaving her in a state of utter confusion, from which it took her considerable time to recover. "You mentioned, Mother, that criticism would help me. But how can it when it's so contradictory that I'm unsure whether I've written a promising book or violated all the commandments?" cried poor Jo, flipping through a pile of reviews. One moment, their praise filled her with pride and joy, and the next, their harsh words left her furious and dismayed. This critic says, "An exquisite book, full of truth, beauty, and earnestness. All is sweet, pure, and healthy," continued the perplexed author. The next one claims, The theory of the book is flawed, filled with morbid fancies, spiritualistic ideas, and unnatural characters. But I had no specific theory in mind. I don't believe in spiritualism, and I based my characters on real people. I don't see how this critic can be right. One says, "It's one of the best American novels in years." I know that's not true, and another insists, "Though it is original and written with great force and feeling, it is a dangerous book." It isn't. Some mock it. Others overpraise it. And nearly all claim I had some deep theory to share, when I wrote it solely for enjoyment and profit. I wish I had published it in its entirety or not at all. I truly detest being misunderstood. Her family and friends offered plenty of comfort and praise. Yet it was a challenging time for the sensitive and spirited Jo, who had such good intentions but seemed to have done so poorly. However, it benefited her, as those with valuable opinions provided her with constructive criticism, which is an author's best learning experience. Once the initial disappointment faded, she could laugh at her modest book, still believe in it, and feel wiser and stronger from the criticism she endured. "Not being a genius like Keats won't destroy me," she said resolutely. "After all, the joke's on my side. The parts taken directly from real life are called impossible and absurd, while the scenes I invented from my own imagination are praised as charmingly natural, tender, and true. I'll take comfort in that, and when I'm ready, I'll try again." 28. Domestic experiences. Like most young wives, Meg began her married life determined to be an ideal homemaker. John should discover that home is a paradise, always greeted by a smiling face. He should feast sumptuously every day and never experience the loss of a single button. She brought so much love, energy, and cheerfulness to her work that success was inevitable. Despite some challenges, her paradise wasn't peaceful. The little woman was always fussing, overly anxious to please, and bustling around like Martha, weighed down by many worries. She was sometimes too tired even to smile. John became dyspeptic after a series of delicate meals and ungratefully asked for plain food. Regarding buttons, she soon found herself pondering their disappearance, shaking her head at men's carelessness, and threatening to make him sew them on himself to see if his work could withstand impatient tugs and clumsy fingers any better than hers. They were very happy, even after discovering that love alone wasn't enough to sustain them. John didn't find Meg's beauty diminished, even as she smiled at him from behind the familiar coffee pot. Nor did Meg lose any romance in their daily parting when her husband followed his kiss with the tender question, "Should I bring home veal or mutton for dinner?" "Darling." The little house was no longer a glorified bower, but it became a home, and the young couple soon realized it was a change for the better. At first, they played at keeping house and frolicked like children. Then John settled into business, shouldering the responsibilities of being the family's provider, while Meg put aside her delicate cambric wrappers, donned a large apron, and threw herself into her work with more energy than discretion. As mentioned earlier, while her cooking enthusiasm lasted, she went through Mrs. Cornelius's cookbook as if it were a mathematical problem, solving each recipe with patience and care. Sometimes, her family was invited to share in the bounty of her successful dishes, or Lottie would quietly take away a batch of failures to be hidden in the willing stomachs of the little Hummels. An evening spent with John over the account books usually brought a temporary calm to her culinary fervor, followed by a frugal phase during which the poor man endured a series of bread pudding, hash, and leftover coffee, which tested his patience, though he bore it with commendable resilience, before they found the perfect balance. However, Meg added something to her domestic life that young couples rarely go without for long: a family quarrel, driven by a desire to stock her storeroom with homemade preserves. She decided to make her own currant jelly. John was asked to bring home a dozen or more small jars and an extra supply of sugar, as their currants were ripe and needed immediate attention. John had complete faith in his wife's abilities and took pride in her skills, so he was determined to support her and preserve their fruit crop in the most appealing way possible for winter. Soon, 4 charming little jars, half a barrel of sugar, and a young boy to help pick the currants arrived home, with her hair neatly tucked into a cap, her arms bare up to the elbows, and wearing a checked apron that looked elegant despite its practical design. The young housewife began her task, confident in her abilities. After all, she had watched Hannah do this many times. She wasn't deterred by the array of jars. John's love for jelly and the attractive appearance of the jars on the top shelf motivated Meg to fill every one of them. She spent a long day picking, boiling, straining, and tending to her jelly, doing her best and seeking advice from Mrs. Cornelius. She strained her memory to recall what Hannah had done that she might have overlooked. She reboiled, resugared, and restrained. But that dreadful concoction refused to set. She yearned to rush home, with her apron and all, and ask her mother for help. But John and she had agreed never to burden anyone with their private concerns, experiments, or disputes. They had laughed at the last word as if the idea it implied was utterly absurd. But they had stuck to their decision. Whenever they could manage without assistance, they did, and no one interfered. For Mrs. March had approved of their plan. So Meg struggled alone with the uncooperative sweets all that sweltering summer day. And by 5 o'clock, she sat in her chaotic kitchen, her hands covered in the mess, lifted her voice, and wept. Now, in the early days of their new life, she had often said, "My husband will always feel free to bring a friend home whenever he wishes. I will always be ready. There will be no rush, no scolding, no discomfort, but a tidy house, a cheerful wife, and a good meal. John, dear, don't hesitate to ask my permission. Invite whoever you like, and you can be sure of a warm welcome from me." How charming that it sounded. Certainly, John beamed with pride upon hearing her words and felt deeply grateful for having such an exceptional wife. Though they occasionally entertained guests, none of these visits were ever unexpected, and Meg had yet to have an opportunity to showcase her talents until now. In this world of sorrows, such inevitabilities leave us only to marvel, lament, and endure them as best as we can. Had John not forgotten about the jelly, it would have been particularly thoughtless of him to choose this day, of all days, to unexpectedly bring a friend home for dinner. Feeling confident that a splendid meal had been ordered that morning and anticipating the delightful impression it would make when his charming wife greeted him, he escorted his friend to his home with the irrepressible joy of a young host and husband. John soon discovered the world's disappointments upon arriving at the Dovecote. The front door, usually welcoming and open, was now closed and locked, with yesterday's mud still on the steps. The parlor windows were shut and curtained. There was no sign of the attractive wife sewing on the piazza, dressed in white, with a distracting little bow in her hair, or acting as a bright-eyed hostess smiling shyly as she welcomed her guest. Nothing like that happened, for not a single person appeared. Only a boy with a bloodied appearance sleeping under the currant bushes. "I'm afraid something has gone wrong," John said, alarmed by the silence and emptiness. "Step into the garden, Scott, while I go find Mrs. Brooke." He hurried around the house, led by the strong smell of burnt sugar, while Mr. Scott followed behind, wearing a strange expression. He stopped at a polite distance when Brooke disappeared, but could still see and hear everything. And as a bachelor, he found the situation quite amusing. The kitchen was in a state of chaos and despair. One batch of jelly was being poured from pot to pot, another lay on the floor, and a third was burning brightly on the stove. Lottie, with her German composure, was calmly eating bread and currant wine, as the jelly was still in a hopelessly liquid state. Meanwhile, Mrs. Brooke, with her apron over her head, sat sobbing miserably. "My dearest girl, what's wrong?" John cried, rushing in with dreadful visions of scalded hands and sudden news of misfortune, and a private alarm at the idea of the guest in the garden. "Oh, John, I'm exhausted, overheated, and worried. I've been working nonstop until I'm completely drained. Please come and help me, or I'll collapse." The weary housewife threw herself into his arms, offering a warm greeting in every way, for her apron had been splattered along with the floor. "What's troubling you, dear? Has something terrible happened?" John asked anxiously, gently kissing the top of her disheveled cap. "Yes," Meg sobbed despairingly. "Tell me quickly. Don't cry. I can handle anything better than that. Speak up, my love. The jelly won't set, and I don't know what to do. John Brooke burst into laughter then, a sound he never dared to repeat afterward, while Scott involuntarily smiled at the hearty outburst, which only deepened Meg's misery. Is that all? Throw it out the window and stop worrying about it. I'll buy you quartz if you want, but for goodness sake, don't have hysterics, for I've brought Jack Scott home for dinner. And John didn't get any further, as Meg pushed him away and clasped her hands dramatically before collapsing into a chair. She exclaimed with a mix of anger, blame, and shock. A man coming to dinner, and everything is in disarray. John Brooke, how could you do something so thoughtless? Hush. He's in the garden. John whispered urgently. I overlooked the confounded dessert, but there's nothing we can do about it now, he added, eyeing the chaotic scene with worry. You should have informed me earlier or told me this morning. Meg continued, her voice tinged with irritation. You should have remembered how busy I was. Even the most gentle-natured people can become irritable when upset. I didn't know this morning, and there was no time to send a message. John explained. I met him on the way out, and I didn't think to ask permission since you've always told me to do as I please. I've never done this before, and I swear I'll never do it again, he said, sounding hurt. I should hope not. Take him away at once. I can't face him, and there's no dinner ready, Meg replied. Come on. That's unfair, John protested, heading toward the pantry. Where's the beef and vegetables I sent home? And the pudding you promised? I didn't have time to cook anything. I was planning to dine at Mother's. I'm sorry, but I was so busy, Meg said, her voice trembling as tears welled up again. John was generally a calm man, but he was only human. After a long, tiring day at work, he had come home exhausted, hungry, and hopeful, only to find the house in complete disarray, an empty table. A quarrelsome wife does little to promote peace of mind or demeanor. He controlled himself, however, and the small argument would have subsided, except for one unfortunate word. It's a scrape, I admit, but if you'll help out, we'll manage and still have a good time. Don't cry, dear. Just try a bit harder and make us something to eat. We're both as hungry as wolves, so we won't be picky. Give us the cold meat, bread, and cheese. We won't complain about the lack of jelly. He intended it as a light-hearted joke, but that one word sealed his fate. Meg found it heartless to remind her of her disappointing attempt, and her last shred of patience disappeared as he spoke. You'll have to get yourself out of this mess as best you can. I'm too upset to lift a finger for anyone. It's so typical of a man to suggest something as plain and vulgar as bread and cheese for company. I won't have such things in my house. Take that Scott up to Mother's and tell her I'm away sick, dead, anything. I won't see him. And you two can laugh at me and my jelly all you want, but you won't get anything else here, Meg declared in one breath, then tossed aside her apron. She quickly left the area and went to her room to lament by herself. She had no idea what the two did while she was away. But Mr. Scott wasn't taken to meet Mother. When Meg came downstairs after they had gone for a walk, she was horrified to find evidence of a messy lunch. Lottie mentioned they had eaten a lot and laughed a lot. The master told her to throw away all the sweets and hide the pots. Meg wanted to tell her mother, but feelings of shame and loyalty to John, who might be harsh but shouldn't be exposed, stopped her. After quickly cleaning up, she dressed nicely and waited for John to come and forgive her. Sadly, John didn't come. He didn't see it the same way. He treated it as a good joke with Scott, made excuses for his wife as best he could, and was such a welcoming host that his friend enjoyed the spontaneous dinner and promised to return. However, John was upset, even though he didn't show it. He felt Meg had put him in a tough spot and then left him when he needed her. It wasn't right to let someone bring people home anytime without any restrictions. And when he accepted your words at face value, to flare up and place the blame on him, and abandon him in a difficult situation, to be ridiculed or pitted. No, by George, it certainly wasn't, and Meg should be aware of that. He had been quietly seething during the feast, but once the commotion subsided, and he walked home at a leisurely pace, after bidding Scott farewell, a calmer disposition settled over him. Poor dear, It was tough on her when she made such an effort to please me. She was wrong, of course, but she was, after all, still young. I needed to be patient and guide her. He hoped she hadn't gone home, as he detested gossip and meddling. For a moment, he was ruffled again by the very idea of it, and then the fear that Meg might cry herself ill softened his heart and sent him on his way at a swifter pace, resolving to be calm and kind. Yes, quite firm, and show her where she had fallen short in fulfilling her duties as his spouse. Meg, too, decided to be calm and kind, yet firm, and show him his responsibilities. She yearned to rush to meet him, and beg pardon, and be kissed and comforted, as she was certain it would happen. But, of course, she did none of that, and when she saw John approaching, she began to hum quite naturally, as she rocked and sewed, like a woman of leisure in her finest parlor. John felt a pang of disappointment upon not finding a tender Niobe, but he deemed it necessary to wait for an apology, so he made none. Instead, he strolled in leisurely, stretched out on the sofa, and remarked, "We're going to have a new moon, my dear." Meg responded with equal calmness. "I've no objection, Mr. Brooke brought up a few general topics, but Mrs. Brooke's dampening effect caused the conversation to dwindle. John moved to one window, unfolded his paper, and figuratively wrapped himself in it. Meg went to the other window and sewed, as if creating new rosettes for her slippers were essential. Neither spoke, and both appeared calm and firm, though they both felt deeply uneasy. Oh dear, Meg thought. Married life is so challenging and requires endless patience. Just as Mother said. The mention of Mother brought back other maternal advice from long ago, which she had received with disbelief. John is a good man, she recalled, but he has his faults, and you must learn to see and bear with them, remembering your own. He is very decided but never obstinate if you reason kindly and don't oppose him impatiently. He is very accurate, and particular about the truth, a good trait, though you may think him meticulous. Never deceive him through word or action, Meg, and he will grant you the trust and support you deserve. He has a temper, different from ours, one brief outburst, then it's over, but the quiet anger that lingers is seldom stirred. Yet once aroused, it's hard to calm. Be cautious, very cautious, not to provoke this anger toward yourself, for harmony and joy depend on maintaining his respect. Mind your actions. If you both make a mistake, be the first to apologize, and avoid the small annoyances, misunderstandings, and hasty words that often lead to deep sorrow and regret. These words echoed in Meg's mind as she sewed in the fading light, especially the last ones. This was their first serious disagreement. Her impulsive words now sounded both foolish and harsh as she recalled them. Her anger now seemed childish, and the thought of John returning home to such a scene filled her with remorse. She looked at him with tears in her eyes, but he didn't notice. She set her work aside and stood up, thinking, I will be the first to say, forgive me. But he didn't seem to hear her. She crossed the room slowly, struggling to swallow her pride. She stood by him, but he didn't even turn his head. For a moment, she felt as though she truly couldn't go through with it. But then a resolve formed. This is just the beginning, she thought. I'll do my part and have nothing to regret. Bending down, she gently kissed her husband on the forehead. Of course, that settled everything. The tender gesture spoke louder than any words. In no time, John had her sitting on his lap, speaking softly. My dear, please forgive me. It was wrong to laugh at the poor little jelly pots. I promise I'll never do it again. But he did. Oh yes, hundreds of times. And so did Meg. They both claimed it was the sweetest jelly they'd ever made, for that little family jar had preserved their peace. After this, Meg specially invited Mr. Scott to dinner and served him a lovely meal, with no cooked wife as the first course. On this occasion, she was so cheerful and charming, making everything go smoothly, that Mr. Scott told John he was a fortunate man and lamented the hardships of bachelorhood all the way home. That autumn, Meg faced new challenges and experiences. Sally Moffat renewed their friendship and often visited the little house for a dish of gossip. or invite that poor dear to come in and spend the day at the big house. It was pleasant, for in dull weather, Meg often felt lonely. Everyone was busy at home. John was absent until night, and there was nothing to do but sew, read, or potter about. So, it naturally happened that Meg started gaddying and gossiping with her friend. Seeing Sally's pretty things made her long for such things and pity herself because she didn't have them. Sally was very kind and often offered her the coveted trifles, but Meg declined them, knowing that John wouldn't like it. Then this foolish little woman went and did what John disliked infinitely worse. She knew her husband's income and loved to feel that he trusted her not only with his happiness, but also with what some men seem to value more, his money. She knew where it was free to take what she liked, and all he asked was that she should keep account of every penny, pay bills once a month, and remember that she was a poor man's wife. Until now, she had done well, been prudent and exact, kept her little account books neatly, and showed them to him monthly without fear. But that autumn, the serpent got into Meg's paradise and tempted her, like many a modern Eve, not with apples, but with dresses. Meg didn't like to be pitted or made to feel poor. It annoyed her, but she was ashamed to admit it. Now and then, she tried to comfort herself by buying something pretty. This way, Sally wouldn't think she had to economize. She always felt guilty after doing so, for the pretty things were rarely necessities, but they cost so little. It wasn't worth worrying about, so the trinkets piled up unconsciously. And during her shopping trips, she was no longer just a passive observer. But the trinkets cost more than one might imagine, and when she tallied up her expenses at the end of the month, the total rather frightened her. John was busy that month and left the bills to her. The next month, he was away, but by the third month, he had a grand quarterly settling of accounts, and Meg never forgot it. A few days before, she had done a dreadful thing, and it weighed on her conscience. Sally had been buying silks, and Meg longed for a new one, just a handsome, light one for parties. Her black silk was so common, and thin fabrics for evening wear were only proper for girls. Aunt March usually gave the sisters a gift of $25 each at New Year. That was only a month to wait. And here was a lovely violet silk available at a bargain. She did have the money, if only she dared to take it. John always said that what was his was hers, but would he think it right to spend not only the prospective 5 and 20, but also another 5 and 20 from the household fund? That was the question. Sally had urged her to do it, had offered to loan the money, and with the best intentions in life, had tempted Meg beyond her strength. In an evil moment, the shopman held up the lovely, shimmering folds and said, "A bargain, I assure you." "Ma'am," she answered, "I'll take it." And it was cut off and paid for. Sally had exulted, and she had laughed as if it were a thing of no consequence, and driven away, feeling as if she had stolen something, and the police were after her. When she got home, she tried to assuage the pangs of remorse by spreading forth the lovely silk, but it looked less silvery now, didn't become her after all, and the words $50 seemed stamped like a pattern down each breadth. She put it away, but it haunted her, not delightfully, as a new dress should, but dreadfully, like the ghost of a folly that was not easily laid. When John got out his books that night, Meg's heart sank, and for the first time in her married life, she felt a sense of fear toward her husband. His gentle brown eyes, though appearing capable of sternness, seemed unusually cheerful. Despite his unusually cheerful demeanor, she suspected he had discovered something, though he didn't intend to reveal that he knew. All the household bills were settled, and the accounts were in perfect order. John had complimented her and was unfastening the old pocketbook they referred to as the bank. At that moment, Meg, aware that it was empty, halted his hand, speaking anxiously. "You haven't seen my private expense book yet," she said. John never asked to see it, but she always insisted he should. She enjoyed his masculine amazement at the strange things women wanted. She made him guess what piping was. She demanded fiercely the meaning of a "hug me tight." She wondered how a little thing with 3 rosebuds, a bit of velvet, and a pair of strings could be a bonnet. She marveled that it could cost $5 or $6. That evening, he seemed eager to tease her about her expenses. feigning shock at her spending, as he often did, taking special pride in having such a frugal wife. She slowly produced the small book and placed it before him. Meg moved behind his chair, pretending to smooth the wrinkles from his weary forehead, and standing there, she began to speak. As she spoke, her anxiety grew with each word. "John, dear, I'm ashamed to show you my book. I've been dreadfully extravagant lately. I go about so much I must have things. You know, Sally advised me to get it. So I did. My New Year's money will partly pay for it, but I regretted it afterward, for I knew you'd disapprove." John laughed, drew her close beside him, and said good-naturedly, "Don't hide. I won't scold you if you have a pair of stylish boots. I'm rather proud of my wife's feet, and I don't mind if she spends $8 or $9 on them, as long as they're good ones." That had been one of her last indulgences, and John's gaze fell on it as he spoke. Oh, what will he say when he sees that dreadful $50? Meg thought, shivering. It's worse than boots. It's a silk dress, she admitted, forcing a calmness she didn't feel, wanting to get the worst over with. Well, dear, what is the damn total? As Mr. Mantalini says? There was something unfamiliar in his tone, and she knew he was looking up at her with the direct gaze she had always met openly, until now. She turned the page, and with it, her gaze shifted away. The sum alone would have been troubling enough, but the additional 50 made it downright distressing for her. For a moment, the room fell silent. Then John spoke slowly, though she could sense the effort it took him to conceal his displeasure. Well, I don't think 50 is too much for a dress, considering all the trimmings and accessories needed to complete it these days, he said. It isn't made or trimmed. Meg sighed faintly. A sudden reminder of the remaining expenses overwhelmed her. 25 yards of silk seems excessive for one small woman, but I'm sure my wife will look as elegant as Ned Moffat's when she puts it on, John remarked dryly. I know you're upset, John, but I can't help it. I don't mean to waste your money, and I didn't think those little things would add up so much. I try to be content, but it's hard, and I'm tired of being poor, Meg said softly. Her last words were barely audible, and she thought he hadn't heard them, but he did, and they cut him deeply. After all, he had sacrificed many of his own desires for her sake. She could have bitten her tongue the moment she said it. John pushed the books aside, got up, and said with a faint tremble in his voice, I was afraid of this. I did my best. Meg, if he had scolded her or even shaken her, it wouldn't have hurt her as deeply as those few words did. She rushed to him, embracing him tightly and crying with tears of repentance. Oh, John, my dear, kind, hard-working boy, I didn't mean it. It was so wicked, so untrue and ungrateful. How could I say it? Oh, how could I say it? He was very kind, forgave her readily, and didn't utter a single reproach. But Meg knew that what she had done and said would not be forgotten soon, even if he never mentioned it again. She had promised to love him for better or for worse. Yet she, his wife, had reproached him for his poverty after carelessly spending his earnings. It was dreadful, and the worst part was that John continued on quietly afterward, as if nothing had happened, except that he stayed in town later and worked at night after she had gone to cry herself to sleep. A week of remorse nearly made Meg ill, and when she discovered that John had canceled the order for his new greatcoat, she was reduced to a state of despair that was heartbreaking to see. He had simply said, in response to her astonished questions about the change, he replied, I can't afford it, my dear. Meg said no more, but a few minutes later, he found her in the hall, her face buried in the old greatcoat, sobbing as if her heart would break. That night, they had a long conversation, and Meg learned to love her husband even more for his poverty. It seemed to have made a man of him, giving him the strength and courage to carve his own path, and teaching him a tender patience to bear and comfort the natural longings and failures of those he loved. The next day, Meg set her pride aside, visited Sally, told the truth, and asked her to buy the silk as a favor. The kind-hearted Mrs. Moffat gladly obliged and had the thoughtfulness not to offer it as a gift immediately afterward. Meg then had the greatcoat sent home, and when John arrived, She put it on and asked him how he liked her new silk gown. One can imagine his response, how he accepted the gift, and the joyful state that followed. John began coming home early. Meg no longer went out as much, and the greatcoat was put on each morning by a very happy husband and taken off each night by a most devoted little wife. And so the year went by, and at midsummer, Meg had a new experience, the deepest and most tender of a woman's life. Laurie sneaked into the Dovecot kitchen one Saturday, his face alight with excitement, and was greeted by the clang of pots. Hannah had clapped her hands, one holding a saucepan and the other a lid. "How's the little mama? Where is everyone? Why didn't you tell me before I came home?" Laurie began in a hushed, urgent tone. "Happy as a queen. The dear. Everyone's upstairs worshiping. We didn't want any commotion around. Now go into the parlor, and I'll send them down to you," Hannah replied, her voice tangled but ecstatic. Before she disappeared, still chuckling. Soon, Jo appeared, cradling a flannel bundle laid out on a large pillow. Her face was solemn, but her eyes sparkled, and her voice carried a hint of suppressed emotion. "Close your eyes and hold out your arms," she said, her tone inviting. Laurie quickly backed into a corner, his hands behind him, pleading, "No, thank you. I'd rather not. I'll surely drop it or break it." "Then you shan't see your nephew," Jo said firmly, turning as if to leave. "I will," Laurie said. "I will. But you must be responsible for any damages," Laurie said, obeying orders. Laurie heroically closed his eyes as something was placed in his arms. A burst of laughter from Jo, Amy, Mrs. March, Hannah, and John made him open them again the next minute, only to discover he was now holding two babies instead of one. No wonder they laughed. His face was so comical it could have made even a Quaker burst into laughter. He stood there, staring wildly from the unsuspecting babies to the laughing crowd, his expression so distraught that Jo collapsed onto the floor, screaming. "Twins! By Jupiter!" he exclaimed after a moment. Then, turning to the women with a comically pitiful plea, he added, "Take them quickly. Someone. I'm going to laugh, and I'll drop them." John rescued the babies and began marching back and forth with one on each arm, as if he had already mastered the art of caring for infants, while Laurie laughed so hard that tears streamed down his face. "It's the best joke of the season, isn't it? I wouldn't have told you. I set my heart on surprising you, and I think I've succeeded," Jo said once she caught her breath. "I've never been more shocked in my life," Laurie replied. "Isn't this exciting? Are they boys? What have you named them? Let's take another look. Hold me up, Jo. I must say, this is a bit overwhelming for me," Laurie replied. He regarded the babies with the air of a large, kind Newfoundland dog gazing at a pair of tiny kittens, a boy and a girl. "Aren't they lovely?" the proud father said, smiling warmly at the small, red creatures as if they were angels in the making. "The most remarkable children I've ever seen." "Which one is which?" Laurie bent down low, like a well sweep, to take a closer look at these extraordinary babies. Amy tied a blue ribbon on the boy and a pink one on the girl, in the French style, so you can easily tell them apart. One has blue eyes and the other brown. "Kiss them, Uncle Teddy," Jo teased. "I'm worried they might not enjoy it," Laurie said hesitantly, showing an unusual shyness about this. "Of course they will like it. They're accustomed to it by now. Do it right away." "Sir," Jo ordered, worried he might suggest someone else do it for him. Laurie made a face and carefully kissed each cheek, causing everyone to laugh and the babies to squeal. "See, I knew they wouldn't like it. That's the boy. Look at him kick and punch with his fists like a pro. Now, young Brooke, go challenge someone your own size. Will you?" Laurie exclaimed, delighted by a tiny fist poking her face, flapping about aimlessly. "He is to be named John Lawrence, and the girl Margaret, after our mother and grandmother. We shall call her Daisy, so as not to have two Megs. I suppose the boy will be Jack unless we find a better name," said Amy, showing an ant-like interest. "Name him Demi-John and call him Demi for short," said Laurie. "Daisy and Demi, just the thing. I knew Teddy would do it," Jo cried, clapping her hands. Teddy certainly had done it that time. For the babies were Daisy and Demi to the end of the chapter. 29. Calls. Come. Joe. It's time. For what? You don't mean to say you've forgotten that you promised to make half a dozen calls with me today? I've done many rash and foolish things in my life, but I don't think I ever was mad enough to say I'd make 6 calls in one day when a single one upsets me for a week. Yes, you did. It was a bargain between us. I was to finish the crayon of Beth for you, and you were to go properly with me and return our neighbors' visits. If it was fair, that was in the bond, and I stand to the letter of my bond. Shylock, there is. A cluster of clouds gathers in the east. It's unfair, and I won't go. Now, that's avoiding responsibilities. It's a beautiful day, with no chance of rain. You take pride in keeping your promises. So act honorably, come and fulfill your duty. Then you can rest peacefully for another 6 months. At that moment, Jo was deeply engrossed in her sewing. She was the family's official dressmaker. She took great pride in her ability to handle both a needle and a pin equally well. It was frustrating to be interrupted during her first fitting and ordered to go out visiting in her finest attire on a warm July day. She disliked formal visits and never made any unless Amy persuaded her through a deal, a bribe, or a promise. This time, there was no escape. With a rebellious clash of her scissors, she reluctantly agreed, putting aside her work. Taking up her hat and gloves with a resigned demeanor, she told Amy, "The victim is ready. Jo March, you're stubborn enough to test the patience of a saint. You can't seriously intend to make calls in that state, can you?" Amy exclaimed, eyeing her in disbelief. "Why not? I'm tidy, cool, and comfortable, perfectly suitable for a dusty walk on a warm day. If people care more about my clothes than they do about me, I'd rather not see them. You can dress up if you like and look as elegant as you wish. It's worth it for you to dress nicely, but not for me. Frills and decorations just bother me." "Oh dear," sighed Amy. "Now she's being stubborn, and she'll drive me crazy before I can get her ready properly. I'm sure I don't enjoy going today, but it's a social obligation we must fulfill, and only you and I can do it. I'll do anything for you. Jo, if you'll just dress nicely and come to help me be polite. You can speak so well, look so aristocratic in your fine clothes, and behave so beautifully if you try. You make me proud. I'm afraid to go alone. Please come and take care of me. You're a sly little thing, flattering and coaxing your grumpy older sister like that. The idea of me being aristocratic and well-mannered, and you being afraid to go anywhere alone? I don't know which is more absurd. Well, I'll go if I must and do my best. You can be in charge of the plan, and I'll follow without question. Will that make you happy?" Jo said, suddenly shifting from stubbornness to meek obedience. "You're a perfect angel. Now put on all your finest clothes. I'll guide you on how to conduct yourself in every setting so you can create a favorable impression. I want you to be well-liked by everyone, and they will, if you just make an effort to be more pleasant. Style your hair attractively and add the pink rose to your bonnet. It suits you perfectly. Your plain suit makes you appear overly serious. Bring your light gloves and the embroidered handkerchief. We'll stop by Meg's to borrow her white parasol, and then you can use my dove-colored one." As Amy got dressed, she gave her instructions, which Jo followed, though not without objection. She sighed as she put on her new organdie dress. She frowned at her reflection while securing her bonnet with an impeccable bow. She struggled with the pins as she fastened her collar. Her face scrunched up as she fluffed the handkerchief. The embroidery annoyed her as much as the entire task annoyed her feelings. Once she had squeezed her hands into tight gloves with 3 buttons and a tassel. The final touch of elegance was complete. She turned to Amy with a foolish expression, saying meekly, "I'm utterly miserable, but if you think I look presentable, I'll die happy. You look perfectly fine. Turn around slowly." Amy replied, "Let me take a careful look." Jo turned around. Amy made a few adjustments here and there, then stepped back, tilting her head to one side, examining the sight with approval. "Yes, you'll do. Your head is perfect. For that white bonnet with the rose, it's absolutely stunning. Keep your shoulders back, and hold your hands naturally. Don't worry if your gloves feel tight. There's one thing you're particularly good at. Joe, wearing a shawl. I can't do it myself, but it's wonderful to see you in it. And I'm so glad Aunt March gave you that lovely one. It's simple, but elegant. And the way it drapes over your arm is truly artistic. Is the point of my mantle centered? And are the folds of my dress even? I like to show off my boots, since my feet are attractive, even if my nose isn't. You are a thing of beauty and a joy forever, Joe said, peering through her hand like a connoisseur, at the blue feather against the golden hair. Should I lift my best dress to keep it out of the dust, or let it trail? Ma'am, lift it while walking, but let it down indoors. The flowing style suits you best. You must also learn to carry your skirts gracefully. One of your cuffs isn't fully buttoned. Fix it right away. If you don't pay attention to the small details, you'll never look completely polished, for they form a delightful whole together. Joe sighed and began to tear the buttons off her glove while fastening her cuff. But eventually, both were ready. They set off, looking as pretty as pictures, Hannah said, as she leaned out of the upper window to watch them. Now, Joe dear, the Chesters think of themselves as very refined people, so I want you to behave at your best. Don't make any of your sudden remarks or do anything strange, will you? Just stay calm, cool, and quiet. That's safe and ladylike, and you can easily manage it for 15 minutes, Amy said as they approached the first house. Having borrowed the white parasol and been inspected by Meg, with a baby on each arm. Let me see. Calm, cool, and quiet, yes. I think I can promise that. I've played the role of a proper young lady on stage before, and I'll try it now. My abilities are great. As you shall see, so be at ease. My child. Amy looked relieved, but Naughty Joe took her at her word, for during the first call, she sat with every limb gracefully positioned, every fold of her dress perfectly arranged, calm as a summer sea, cool as a snowbank, and as silent as a sphinx. Mrs. Chester's mentions of her charming novel fell on deaf ears. The Mrs. Chester organized parties, picnics, the opera, and discussed the latest fashions. Each of these was met with a polite smile, a courteous bow, and a reserved yes or no delivered with a chilly tone. Despite Amy's efforts to encourage Joe to engage, telegraphing the word talk, trying to draw her out, and playfully nudging her with her foot, Joe remained composed, seemingly oblivious to it all, with a demeanor as cold and unresponsive as Maud's face. As the evening drew to a close, one of the ladies remarked aloud, "What a haughty, uninteresting creature that oldest Miss March is." Joe stifled a laugh as they escorted their guests out, but Amy was visibly displeased by the failure of her instructions and naturally placed the blame on Joe. "How could you misunderstand me so?" Amy asked. "I only wanted you to behave with proper dignity and composure, but you ended up being as lifeless as a statue. Try to be sociable at the Lambs. Engage in gossip like other girls do, and show interest in fashion, flirting, and whatever nonsense comes up. They're part of the best society, and it's important for us to know them. I wouldn't miss the chance to make a good impression there for anything." "I'll be agreeable," Joe replied. "I'll gossip and laugh, and pretend to be horrified or delighted by whatever triviality you wish. I actually find this quite enjoyable. Now, I'll try to emulate what's considered a charming girl, and I'm confident I can pull it off, since I have May Chester as my inspiration, and I aim to do even better than her. Just watch the Lambs and see if they don't exclaim, 'What a lively and charming person Joe March is.'" Amy felt anxious, and rightly so, because whenever Joe acted out, there was no telling how far she would go. Amy's expression was a picture of concentration as she watched her sister glide into the next drawing room, greeting all the young ladies with enthusiasm, smiling warmly at the young men, and joining the conversation with such energy that it astonished everyone. Amy was swept up by Mrs. Lamb, who adored her, and had to listen to a lengthy story about Lucretia's latest episode. Meanwhile, 3 charming young men lingered nearby, waiting for a moment to step in and save her. In this situation, Amy was unable to stop Joe, who seemed driven by a playful spirit, chatting just as energetically as the elderly woman. A group of people gathered around Joe, and Amy leaned in to listen, anxious because the snippets of conversation worried her. She was tormented by curiosity, her wide eyes and raised hands showing her eagerness, and the bursts of laughter made her desperate to join in. One can picture her distress upon hearing snippets of such a conversation. She rides marvelously. Who taught her? No one. She used to practice mounting, holding the reins, and sitting straight on an old saddle in a tree. Now she can ride any horse. Since she's fearless, the stableman offers her horses at a lower price because she trains them so well for carrying ladies. She has such a passion for it. I often joke that if all else fails, she could become a horse trainer and make a living that way. Amy struggled to keep her composure at these remarks, as they implied she was somewhat of a bold young woman, which she particularly disliked. But what could she do? The elderly lady was deep into her story, and before it was even finished, Joe had already continued, sharing more amusing anecdotes and making even more alarming mistakes. Yes, Amy was in despair that day, for all the good horses were gone. Of the 3 left, one was lame, another had poor eyesight, and the third was so stubborn that you had to put dirt in his mouth to get him moving. What a delightful animal for a pleasure outing, wasn't it? Which one did she choose? Asked one of the gentlemen, who were clearly amused by the situation. None of them, but she heard about a young horse at the farmhouse across the river. Though no lady had ever ridden him, she decided to give it a try because he was handsome and full of spirit. Her struggles were truly pitiful, with no one to bring the horse to the saddle. She carried the saddle to the horse instead. My dear creature. She actually rode it across the river, placed it on her head, and marched up to the barn, leaving the old man utterly astonished. Did she ride the horse? Someone asked. Of course she did, came the reply, and she had a wonderful time. I expected her to come home in pieces, but she handled him perfectly and was the life of the party. Well, I call that brave, said young Mr. Lamb, turning an approving glance toward Amy. He wondered what his mother could be saying to make the girl look so red and uneasy. A moment later, Amy grew even redder and more uncomfortable when the conversation suddenly turned to the subject of dresses. One of the young women asked Joe where she had gotten the pretty drab hat she wore to the picnic. Joe, however, instead of mentioning the shop where it had been bought 2 years earlier, unnecessarily blurted out, "Oh, Amy painted it. You can't buy those soft shades, so we paint ours whatever color we like." Having an artistic sister is a great source of comfort. What an original idea, exclaimed Miss Lamb, who found Joe immensely entertaining. That's nothing compared to some of her brilliant performances. There's nothing the child can't do. Why? She wanted a pair of blue boots for Sally's party, so she just painted her soiled white ones the loveliest shade of sky blue you ever saw. And they looked exactly like satin, added Joe with an air of pride in her sister's accomplishments that exasperated Amy till she felt that it would be a relief to throw her card case at her. We read a story of yours the other day and enjoyed it very much, observed the elder Miss Lamb, wishing to compliment the literary lady, who did not look the character just then. It must be confessed, any mention of her works always had a bad effect upon Joe, who either grew rigid and looked offended or changed the subject with a brusque remark. As now, sorry you could find nothing better to read. I write that rubbish because it sells, and ordinary people like it. Are you going to New York this winter? As Miss Lamb had enjoyed the story, this speech was not exactly grateful or complimentary. The minute it was made, Joe saw her mistake, but she was worried about making the situation worse. Suddenly, she remembered that it was up to her to initiate their departure. She did so abruptly, leaving the 3 people with unfinished sentences. Amy, we must go. Goodbye, dear. Do come visit us. We're eager to see you. I don't dare to ask you, Mr. Lamb, but if you do come, I don't think I'll have the heart to send you away. Joe said this in such a droll imitation of May Chester's overly dramatic style that Amy quickly left the room, feeling the urge to laugh and cry at the same time. Didn't I do that well? Joe asked with a satisfied smile as they walked away. Nothing could have been worse. Amy replied bluntly. What made you tell those stories about my saddle? The hats, boots, and all the rest? Why? It's funny and amusing to people. They know we're poor. So there's no point pretending we have grooms. Buy 3 or 4 hats a season and live as easily and finely as they do. You don't have to go and tell them all our little secrets and expose our poverty in such an unnecessary way. You have no proper pride and never learn when to keep your mouth shut and when to speak." Amy sighed despairingly. Jo looked sheepish, silently dabbing at her nose with the stiff handkerchief, as if atoning for her misdeeds. "How should I act here?" she asked as they approached the third mansion. "Do as you like. I won't interfere," Amy replied curtly. "Then I'll make the most of it. The boys are home, and we'll have a lovely time. Goodness knows I need a break. All this elegance isn't doing my health any favors," Jo said gruffly, still bothered by her failed attempts to fit in. A warm welcome from 3 big boys and several charming children quickly lifted her spirits, leaving Amy to engage with the hostess and Mr. Tudor, who was also visiting. Jo turned her attention to the young people and found the change invigorating. She listened with keen interest to their college stories, petted the pointers and poodles without complaint, and wholeheartedly agreed that Tom Brown was a brick, even if the praise wasn't phrased perfectly. When one boy suggested visiting his turtle tank, she accepted with enthusiasm, which made the mother smile as she fixed Jo's cap, disheveled from the children's affectionate hugs. She had a rugged, bear-like appearance, yet her demeanor was affectionate and kind. To her, this was far more endearing than even the most flawless hairstyle crafted by a skilled French stylist. Leaving her sister to entertain herself, Amy set out to fully enjoy the moment. Mr. Tudor's uncle had wed an Englishwoman who was a third cousin to a prominent British lord, and Amy held the entire family in high esteem. Despite her American upbringing, she harbored a deep reverence for titles, a trait that often persists even among the most democratic of people. This unspoken loyalty to the idea of monarchy, which once captivated even the most democratic nation with the arrival of a young, blonde royal, still lingered. It reflected the complex relationship between the young nation and the old, much like a large son's mix of affection and rebellion toward a commanding mother who had once held him close but eventually let him go with a parting scolding. However, even the thrill of conversing with a distant relative of British nobility couldn't make Amy lose track of time. When the appropriate amount of minutes had passed, she reluctantly parted ways with the aristocratic company and began searching for Jo. She ardently hoped that her unmanageable sister would not be caught in any situation that might tarnish the March family's reputation. It could have been worse, but Amy found it dreadful. Jo was sitting on the grass, surrounded by a group of boys, with a dog whose dirty paws rested on the hem of her elegant dress. As she recounted one of Laurie's antics to her captivated audience, one little boy was using Amy's treasured parasol to poke at turtles, another was eating gingerbread over Jo's finest bonnet, and a third was playing ball with her gloves. Yet, everyone was having a good time, and when Jo gathered her damaged belongings to leave, her escort walked with her, begging her to return soon. It was so much fun hearing about Laurie's adventures. What great boys they are. I feel so young and lively again after this, Jo said, strolling with her hands behind her back, partly out of habit, and partly to hide the soiled parasol. "Why do you always avoid Mr. Tudor?" Amy asked, wisely choosing not to comment on Jo's disheveled appearance. "I don't like him. He acts pretentious, treats his sisters poorly, annoys his father, and doesn't show proper respect for his mother. Laurie says he's not a good influence, and I don't think he's someone worth associating with, so I left him be. You should at least treat him politely," Amy said disapprovingly. "At least that much. You greeted him with a slight nod, and just now you bowed and smiled politely to Tommy Chamberlain, whose father runs a grocery store. If you had just swapped the nod and the bow, it would have been more appropriate." "No, it wouldn't," Jo replied stubbornly. "I don't like, respect, or admire Tudor, even if his grandfather's uncle's nephew's niece was distantly related to a lord. Tommy is poor, shy, kind, and very talented. I think highly of him, and I like to show it, because he's a gentleman despite the brown paper parcels." "It's pointless to argue with you," Amy began. "Not at all, my dear," Jo interrupted. Let's just look friendly and drop a card here, since the kings are clearly out, and I'm deeply thankful for that." After leaving their calling card, the girls continued their walk, and Joe felt relieved upon reaching the fifth house and being told that the young ladies were busy. "Now let's go home and forget about Aunt March for today. We can visit her anytime, and it's a shame to walk through the dust in our fine clothes when we are exhausted and irritable. Speak for yourself if you please. Aunt appreciates it when we pay her the compliment of arriving in style and making a formal visit. It's a small gesture, but it brings her joy. And I don't think it will damage your belongings nearly as much as letting those rough boys and clumsy children ruin them. Crouch down and let me brush the crumbs off your bonnet. What a kind girl you are, Amy," Joe said, glancing regretfully at her own disheveled outfit and then at her sister's, which remained immaculate. "I wish it were as easy for me to do little things to please people as it is for you. I think about them, but they take too much time. So I wait for a chance to do something big and let the small things pass by. But in the end, I suppose the small gestures matter most." Amy smiled and was immediately soothed, speaking with a maternal tone. "Women, especially those with limited means, should learn to be agreeable, for they have no other way to repay the kindness they receive. If you could remember that and put it into practice, you'd be even more like than I am, because there's so much more of you." "I'm a bit ill-tempered and always will be," Joe replied. "I admit you're right, but I find it easier to risk my life for someone than to pretend to be pleasant when I don't feel like it. Having such strong preferences is a significant misfortune, don't you think? It's even worse to be unable to conceal them. I don't mind admitting that I disapprove of Tudor just as much as you do, but neither of us is obligated to express this to him. There's no point in making yourself unpleasant just because he is. I believe girls should express their disapproval of young men, and the best way to do this is through their behavior. Lecturing doesn't achieve anything. I've learned this from experience with Teddy. While managing him has been challenging, I've found many subtle ways to influence him without saying a word. I think we should extend this approach to others when possible. Teddy is an exceptional young man and shouldn't be seen as representative of other boys." Spoken with serious certainty, a statement that would have amused the remarkable boy if he had overheard it. If we were prominent women or held a high social status, we might have some influence. However, simply frowning at young men we disapprove of and smiling at those we approve of would have no real impact. And we should only be seen as peculiar and overly strict. So we are expected to tolerate things and people we despise, simply because we are not beautiful or wealthy. Is that truly the kind of morality we should accept? I can't debate it. I only know it's how the world works, and those who resist it are mocked for their efforts. I don't admire reformers, and I hope you never try to become one. I do admire them, and I will become one if I can. For despite the ridicule, the world would stagnate without them. We can't agree on this, for you belong to the traditional way of thinking, while I align with the modern perspective. You'll fare better, but I'll have the most exciting experience. I think I would even enjoy facing criticism and scorn." "Well, calm down now, and don't upset your aunt with these radical ideas." "I'll try not to, but I'm constantly tempted to blurt out something harsh or express some revolutionary thought in front of her. It seems to be my fate, and I can't help it." They found Aunt Carol with the elderly lady, both deeply engrossed in a most intriguing conversation. However, they stopped as the girls entered, exchanging a glance that suggested they had been discussing their nieces. Joe was in a foul mood. The stubborn mood returned, but Amy, who had virtuously done her duty, kept her temper, pleased everyone, and was in a most angelic frame of mind. This amiable spirit was immediately noticeable, and both aunts affectionately referred to her as "my dear," which they later emphasized in their conversation. "That child improves every day," they said. "Are you going to help with the fair, dear?" asked Mrs. Carol as Amy sat down beside her with a trusting air that elderly people particularly appreciate in the young. "Yes, Aunt." Mrs. Chester asked me if I would, and I offered to tend a table, as I have nothing but my time to give. "I'm not," Joe interjected decisively. "I hate being patronized, and the Chesters think it's a great favor to let us help with their highly connected fair. I wonder you agreed. Amy, they only want you to work. I am willing to work. It's for the freedmen as well as the Chesters, and I think it's very kind of them to let me share in the labor and the fun. Patronage doesn't bother me when it's well-intentioned. Quite right and proper, observed Aunt March, looking over her spectacles at Joe, who sat apart. I like your grateful spirit, my dear. It's a pleasure to help people who appreciate our efforts. Some do not, and that is trying. She gently swayed back and forth, her face tinged with sadness. If Joe had only been aware of the great happiness that hung in the balance for one of them, she would have softened instantly. But alas, our hearts are not made of glass, and we cannot see the thoughts of those around us. It is perhaps for the best, though there are moments when such insight would bring comfort, saving both time and patience. With her next words, Joe deprived herself of years of joy and learned a valuable lesson about the wisdom of silence. I don't like favors, she said. They burden me and make me feel like a servant. I prefer to do everything on my own and remain completely self-reliant. Aunt Carol cleared her throat softly, glancing at Aunt March. I told you so, Aunt March said, nodding firmly in agreement. Joe, blissfully unaware of what she had just done, sat with her head held high, her rebellious demeanor anything but inviting. Do you speak French, dear? Mrs. Carol asked, placing her hand on Amy's. Quite well, thank you. Aunt March has been kind enough to let Esther speak with me as often as I like, Amy replied, her grateful expression causing the elderly woman to smile warmly. Mrs. Carol turned to Joe and asked, how are you regarding languages? Joe replied abruptly, I don't know a word. I'm terrible at studying anything. I can't stand French. It's such a slippery, silly sort of language. The ladies exchanged another glance, and Aunt March turned to Amy. You're quite strong and well now, dear. I believe. Your eyes don't trouble you anymore, do they? Not at all. Thank you, ma'am. I'm very well and plan to accomplish great things next winter, so I'll be ready for Rome whenever that joyful time arrives. Amy replied, Good girl. You deserve to go, and I'm sure you will someday, Aunt March said, giving Amy an approving pat on the head as she picked up her ball. Just then, Polly squawked, Crosspatch, draw the latch, sit by the fire and spin, bending down from his perch on the back of Joe's chair to peek into her face with a comically impertinent expression that made it impossible not to laugh. Such an observant bird, the old lady remarked. Come and take a walk, my dear, Polly cried, hopping toward the china closet with a look that suggested lump sugar. Thank you. I will. Come. Amy, Joe said, bringing the visit to an end. She felt more strongly than ever that the calls were taking a toll on her health. She shook hands with gentlemanly courtesy. Amy, however, kissed both aunts. The girls then left, leaving behind an impression of shadow and light. As they disappeared from view, Aunt March remarked, You should do it, Mary. I'll provide the funds. To which Aunt Carol responded firmly, I certainly will, if her parents agree. Hashtag consequences. Mrs. Chester's fare was so sophisticated and exclusive that it was considered a privilege for the young women in the neighborhood to be invited to manage a table. Everyone was deeply engaged in the event. Amy received an invitation, but Joe did not, which turned out to be fortunate for everyone involved. At this stage of her life, Joe's elbows were decidedly out, and it took considerable effort to teach her how to navigate gracefully. The haughty, uninteresting creature was largely ignored, but Amy's talent and taste were appropriately recognized with the offer of the art table. She put in extra effort to prepare and secure suitable and valuable contributions for it. Things went smoothly until the eve of the fair, when a minor conflict arose, when 25 women, both old and young, with their various grudges and biases, try to collaborate. Disagreements are almost inevitable. May felt envious of Amy, who was more popular than herself, and several insignificant incidents further strained their relationship. Amy's delicate pen and ink drawings overshadowed May's painted vases, and at a recent party, the charming tutor had danced 4 times with Amy, but only once with May. However, what truly upset May was a rumor. Someone had whispered to her that the March girls had mocked her at the Lambs' gathering. This rumor, which Joe's realistic imitation had unintentionally sparked, and which the Lambs had carelessly revealed, had not yet reached the March family. Imagine Amy's distress when she learned about it on the very eve of the fair, as she was adding the finishing touches to her elegant table. Mrs. Chester, who naturally resented the supposed mockery of her daughter, spoke in a calm but icy tone, her expression cold and distant. "I've noticed, my dear, that there seems to be some sentiment among the young ladies regarding my decision to assign this table to anyone other than my own girls. Since this is the most prominent, and many consider it the most attractive table of all, and they are the primary organizers of the fair, it has been deemed best for them to take this position. I'm sorry, but I know you are deeply committed to the cause and won't mind a small personal letdown. If you wish, you may have another table." Mrs. Chester had initially thought delivering this speech would be simple, but when the moment arrived, she found it challenging to speak naturally, especially with Amy's unsuspecting eyes fixed on her, filled with surprise and concern. Amy sensed there was something more to this, but couldn't quite grasp what it was. Hurt and showing it, she replied quietly, "Perhaps you'd prefer I didn't take a table at all? Now, my dear, don't harbor any ill feelings. I implore you." Mrs. Chester continued, "It's merely a matter of practicality. You see, my girls will naturally take the lead. This table is where they belong. I believe it's only proper. I think it's very fitting for you. I'm deeply thankful for your efforts to make it so lovely, but we must set aside our personal preferences. Of course, and I will ensure you have a nice spot elsewhere. Wouldn't you like the flower table?" The little girls took charge of it, but they seemed disheartened. "You could create something delightful with it, and the flower table is always a draw. You know, especially for gentlemen," May added with a glance that made Amy realize one reason for her sudden loss of favor. Amy blushed angrily, but ignored the girlish sarcasm and replied with unexpected kindness, "It shall be as you wish, Mrs. Chester. I'll give up my place here at once and take care of the flowers if you like. You can put your own things on your own table if you prefer." May began, feeling a bit guilty as she looked at the charming racks, painted shells, and elegant decorations Amy had so carefully made and arranged so gracefully. May meant it kindly, but Amy misunderstood and quickly said, "Oh, certainly, if they're in your way," and swept her creations into her apron, then walked away. She felt deeply hurt, believing both she and her artwork had been wronged beyond repair. "Now she's upset," May said sadly, gazing at the empty spaces on her table. "Girls' quarrels don't last long," her mother replied, feeling a bit embarrassed about her role in the argument. The little girls welcomed Amy and her treasures with enthusiasm, and their warm reception helped calm her troubled mind. She dove back into her work, determined to excel in floral arrangements if not in art. However, everything seemed to be working against her. It was late, and she was exhausted. Everyone was preoccupied with their own tasks, leaving no one to assist her. The little girls, though well-meaning, were more of a hindrance, chattering endlessly like magpies and creating chaos in their clumsy attempts to maintain order. The evergreen arch she had set up kept swaying and threatening to collapse on her head once the hanging baskets were filled. Her finest tile got splattered with water, leaving a brown streak on Cupid's cheek. Her hands ached from hammering, and working in the draft left her cold, filling her with worries about the next day. Any young female reader who has endured similar hardships will surely empathize with Amy's plight and silently root for her as she sees her task through. That evening, when Amy shared her story at home, it sparked considerable outrage. Her mother deemed it a disgrace, yet assured her she had acted rightly. Beth vowed not to attend the fair at all, while Joe questioned why Amy didn't simply gather her beautiful belongings and leave those unkind people to fend for themselves. "Why should I act poorly just because they do? I despise such behavior," Amy said, "even though I feel wronged. I won't show it. They'll feel this more deeply than any angry words or haughty actions. Don't you think, Marmee? That's the right attitude, my dear," her mother replied, A kiss for a blow is always the best approach, though it can be quite challenging to do at times, she added, speaking with the wisdom of someone who understood the difference between preaching and practicing. Despite facing various natural urges to retaliate the next day, Amy stayed true to her resolve. She was determined to conquer her adversary through kindness. She started strong, thanks to a timely and unexpected reminder that came to her as she set up her table that morning. While the younger girls were in the anteroom filling the baskets, Amy picked up her cherished project, a small, exquisite book. Its antique cover, discovered by her father among his treasures, had been beautifully illuminated by her on vellum pages. As she flipped through the leaves, adorned with delicate designs, she felt a justified pride. Her gaze paused on one verse that made her stop and ponder, framed by a vibrant scroll of scarlet, blue, and gold, with tiny figures symbolizing goodwill navigating thorns and flowers. The words read, "Thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself." I should, but I don't, Amy thought, her eyes shifting from the radiant page to May's discontented face, partially hidden behind large vases that failed to conceal the emptiness left by the absence of her once beautiful work. Amy stood for a moment, turning the pages, finding gentle reminders on each one, urging her to let go of resentment and unkindness. Many profound lessons are shared daily by unsuspecting teachers in streets, schools, offices, or homes. Even a simple table can serve as a pulpit if it offers timeless wisdom. Amy's conscience delivered a brief sermon based on that verse, and in that moment, she did something many of us often fail to do. She took the sermon to heart and immediately put it into practice. A group of girls gathered around May's table, admiring the beautiful items and discussing the change of saleswomen. They lowered their voices, but Amy knew they were talking about her, hearing only one side of the story and making judgments accordingly. It wasn't pleasant, but a better spirit had come over her, and soon an opportunity arose to prove it. She heard May say sorrowfully, "It's such a pity, for there's no time to make other things, and I don't want to fill it with odds and ends. The table was just complete then, now it's ruined." "I suppose she put them back if you asked her," someone suggested. "How could I after all the fuss?" May began, but she didn't finish, for Amy's voice rang out across the hall, saying pleasantly, "You're welcome to them without asking if you want them. I was just thinking I'd offer to put them back, for they belong to your table rather than mine. Here they are. Please take them and forgive me if I was hasty in carrying them away last night." As she spoke, Amy returned her contribution with a nod and a smile, then hurried away again, feeling that performing a kind act was simpler than staying to receive gratitude. "Now, I think that was very sweet of her, don't you?" exclaimed one girl. May's response was too quiet to hear, but another young woman, whose mood seemed soured from making lemonade, added with an unpleasant laugh, "How sweet indeed," for she knew they wouldn't buy them from her at her own table. Now, that stung. When we make small sacrifices, we hope they'll be appreciated, at least a little. For a moment, Amy regretted her decision, feeling that kindness didn't always bring its own rewards. But it does, as she soon discovered. Her spirits began to lift, and her table, with her skilled touch, became a delight. The girls were very kind, and that one small gesture seemed to have lightened the mood remarkably. It was a very long and challenging day for Amy as she sat behind her table, often alone, for the little girls left early. Few people were interested in buying flowers in the summer, and her bouquets began to wilt long before nightfall. The art table was the most popular in the room, with a crowd gathered around it all day. The helpers were constantly rushing back and forth, handling money boxes with serious expressions. Amy often glanced over wistfully, yearning to be there, where she felt a sense of belonging and joy, instead of being in a corner with nothing to do. It might seem like no great burden to some of us, but for a lively and cheerful young girl, it was not just boring, it was deeply unsettling. The thought of being discovered there in the evening by her family, along with Laurie and his friends, made it feel like a true ordeal. She didn't return home until nightfall, and when she did, her pale and subdued appearance made it clear that the day had been difficult. Though she didn't complain, or even mention what she had done, Her mother offered her a special, comforting cup of tea, while Beth helped her get ready and crafted a lovely little wreath for her hair. Meanwhile, Jo surprised her family by taking extra care with her appearance and cryptically hinted that a change was coming. "Please, Jo, don't do anything impolite. I won't have any drama, so just let it go and behave yourself," Amy pleaded, as she left early, hoping to find some extra flowers to brighten up her modest table. "I just plan to be delightfully charming to everyone I know and keep them in your corner for as long as I can. Teddy and his friends will help out, and we'll still have a good time," Jo replied, bent over the gate. She waited for Laurie. Before long, the familiar footsteps echoed in the fading light, and she hurried out to greet him. "Is that my son?" "Just as sure as this is my girl," Laurie replied, tucking her hand under his arm with the air of a man whose every wish had been fulfilled. "Oh, Teddy, such goings-on," Jo exclaimed, recounting Amy's troubles with sisterly fervor. "A group of our friends are planning to drive over later, and I'll be hanged if I don't make them buy every flower she has and set up camp before her table afterward," Laurie said, championing her cause with enthusiasm. "The flowers aren't very nice," Amy said, "and the fresh ones might not arrive on time. I don't want to be unfair or distrustful, but I wouldn't be surprised if they never came at all. When people do one unpleasant thing, they're likely to do another," Jo remarked in a disgusted tone. "Didn't Hayes give you the best from our gardens?" "I told him to," Laurie asked. "I didn't know. I suppose he forgot. And with your grandfather being unwell, I didn't want to bother him by asking, even though I wanted some," Amy replied. "Now, Jo, how could you think there was any need to ask? They're just as much yours as they are mine. Don't we always share everything equally?" Laurie began, using a tone that always made Jo bristle. "Gracious, I hope not. Half of your belongings wouldn't suit me at all. But we can't linger here. I need to help Amy. So, go and make yourself presentable. And if you'd be kind enough to let Hayes deliver some lovely flowers to the hall, I'll be forever grateful." "Couldn't you do it now?" Laurie asked. He suggested it so persuasively that Joshua shut the gate in his face with unwelcoming haste and called out through the bars, "Go away, Teddy. I'm busy." Thanks to the conspirators, the tables were turned that night. Hayes sent up a stunning arrangement of flowers, including a beautiful basket as a centerpiece, all arranged in his finest style. The March family arrived in full force, and Jo made sure everyone had a wonderful time. People not only came but also stayed, laughing at her jokes, admiring Amy's taste, and clearly enjoying themselves immensely. Laurie and his friends stepped in gallantly, buying up the bouquets, gathering around the table, and turning that corner into the liveliest spot in the room. Amy was in her element now, and out of gratitude, if nothing else, she was as lively and gracious as possible. At that moment, she came to the conclusion that virtue was indeed its own reward after all. Jo conducted herself with remarkable decorum, while Amy was happily surrounded by her guard of honor. Jo moved around the hall, gathering various bits of gossip that shed light on the situation with the Chester change of base. She reproached herself for her role in the ill feeling and decided to clear Amy's name as soon as possible. She also discovered what Amy had done with the items that morning and saw her as a paragon of magnanimity. As she passed the art table, she looked for her sister's things but found no trace of them, tucked away out of sight. I suppose, Jo thought, for while she could forgive her own wrongs, she fiercely resented any slight against her family. "Good evening, Miss Jo. How is Amy doing?" May asked with a conciliatory tone, aiming to show her own capacity for generosity. "Amy has sold everything she had of value and is now enjoying herself. The flower table is always a draw, you know, especially for the gentlemen," Jo remarked, unable to resist a subtle jab. However, May received it so meekly that Jo soon felt remorse. She then began praising the large vases that remained unsold. "Where is Amy's light? I wanted to buy that for Father," said Jo, who was very eager to know how her sister's work had fared. "Everything of Amy's sold long ago. I made sure the right people saw them, and they brought in a nice little sum of money for us," replied May, who, like Amy, had resisted several small temptations that day. Joe was much pleased and hurried back to share the good news. Amy appeared both moved and surprised by May's words and manner. Now, gentlemen, I want you to go and generously support the other tables as you have mine, especially the art table, she said, urging the college friends, known as Teddy's Own, to take action. Charge, Chester, charge, is the motto for that table. But do your duty like men, and you'll get your money's worth of art in every sense of the word, said the irrepressible Joe as the devoted group prepared to take action. To hear is to obey, but March is far fairer than May, said little Parker, trying hard to be both witty and tender. But he was quickly silenced by Laurie, who said, "Very well, my son, for a small boy," and walked him away with a paternal pat on the head. "By the vases," Amy whispered to Laurie, as if adding a final heap of burning coals to her enemy's head. To May's great joy, Mr. Lawrence not only purchased the vases but also carried one under each arm, filling the hall. The other gentlemen equally recklessly invested in various delicate trifles and wandered about helplessly, burdened with wax flowers, painted fans, filigree portfolios, and other practical yet appropriate items. Aunt Carol was present, heard the story, and looked delighted. She spoke to Mrs. March in a corner, whose face lit up with joy. She watched Amy with a mixture of pride and anxiety, though she didn't reveal the reason for her happiness until several days later. The fair was deemed a success. When May bid Amy good night, she didn't gush, as she usually did, but gave her a loving kiss and a glance that seemed to say, "Forgive and forget." This pleased Amy, and upon returning home, she found the vases displayed on the parlor chimney-piece, each holding a large bouquet. Laurie declared with a flourish, "A well-deserved reward for a noble march." He continued, "Amy, you've shown far more principle, generosity, and noble character than I ever thought you had. You've been absolutely delightful, and I deeply respect you," Joe said warmly, as they brushed their hair together late that night. Amy added, "Yes, we all do, and we love her for her readiness to forgive. It must have been terribly hard for her after working so long and setting her heart on selling her own beautiful things. I don't think I could have handled it as kindly as she did." "Why, girls, you don't need to praise me like that," Amy replied. "I only did what I would want done for me. You laugh at me when I say I want to be a lady, but I mean a true gentlewoman in mind and manners, and I try to act that way as best I know how. I can't explain it exactly, but I want to rise above the small meannesses, follies, and faults that ruin so many women. I'm far from perfect now, but I'm doing my best and hoping to become like Mother one day." Amy spoke earnestly, and Joe, with a warm embrace, said, "I understand now what you mean, and I'll never laugh at you again. You're making more progress than you think, and I could learn a thing or two from you about true politeness. I believe you've discovered its secret. Keep trying, dear. You'll be rewarded someday, and no one will be happier for you than I will." A week later, Amy received her reward, though poor Joe found it difficult to feel delighted about it. A letter arrived from Aunt Carol, and Mrs. March's face lit up so much as she read it that Joe and Beth, who were with her, immediately asked what the good news was. "Aunt Carol is going abroad next month and wants," Joe interrupted excitedly, jumping out of her chair in uncontrollable joy, "me to go with her." "No, dear, not you. It's Amy," Mrs. March replied. "Oh, Mother, she's too young. It's my turn first. I've wanted this for so long. It would do me so much good and be so wonderful. I must go," Joe pleaded. "I'm afraid it's impossible, Joe. Aunt Carol has decided on Amy. She has made up her mind, and we can't dictate terms when she's offering such a kindness. It's always the same. Amy gets all the fun, and I get all the work. It's not fair. Oh, it's just not fair," Joe exclaimed passionately. "I'm afraid it's partly your own fault, dear. When Aunt Carol spoke to me the other day, she mentioned regretting your blunt manners and too independent spirit. She even wrote something like this. I first thought of asking Joe, but since favors burden her and she hates French, I think I won't invite her. Amy is more docile, will make a good companion for Flo, and will gratefully accept any help the trip may offer." "Oh, My tongue. My dreadful tongue. Why can I never learn to keep it quiet? Joe lamented, recalling the words that had caused such trouble. When she had heard the explanation of the quoted phrases, Mrs. March said sorrowfully, I wish you could have gone, but there's no hope of it this time. Try to bear it cheerfully and don't spoil Amy's happiness with reproaches or regrets. I'll try, Joe said, blinking hard as she knelt to pick up the basket she had joyfully overturned. I'll take a page from her book and try not just to seem glad, but to truly be glad, and not deny her one moment of happiness. But it won't be easy, for this is a terrible disappointment. Poor Joe dampened the small, plump pincushion she held with several bitter tears. Joe, dear, I'm very selfish, but I couldn't spare you, and I'm glad you're not leaving just yet, Beth whispered, embracing her, basket and all, with such a clinging touch and loving face that Joe felt comforted, despite the sharp regret that made her want to box her own ears and humbly beg Aunt Carol to let her take on this favor and see how gratefully she would bear it. By the time Amy came in, Joe was able to join in the family celebration, though perhaps not with her usual enthusiasm, but without begrudging Amy her good fortune. The young woman herself welcomed the news with immense joy. She moved with a solemn, almost reverent delight, and that evening, she started organizing her colors and packing her pencils, leaving such practical matters as clothes, money, and passports to those less consumed by artistic ambitions than herself. This isn't just a pleasure trip for me, girls, she said impressively as she scraped her best palette. It will determine my career. If I have any genius, Rome will reveal it, and I'll do something to prove it. Suppose you don't? Joe asked, sewing with red eyes, focused on the new collars meant for Amy. Then I'll return home and teach drawing for a living. The aspiring artist replied with philosophical calm, though she made a wry face at the idea, vigorously scratching her palette as if determined to pursue her ambitions before giving up. No, you won't. You hate hard work. You'll marry a rich man and return to live a life of luxury, Joe said. Sometimes your predictions come true, but I don't think this one will. I wish it would. Though, if I can't be an artist myself, I'd like to support those who are, Amy replied. Amy said with a smile, as though the role of Lady Bountiful would suit her better than that of a poor drawing teacher. Joe responded, sighing. If you wish it, you'll have it. Your wishes are always granted. Mine never are. Would you like to come with me? Amy asked thoughtfully, tapping her nose with her knife. Rather, Joe replied. Well, in a year or two, I'll send for you, and we'll explore the forum for relics and carry out all the plans we've made so many times. Thank you. I'll remind you of your promise when that joyful day comes. If it ever does, Joe said, accepting the vague but grand offer as gratefully as she could. There was little time for preparation, and the house was in a flurry until Amy departed. Joe held up remarkably well until the last glimpse of Amy's blue ribbon disappeared. She then retreated to her sanctuary, the garret, and cried until she could cry no more. Amy, too, remained strong until the steamer sailed. Just as the gangway was about to be withdrawn, she was overwhelmed by the realization that an entire ocean would soon separate her from those she loved most. Clinging to Laurie, the last to linger, she sobbed, "Oh, take care of them for me, and if anything should happen, I will, dear," Laurie assured her. Laurie whispered, "I will, and if anything happens, I'll come to comfort you," unaware that he would soon have to keep his promise. Amy set sail for the old world, which, though ancient, seemed fresh and lovely through young eyes. Her father and friend watched from the shore, sincerely hoping that only kind fortunes would befall the cheerful girl. She waved her hand to them until they could only see the dazzling summer sunshine on the sea. 31. Our foreign correspondent. London. Dearest family, I am truly sitting by the front window of the Bath Hotel on Piccadilly. It's not a fashionable place, but Uncle has been staying here for years and refuses to go anywhere else. However, we don't intend to stay long, so it doesn't matter much. I can't begin to tell you how much I'm enjoying everything, so I'll just share some bits from my notebook. I've been sketching and writing nonstop since I began. I sent you a quick note from Halifax when I was feeling quite miserable. After that, I had a delightful journey, rarely feeling unwell, spending my days on deck. There were plenty of pleasant people to keep me entertained, especially the officers. Don't laugh, Joe. Gentlemen are truly essential on a ship. They are needed either to hold on to or to attend to, and since they have nothing to do, it is a blessing to keep them occupied. Otherwise, they would smoke themselves to death. I fear. Everyone was very kind, especially the officers. Page 378. Ant and Flo were unwell throughout the journey and preferred to be left alone. After doing what I could for them, I went to enjoy myself. The walks on deck were so refreshing. The sunsets were breathtaking, and the air and waves were magnificent. It was almost as thrilling as riding a fast horse when we glided smoothly through the water. I wish Beth could have come. It would have been incredibly beneficial for her. As for Jo, she would have climbed up to the highest mast, made friends with the engineers, and even used the captain's speaking trumpet. She would have been in pure delight. It was all heavenly, but I was relieved to see the Irish coast and found it enchanting, so green and sunny, with brown cottages scattered here and there, ruins atop some hills, and grand estates in the valleys with deer grazing in the parks. It was early in the morning, but I didn't mind waking up early to see it, for the bay was filled with numerous small boats. The picturesque shore was truly captivating, and the rosy sky above added to its charm. I will never forget that moment. At Queenstown, one of my new acquaintances, Mr. Lennox, bid us farewell. When I mentioned the lakes of Killarney, he looked at me with a sigh and began to sing. Oh, have you ever heard of Kate Kearney? She lives on the banks of Killarney. From the glance of her eye, shun danger and fly. For fatal's the glance of Kate Kearney. I found it quite nonsensical. We only stopped in Liverpool for a few hours. It's a dirty, noisy place, and I was relieved to leave. Uncle hurried out and bought a pair of dogskin gloves, some ugly, thick shoes, and an umbrella. He also got a mutton chop shave, which he thought made him look like a true Briton. However, when he had the mud cleaned off his shoes, the bootblack immediately recognized the American style and said with a grin, "There you are, sir. I've given them the latest Yankee shine." Uncle found it hilarious. "Oh, I must tell you what that absurd Lennox did." He asked his friend Ward, who was traveling with us, to order a bouquet for me. The first thing I saw in my room was a lovely arrangement with a card that read, "Robert Lennox's compliments." Wasn't that fun, girls? I love traveling. I'll never make it to London if I don't hurry, I thought. The trip felt like passing through a long gallery of beautiful landscapes. The farmhouses were especially charming, with their thatched roofs, ivy climbing up to the eaves, latticed windows, and sturdy women with rosy-cheeked children at the doors. Even the cattle seemed more peaceful than ours, standing knee-deep in clover, while the hens clucked contentedly, as if they never got nervous. Unlike Yankee hens, the colors were breathtaking, grass so green, sky so blue, grain so yellow, and wood so dark. I was in awe the entire journey. So was Flo. We kept jumping from one side to the other, trying to take in everything as we sped along at 60 miles an hour. Aunt was tired and fell asleep, but Uncle read his guidebook and remained unimpressed by anything. This is how we continued. Amy suddenly pointed out, "Oh, that must be Kenilworth, that gray place among the trees." Flo darted to my window and exclaimed, "How lovely! We must go there sometime, won't we?" Papa, Uncle, calmly admiring his boots, replied, "No, my dear, unless you want beer, that's a brewery." After a pause, Flo cried out, "Bless me, there's a gallows and a man approaching it." Amy's voice rings out, "Where? Where?" as she gazes at two tall posts with a crossbeam and dangling chains. "Where?" Amy exclaims, her eyes fixed on two tall posts with a crossbeam and dangling chains. Uncle responds with a twinkle in his eye, "A colliery." Amy points out, "Look, there's a lovely flock of lambs all lying down." Flo adds sentimentally, "See, Papa, aren't they pretty?" Uncle corrects her, "Geese, young ladies," his tone silencing us until Flo settles in to read, the flirtations of Captain Cavendish, leaving me to enjoy the scenery alone. Upon arriving in London, it rained, and all we could see was fog and umbrellas. We rested, unpacked, and shopped between showers. Aunt Mary bought me some new things since I left in a hurry and wasn't fully prepared. I got a white hat with a blue feather, a matching muslin dress, and the loveliest mantle you've ever seen. Shopping on Regent Street is wonderful. Things seem so affordable. Nice ribbons are only 6 pence a yard. I stocked up but plan to buy my gloves in Paris. Doesn't that sound elegant and rich? For fun, Flo and I ordered a handsome cab while Aunt and Uncle were out and went for a drive. Though we later learned it wasn't proper for young ladies to ride alone. It was so amusing. For when we were enclosed by the wooden apron, the man drove so fast that Flo was terrified. She told me to stop him, but he was up outside behind somewhere, and I couldn't reach him. He didn't hear me call, nor see me waving my parasol in front. And there we were, completely helpless, rattling along, and whizzing around corners at a frantic pace. At last, in my desperation, I spotted a small door in the roof. When I pushed it open, a red face appeared, and a voice slurred. "Now then, Mum." I gave my order as calmly as I could, and with a slam of the door, the man replied, I, Mum," and slowed the horse to a funeral pace. I poked my head out again and said, "A little faster," and off we went, helter-skelter, as before, and we resigned ourselves to our fate. Today was fair, and we went to Hyde Park, which is nearby, for we are more aristocratic than we appear. The Duke of Devonshire lives close by, and I often see his footmen lounging at the back gate, and the Duke of Wellington's house isn't far either. The sights I saw, my dear, were as entertaining as a Punch show. There were plump dowagers rolling about in their red and yellow carriages, with their fancy coachmen in silk stockings and velvet coats, perched up behind, and powdered coachmen in front, smart maids, with the rosiest children I ever saw, handsome girls, looking half asleep, dandies, in queer English hats and lavender kids, lounging about, and tall soldiers, in short red jackets and muffin caps stuck on one side, looking so funny I long to sketch them. Rotten Row means Route de Roy, or the King's Way, but now it's more like a riding school than anything else. The horses are splendid, and the men, especially the grooms, ride well, but the women are stiff and bounce, which isn't according to our rules. I longed to show them a tearing American gallop, for they trotted solemnly up and down, in their scant habits and high hats, looking like the women in a toy Noah's Ark. Every one rides, old men, stout ladies, little children, and the young folks do a deal of flirting here. I saw a pair exchange rosebuds, for it's the thing to wear one in the buttonhole, and I thought it rather a nice little idea. In the P.M. to Westminster Abbey, but don't expect me to describe it. That's impossible, so I'll only say it was sublime. This evening we are going to see Fector, which will be an appropriate end to the happiest day of my life. Midnight. It's very late, but I can't send my letter in the morning without sharing what happened last evening. Who do you think walked in? It was Laurie's English friends, Fred and Frank Vaughan. While we were having tea, I was so astonished, for I wouldn't have recognized them if not for the calling cards. Both are tall men with whiskers. Fred is handsome in the English style, and Frank is even more charming, as he only limps slightly and doesn't use crutches. They had heard from Laurie where we were staying and came to invite us to their home, but Uncle refused to go, so we will return the favor and visit them when we can. They joined us at the theater, and we had such a wonderful time. Frank was devoted to Flo, while Fred and I talked about past, present, and future fun as if we had known each other forever. Tell Beth that Frank asked for her and was sorry to hear about her illness. Fred laughed when I mentioned Joe and sent his respectful compliments to the big hat. Neither of them had forgotten Camp Lawrence or the fun we had there. It feels like ages ago, doesn't it? Aunt is tapping on the wall for the third time, so I must stop. I really feel like a fashionable London lady, writing so late with my room filled with lovely things and my head buzzing with thoughts of the city. Theaters, new dresses, and charming gentlemen who exclaim "ah" while twirling their blonde mustaches with genuine English elegance. I long to see you all, and despite my nonsense, I remain, as ever, your loving Amy. Paris, dear girls. In my last letter, I told you about our visit to London. The Vaughns were so kind, and the parties they hosted for us were delightful. I enjoyed the trips to Hampton Court and the Kensington Museum the most. At Hampton Court, I saw Raphael's cartoons, and at the museum, I marveled at rooms filled with works by Turner, Lawrence, Reynolds, Hogarth, and other great artists. The day in Richmond Park was lovely, as we had a proper English picnic, and I saw more magnificent oaks and deer than I could sketch. I even heard a nightingale sing and watched larks soar. We explored London to our heart's content, thanks to Fred and Frank, and it was hard to leave. For although English people take their time to warm up to you, once they do, their hospitality is unmatched. I think the Vaughns hope to meet us in Rome next winter, and I would be terribly disappointed if they don't. For Grace and I have become great friends, and the boys are very nice, especially Fred. Well, we had barely settled in when he showed up again, claiming he had come for a holiday and was heading to Switzerland. At first, Aunt looked serious, but he was so calm about it that she couldn't say a word. Now, everything is going smoothly, and we're thrilled he's here, as he speaks French like a native, and I don't know what we'd do without him. Uncle only knows a few words and insists on speaking English loudly, as if that would help people understand him. Aunt's pronunciation is outdated, and even though Flo and I thought we knew a lot, we've realized how little we actually do. We're very grateful to have Fred handle the negotiations. As Uncle calls it, we're having the most wonderful time, sightseeing from morning to night, enjoying lovely lunches at lively cafes, and having all sorts of amusing adventures. On rainy days, I spend my time at the Louvre, indulging in the art. Jo would wrinkle her nose at some of the masterpieces because she doesn't appreciate art, but I do, and I'm working on developing my eye and taste as quickly as I can. She would probably prefer seeing the relics of famous people. I've noticed her fascination with Napoleon's cocked hat and gray coat, his baby's cradle, and even his old toothbrush, as well as Marie Antoinette's small shoe, the ring of Saint Denis, Charlemagne's sword, and numerous other intriguing items. I could talk about them for hours when I arrive, but I don't have the time to write about them. The Palais Royal is a heavenly place, filled with so much jewelry and beautiful items that I'm almost overwhelmed because I can't purchase them. Fred wanted to buy some for me, but of course, I wouldn't let him. The Bois de Boulogne and the Champs-Élysées are truly magnificent. I've seen the imperial family several times. The emperor appears ugly and stern, while the empress is pale and pretty but, I think, dresses in poor taste, wearing a purple dress, green hat, and yellow gloves. Little Napoleon is a handsome boy who chats with his tutor and waves to the people from his four-horse barouche, which is accompanied by postilions in red satin jackets and a mounted guard both in front and behind. We often stroll through the Tuileries gardens because they are lovely, although the historic Luxembourg gardens appeal to me more. Père Lachaise is quite fascinating because many of the tombs resemble small rooms. Looking inside, one can see a table with images or pictures of the deceased and chairs for mourners to sit on when they come to pay their respects. That's so French. Our rooms are located on Rue de Rivoli, and from the balcony, we sit and take in the view. We gaze up and down the long, vibrant street. It is such a delightful experience that we spend our evenings there, chatting away. When we are too exhausted from the day's work to go out, Fred keeps us entertained. He is such an entertaining companion and, in my opinion, the most agreeable young man I have ever met, except for Laurie, whose manners are even more captivating. I wish Fred had darker hair, as I prefer darker men. However, the Vaughns are extremely wealthy and come from an excellent family, so I won't criticize their fair hair, especially since mine is even lighter. Next week, we're off to Germany and Switzerland, and since we'll be traveling quickly, I'll only be able to send you brief letters. I'll keep my diary and strive to remember correctly and describe vividly all that I see and admire. As Father advised, it's good practice for me, and with my sketchbook, I'll give you a better idea of my journey than these quick notes. Goodbye. I embrace you tenderly. Your loving friend, Heidelberg. My dear mother, we have a quiet hour before we leave for Bern, so I'll try to tell you what has happened, for some of it is quite significant. As you will see, the sail up the Rhine was absolutely delightful, and I simply sat back, soaking in every moment of it with pure joy. Do get Father's old guidebooks. I have read about it, but I don't have beautiful enough words to describe it. We had a wonderful time in Koblenz. Fred met some students from Bonn on the boat, and they gave us a serenade. It was a moonlit night, and the music started around 1 o'clock. Flo and I were woken up by the enchanting melodies under our windows. We quickly got up and hid behind the curtains, but sneaking a peek revealed Fred and the students singing below. It was the most romantic scene I've ever witnessed. The river, the boat bridge, the grand fortress opposite, moonlight everywhere, and music so moving it could soften even the hardest heart. After they finished, we tossed some flowers down, and they scrambled to catch them, kissed their hands to the invisible ladies, and then laughed as they walked away, probably to smoke and drink beer. The next morning, Fred showed me one of the crumpled flowers in his vest pocket and looked very sentimental. I laughed at him and told him I didn't throw it, but Flo did, which seemed to annoy him. So he tossed the flower out the window and returned to his usual self. I'm afraid I'm going to have trouble with that boy. It seems increasingly likely. The baths at Nassau were very lively, and so was Baden-Baden, where Fred lost some money and I scolded him. He requires someone to take care of him when Frank isn't around. Kate once mentioned she hoped he would marry soon. I fully agree with her that it would be best for him. Frankfurt was enchanting. I visited Goethe's house, saw Schiller's statue, and admired Danneker's famous Ariadne. It was truly lovely, but I would have appreciated it more if I had known the story better. I hesitated to ask because everyone seemed to know it, or at least pretended to. I wish Joe would explain it all to me. I should have read more, for I realize now how little I know, and it embarrasses me. Now comes the serious part, for it happened here, and Fred has just left. He has been so kind and cheerful that we all grew quite fond of him. I never thought of anything beyond a traveling friendship until the night of the serenade. Since then, I've started to feel that the moonlight walks, balcony conversations, and daily adventures meant more to him than just fun. I haven't flirted, Mother, truly, but I remembered what you said to me and did my best. I can't help it if people like me. I don't try to make them like me, and it worries me if I don't care for them. Though Joe says I haven't got any heart. Now I know Mother will shake her head, and the girls will say, "Oh, the mercenary little wretch." But I've made up my mind. If Fred asks me, I shall accept him, though I'm not madly in love. I like him, and we get on comfortably together. He is handsome, young, clever enough, and very rich, far richer than the Lawrences. I don't think his family would object, and I should be very happy, for they are all kind, well-bred, generous people, and they like me. Fred, as the eldest twin, will inherit the estate, I suppose, and what a splendid one it is. There's a city house in a fashionable street, not as showy as our big houses, but twice as comfortable, and full of solid luxury, the kind English people believe in. I like it because it's genuine. I've seen the plate, the family jewels, the old servants, and pictures of the country place with its park, great house, lovely grounds, and fine horses. Oh, it would be all I could ask for. I'd rather have it than any title that girls so readily snap up and find nothing behind. I may be mercenary, but I hate poverty and don't mean to bear it a moment longer than I can help. One of us must marry well. Meg didn't. Joe won't. Beth can't yet. So I shall. And make everything cozy all round. I would never marry someone I hated or looked down on. You can be certain of that. Even though Fred isn't exactly the kind of hero I idealize. Still, he's doing well enough. And over time, I could grow quite fond of him if he were deeply fond of me and allowed me to do as I pleased. I've been thinking about this a lot over the past week, as it's been impossible not to notice that Fred has feelings for me. He hasn't said anything outright, but there have been clear signs. He never spends time with Flo, always positions himself near me in carriages, at the table, or while walking, and looks sentimental when we're alone. He also frowns at anyone else who tries to talk to me. Yesterday, during dinner, An Austrian officer stared at us and made a comment to his friend, a rakish-looking baron, about a beautiful blonde. Fred's reaction was intense. He looked as fierce as a lion and cut his meat so aggressively that it nearly flew off his plate. He's not one of those calm, reserved Englishmen. He's more fiery, which might be due to his Scottish heritage, something you might guess from his striking blue eyes. Well, last evening we went to the castle around sunset, everyone except Fred, who was meeting us there after stopping by the post office to check for letters. We had a lovely time exploring the ruins and the vaults where the massive wine barrel is kept. The beautiful gardens, created by the elector long ago for his English wife, captivated me, especially the grand terrace with its breathtaking view. While others explored the indoor rooms, I stayed behind, sketching the gray stone lion's head adorned with scarlet woodbine sprays. The atmosphere felt like a scene from a romance novel as I sat there, gazing at the Neckar River flowing through the valley, listening to the music of the Austrian band below, and waiting for my lover like a character from a storybook. I sensed that something was about to happen, and I was ready, feeling calm yet slightly excited. Soon, I heard Fred's voice and saw him rushing through the great arch to find me. His troubled expression made me forget my own feelings, and I asked what was wrong. He explained he had received a letter urging him to return home immediately because Frank was seriously ill. He was leaving that night on the train and only had time to say goodbye. I felt sorry for him and disappointed for myself, but only for a moment. As he shook my hand, he said, "I'll be back soon. Don't forget me, Amy," in a way that left no doubt. I didn't make any promises. I glanced at him instead. He appeared content. There was no time for anything except farewells and messages. He was leaving in just an hour. We all deeply miss him. I knew he wanted to speak, but I suspect, based on a hint he once gave, that he had promised his father to wait before taking such actions. For he is an impulsive young man. The old gentleman fears having a foreign daughter-in-law. We'll meet in Rome soon, and if I don't change my mind, I'll say yes. Thank you when he asks. Will you? Please. Of course. This is all very confidential, but I wanted you to know what's happening. Don't worry about me, remember? I'm your cautious Amy, and be sure I won't act impulsively. Send me as much advice as you'd like. I'll use it if possible. I wish I could have a good conversation with you. Marmee. With love and trust. Ever your Amy. 32. Tender troubles. Joe. I'm worried about Beth. Why? Mother? She seems unusually well since the babies arrived. It's not her health that concerns me now, but her spirits. I'm sure something is bothering her, and I want you to find out what it is. What makes you think that? Mother? She spends a lot of time alone. She doesn't talk to her father as much as she used to. The other day, I found her crying over the babies. When she sings, the songs she chooses are always sad. Now and then, I see a look on her face that I don't understand. This isn't like Beth, and it worries me. Have you asked her about it? I've tried once or twice, but she either evades my questions or looks so distressed that I stop. I never force my children to confide in me, and I seldom have to wait long for them to do so. Mrs. March glanced at Joe as she spoke, but the face opposite seemed completely unaware of any secret distress except Beth's. After sewing thoughtfully for a moment, Joe said, I think she's growing up and starting to have dreams, hopes, and fears. She gets nervous without knowing why or being able to explain it. Why? Mother. Beth is 18, but we don't realize it and still treat her like a child, forgetting she's a woman. Yes, she is. Dear heart, how fast you're growing up, returned her mother with a sigh and a smile. It can't be helped. Marmee, you must resign yourself to all sorts of worries and let your children leave the nest one by one. I promise never to go far if that's any comfort to you. It is a great comfort. Joe always felt a surge of strength when her mother was around. With Meg away, Beth's frailty and Amy's youth made them unreliable for support. Yet, when challenges arose, Joe was always ready to step in. She didn't shy away from tough tasks, embracing her role as the family's problem solver. While Amy excelled in delicate work, Joe found her strength in handling chaos. Like when carpets were removed or illness struck, Amy's success abroad contrasted with Joe's reliability at home. The mother entrusted Beth to Joe, knowing she would confide in her first. She urged Joe to be kind and prevent Beth from feeling scrutinized. Joe humorously replied, "Lucky woman, I have plenty," and planned to address Beth's issues before sharing her own, which could wait. Joe's wise nod reassured her mother as she stitched, all while observing Beth and pondering the reason behind her change. A minor event provided Joe with the key to solving the mystery. She pondered, with her lively imagination and a loving heart that took care of the rest. She was pretending to write diligently one Saturday afternoon while she and Beth were alone. As she wrote, she kept a close eye on her sister, who seemed particularly quiet. Sitting by the window, Beth's work frequently fell into her lap, and she rested her head on her hand, looking dejected, her gaze on the dull autumn scenery. Suddenly, someone walked by below, whistling like a blackbird in an opera, and a voice called out, "All serene, coming in tonight." Beth jumped, leaned forward, smiled, nodded, and watched until the footsteps faded. Then she softly said to herself, "How strong, healthy, and happy that dear boy appears." Joe hummed, still focused on her sister. The color quickly faded, the smile vanished, and a tear glistened on the windowsill. Beth wiped it away and glanced nervously at Joe, who was writing furiously, absorbed in Olympia's oath. As soon as Beth turned, Joe resumed her watch, noticing Beth's hand go to her eyes more than once. On her partially turned face, a gentle sorrow could be read that brought tears to her own eyes. Afraid of revealing herself, she quickly left, muttering something about needing more paper. "Have mercy on me. Beth loves Laurie," she exclaimed, sitting down in her own room, pale from the shock of the discovery she believed she had just made. "I never imagined such a thing. What will Mother say? I wonder if he—" Joe stopped and turned bright red with a sudden thought. "If he doesn't return her feelings, how dreadful it would be. He must—" "I'll make him," she said, shaking her head threateningly at the picture of the mischievous-looking boy laughing at her from the wall. "Oh dear, we're growing up with a vengeance. Meg is married and a mother. Amy is thriving in Paris, and Beth is in love. I'm the only one with enough sense to stay out of trouble." Joe thought deeply for a moment, her eyes fixed on the picture. Then she smoothed out her wrinkled forehead and said with a firm nod at the face opposite her, "No, thank you, sir. You're very charming, but you're as unstable as a weathercock. So, there's no need to write touching notes or smile in that insinuating way, because it won't do any good, and I won't have it." Then she sighed. She slipped into a daydream, remaining lost in thought until the early twilight prompted her to make new observations, which only served to strengthen her suspicions. While Laurie playfully flirted with Amy and shared jokes with Joe, his behavior toward Beth had always been uniquely kind and gentle. However, since everyone else treated Beth with similar warmth, no one suspected he might hold a special affection for her. In fact, the family had recently developed the impression that our boy was growing closer to Joe than ever before. Joe, though, refused to entertain such ideas and would scold anyone who dared suggest it. Had they known about the various tender moments of the past year, or rather, the attempts at tenderness that had been quickly suppressed, they would have taken great satisfaction in saying, "I told you so." But Joe detested any form of philandering and wouldn't tolerate it, always ready with a joke or a smile to deflect any hint of impending romance. When Laurie first went to college, he fell in love about once a month. These brief infatuations, though ardent, were short-lived and harmless. Much to Joe's amusement, she took great interest in the cycles of hope, despair, and resignation that Laurie confided in her during their weekly conversations. But there came a time when Laurie no longer paid homage at many altars. He hinted mysteriously at one all-consuming passion, occasionally succumbing to Byronic fits of melancholy. Then he completely avoided the tender subject. He wrote philosophical notes to Joe, became studious, and declared his intention to dig and graduate with great fanfare. This suited the young lady better than twilight confidences, tender hand pressures, and eloquent glances, for with Joe, the brain developed before the heart, and she preferred imaginary heroes to real ones. This was because, when she grew tired of them, the former could be stored in the tin kitchen until needed, while the latter were harder to manage. Things were in this state when the grand discovery was made, and Jo watched Laurie that night with an intensity she never had before. If the new idea hadn't taken hold of her mind, she would have seen nothing unusual in Beth's quiet demeanor and Laurie's kindness toward her. But having let her lively imagination run wild, it raced ahead at a frantic pace, and her common sense, weakened by a long indulgence in romance writing, failed to intervene. As usual, Beth lay on the sofa, and Laurie sat in a low chair close beside her. She entertained her with all kinds of gossip, as she relied on her weekly visit, and he never let her down. That evening, however, Jo noticed that Beth seemed particularly delighted by the lively, dark-haired figure beside her, listening intently to a story about an exciting cricket match, even though terms like caught off a tice, stumped off his ground, and the leg hit for 3 meant nothing to her. Jo also imagined, since she had set her mind to it, that she saw a certain softening in Laurie's behavior. He spoke more quietly, laughed less often, seemed a bit distracted, and carefully tucked the Afghan around Beth's feet with a tenderness that was almost touching. Who knows? Stranger things have happened, Jo thought as she moved around the room. She could turn him into quite the angel, and he could make life wonderfully easy and pleasant for her. If only they truly loved each other. I don't see how he could resist her, and I really believe he would, if the rest of us weren't around. Since everyone else was gone, Jo decided it was time for her to leave as well. But where could she go? And she was eager to dedicate herself to the bond of sisterly love. She sat down to decide on that matter. The old sofa was like the patriarch of sofas. It was long, broad, well-cushioned, and low, slightly worn, which was understandable. The girls had slept on it as babies, played around it as children, rested on it as they grew older, and shared heartfelt conversations as young women. They all cherished it, as it was their family sanctuary. One corner, in particular, had always been Jo's favorite spot to relax. Among the numerous pillows on the esteemed couch, there was one that stood out, hard, round, covered in coarse horsehair, and adorned with knobby buttons at both ends. This unappealing pillow was uniquely hers, serving as a defensive tool, a barrier, or a strict deterrent against excessive sleep. Laurie was all too familiar with this pillow and held a strong dislike for it, having been roughly hit with it during their lively play in the past. Now, it often kept him from sitting in his favorite spot next to Jo in the corner of the sofa. If they placed the sausage, as they referred to it, upright, it was a signal that he might come near and relax. But if it lay flat across the sofa, woe to the man, woman, or child who dared disturb it. That evening, Jo forgot to barricade her corner and had barely been in her seat 5 minutes before a massive form appeared beside her. Laurie, with both arms spread over the sofa back and both long legs stretched out before him, exclaimed with a sigh of satisfaction, "Now, this is filling at the price." "No slang," snapped Jo, slamming down the pillow. But it was too late. There was no room for it. And coasting onto the floor, it disappeared in a most mysterious manner. "Come, Jo, don't be thorny. After studying himself to a skeleton all the week, a fellow deserves petting and ought to get it." "Beth will pet you. I'm busy," Jo replied. "No, she's not to be bothered with me. But you like that sort of thing, unless you've suddenly lost your taste for it. Have you? Do you hate your boy and want to fire pillows at him?" Anything more wheedling than that touching appeal was seldom heard. But Jo quenched her boy by turning on him with the stern query, "How many bouquets have you sent Miss Randall this week?" "Not one. Upon my word. She's engaged." "Now then. I'm glad about that. It's one of those silly extravagances of yours, sending flowers and such to girls you don't even care about," Jo continued, her tone reproving. "For sensible girls," Teddy replied, "for whom I care deeply. Whole boxes of pins wouldn't stop me from sending them flowers and gifts. So, what can I do? My feelings need an outlet. Mother doesn't approve of flirting, even if it's just for fun, and you do it relentlessly." "Teddy," Jo said, I wish I could retort. So do you. But since I can't, I'll just say I don't see the harm in that harmless little game. As long as everyone involved understands it's all in good fun. Well, it does seem enjoyable, but I can't figure out how to do it. I've tried because it feels awkward not to join in when everyone else is, but I just can't seem to get the hang of it, Jo admitted, forgetting her role as the mentor. Take lessons from Amy. She has a real knack for it, Teddy suggested. Yes, she does it very gracefully and never seems to overdo it. I suppose some people are naturally charming without trying, while others always seem to say or do the wrong thing at the wrong time. I'm glad you can't flirt. It's truly refreshing to see a sensible, straightforward girl who can be lively and kind without making a fool of herself. Between you and me, Jo, some of the girls I know carry on at such a rate that I'm ashamed of them. They don't mean any harm, I'm sure, but if they knew how we fellows talk about them afterward, they'd mend their ways. I fancy they do the same, and since their tongues are the sharpest, you fellows get the worst of it, for you are as silly as they. Every bit. If you behaved properly, they would too. But knowing you like their nonsense, they keep it up, and then you blame them. Much you know about it. Ma'am, said Laurie in a superior tone, we don't like romps and flirts, though we may act as if we did sometimes. The pretty, modest girls are never talked about except respectfully among gentlemen. Bless your innocent soul. If you could be in my place for a month, you'd see things that would astonish you a trifle. Upon my word, when I see one of those harum-scarum girls, I always want to say with our friend Cock-Robin, out upon you, fie upon you. Bold-faced jig. It was impossible not to laugh at the funny conflict between Laurie's chivalrous reluctance to speak ill of womankind and his very natural dislike of the unfeminine folly that fashionable society showed him many examples of. Jo was aware that young Lawrence was considered a highly desirable match by many mothers. He was greatly admired by their daughters. This attention from women of all ages could have easily made him conceited. So Jo kept a watchful eye on him, fearing he might become spoiled. She was secretly relieved to see that he still valued modest girls, though she didn't openly admit it. She suddenly switched back to her cautionary tone. If you must have a wife, Teddy, she said softly, then go and commit to one of those pretty, modest girls you respect, and stop wasting your time on the foolish ones. You're really advising me to do that? Laurie asked, looking at her with a mix of concern and amusement. Yes, I am, Jo replied, but I think you should wait until after college and focus on preparing yourself for that role. Honestly, you're not yet good enough for whichever modest girl you choose. Jo also looked a bit strange, as if a name had nearly slipped out. I'm not, Laurie agreed, showing an unusual humility as he looked down and absent-mindedly played with the tassel of Jo's apron. Goodness, this isn't right, Jo thought, then said aloud, go sing for me. I really need some music. I'd prefer to stay here. Thank you. Well, you can't. There isn't room. Go and make yourself useful. Since you're too big to just look pretty. I thought you hated being tied to a woman's apron string? Jo retorted, quoting some rebellious words of his own. That depends on who wears the apron, Laurie replied, giving a bold tug on the tassel. Are you going? Jo demanded, diving for the pillow. He fled immediately, and the moment the Up with the Bonnets of Bonnie Dundee was well underway, she slipped away, not to return until the young gentleman had left in a huff. Jo stayed awake for a long time that night, and was just drifting off to sleep when the sound of a muffled sob made her rush to Beth's bedside, asking anxiously, What is it, dear? I thought you were asleep. Beth sobbed. Is it the old pain? My precious. No, it's a new one, but I can bear it, Beth said, trying to hold back her tears. Tell me all about it, and let me help you as I often did before. You can't. There's no cure, Beth replied, her voice breaking, and she clung to her sister, crying so desperately that Jo grew frightened. Where is it? Should I call Mother? Beth didn't respond to the first question. In the darkness, one hand instinctively moved to her chest, as if the pain was centered there. With the other hand, she tightly held onto Jo, whispering urgently, No, don't call her. Don't tell her. I'll be fine soon. Lie down here and rest my head. I'll be quiet and go to sleep. I promise." Jo followed her instructions, but as her hand gently stroked Beth's hot forehead and damp eyelids, her heart swelled with emotion. She yearned to speak, but despite her youth, Jo had learned that hearts, like flowers, shouldn't be forced open but allowed to unfold naturally. Though she suspected the cause of Beth's new pain, she chose to ask softly, "Is something troubling you, dear?" After a long silence, Beth replied, "Yes, Jo. Wouldn't it help to share what's on your mind?" Jo asked. "Not now. Not yet," Beth said. "Then I won't ask. But remember, Bethy, that mother and I are always here to listen and help if we can." "I know. I'll tell you later," Beth said. "Is the pain better now?" "Oh, yes. Much better. You're so comforting. Jo, go to sleep, dear. I'll stay with you." With their cheeks pressed together, they drifted off to sleep. By morning, Beth seemed back to her usual self. For at 18, neither headaches nor heartaches last forever. A kind word can heal most sorrows. But Jo had decided. After thinking about a plan for several days, she shared her idea with her mother. "You asked me the other day about my wishes. I'll share one with you. Marmee," she began as they sat alone together. "I want to go away somewhere this winter for a change of scenery." "Why, Jo?" her mother asked, looking up quickly, as if the words had a hidden meaning. Keeping her eyes on her work, Jo replied seriously, "I want something new. I feel restless and eager to see, do, and learn more than I currently am. I dwell too much on my own small matters and need a change. Since I can be spared this winter, I'd like to venture out a bit and test my abilities." "Where do you plan to go?" "To New York. I had a great idea yesterday, and this is what it is. You know Mrs. Kirk wrote to you, looking for a respectable young person to teach her children, and so it's quite challenging to find the perfect fit, but I think I could be suitable if I tried." "My dear, you're considering working in that large boarding house?" Mrs. March looked surprised but not unhappy. "It's not exactly going into service. Since Mrs. Kirk is your friend, a kinder person you'll never meet, and would make life more agreeable for me. I know. Her family is separate from the others, and no one knows me there. I don't care if they do. It's honest work, and I'm not ashamed of it. Nor am I. But what about your writing? All the better for the change. I shall see and hear new things, gain new ideas, and even if I don't have much time there, I shall bring home plenty of material for my stories. I have no doubt of it. But are these your only reasons for this sudden decision?" "No, Mother. May I know the others?" Jo looked up, then down, and said slowly, with a sudden flush in her cheeks, "It may be vain and wrong to say it, but I'm afraid Laurie is becoming too fond of me." "Then you don't care for him in the way it's clear he's beginning to care for you?" Mrs. March asked anxiously. "Goodness, no. I love the dear boy as I always have, and am deeply proud of him, but as for anything more, it's out of the question." "I'm glad to hear that, Jo." "Why?" "Please, because, dear, I don't think you're suited for one another. As friends, you're very happy, and your frequent quarrels soon pass, but I fear you'd both rebel if you were married for life. You're too much alike and too fond of freedom, not to mention their hot tempers and strong wills. To live happily together requires a relationship that demands infinite patience and tolerance, as well as love." "That's exactly how I felt, though I couldn't put it into words. I'm glad you think he's only starting to care for me. It would deeply trouble me to make him unhappy, for I couldn't fall in love with the dear old fellow just out of gratitude. Could I? Are you certain of his feelings for you?" Jo's cheeks grew redder as she replied, her expression a mix of pleasure, pride, and pain, the kind often seen in young women when they speak of their first loves. "I'm afraid it's true, Mother. He hasn't said anything, but he shows it in his looks. I think I should go away before things go any further." "I agree with you, and if possible, you shall go." Jo looked relieved and, after a moment of silence, smiled and said, "How Mrs. Moffat would be astonished by your approach if she knew, and how delighted she would be to still have hope for Annie." "Ah, Jo, Mothers may differ in their methods, but the hope is the same for all, the desire to see their children happy. Meg is happy, and I am content with her success. I'll let you enjoy your freedom until you grow tired of it, for only then will you discover something even sweeter. Amy is my main concern now, but her good judgment will guide her. As for Beth, I hold no other hope except that she may recover. She has seemed a bit brighter these past couple of days. Have you talked to her? Yes. She admitted she was troubled and promised to tell me soon. I said nothing more, for I think I understand it. And Jo shared her little story. Mrs. March shook her head and took a more serious view of the situation, repeating her opinion that, for Laurie's sake, Jo should go away for a while. Let's say nothing about it to him until the plan is settled. Then I'll leave before he can come to his senses and become dramatic. Beth must think I'm doing this for my own sake, as I am, for I can't discuss Laurie with her. But after I'm gone, she can comfort and support him, curing him of this romantic idea. He's been through so many small trials like this before. He's used to it and will soon overcome his heartache. Jo spoke hopefully, but she couldn't shake the lingering fear that this little trial might be harder than the others. Jo is leaving home to pursue teaching and writing, seeking independence and new experiences. Her decision reflects a desire for personal growth and broader horizons, driven by her restless and adventurous nature. Her relationship with Laurie appears to be platonic, with Jo valuing him as a friend. Laurie, who may have harbored romantic feelings, is handling her departure maturely, which brings Jo relief. By entrusting Beth to care for Laurie, Jo ensures his well-being, showing her trust in her sister and concern for Laurie. The narrative highlights themes of independence, personal growth, and the complexities of relationships, set against a backdrop where women's options were limited, making Jo's pursuit of teaching and writing significant for her autonomy. And he'll miss you with sadness. It won't harm him. So remember, I leave him in your care. Take care of the plague, treat him like a pet, and keep everything in order. I'll do my best, for your sake, Beth promised, wondering why Jo looked at her so strangely. When Laurie said goodbye, he whispered meaningfully, "It won't make a bit of difference. Jo, my eye is on you, so mind what you do, or I'll come and bring you home." 33. Jo's Journal. 33. Jo's Journal. New York, November. Dear Marmee and Beth, I'm going to write you a long letter, for I have a lot to tell. Even though I'm not a fine young lady traveling on the continent, when I lost sight of Father's dear old face, I felt a bit downhearted and might have shed a tear or two, if an Irish lady with 4 small, crying children hadn't distracted me. I amused myself by dropping gingerbread nuts over the seat every time they opened their mouths to wail. Soon the sun came out, and taking it as a good sign, I brightened up too, and enjoyed the rest of my journey wholeheartedly. Mrs. Kirk welcomed me so warmly that I felt at home right away, even in that big house full of strangers. She gave me a quirky little sky parlor. It was all she had, but there's a stove in it. There's a lovely table by the sunny window. I can sit here and write whenever I please. The beautiful view and the church tower across the way make up for all the stairs. I fell in love with my little room the moment I saw it. The nursery, where I'll be teaching and sewing, is a pleasant room next to Mrs. Kirk's private parlor. The 2 little girls are pretty, though I think they're a bit spoiled. Still, they took a liking to me after I told them the story of the 7 bad pigs, and I have no doubt I'll make an excellent governess. I'll be having my meals with the children if I prefer it to the formal dining table. And for now, I do, as I'm feeling shy, though no one would believe it. Now, my dear, make yourself at home, Mrs. Kirk said in her motherly way. I'm busy from morning to night, as you can imagine with a family like this, but knowing the children are safe with you will be a great weight off my mind. My rooms are always open to you, and I'll make your room as comfortable as I can. There are some pleasant people in the house if you feel like socializing, and your evenings are always free. Come to me if anything goes wrong, and try to be as happy as you can. Here's the tea bell. I must run and change my cap. And with that, she hurried off, leaving me to settle into my new space. When I made my way downstairs, soon after, I noticed something that caught my attention. The staircases in this tall house are extremely long, and as I waited at the top of the third staircase for a young servant girl to climb up, I noticed a gentleman approaching from behind her. He took the heavy hod of coal from her hand and carried it all the way up. He set it down near a nearby door and then walked away. He said with a kind nod and a foreign accent, "It is better this way. Her young back is too small to carry such a heavy load." Wasn't that kind of him? I appreciate such gestures. As my father says, small acts reveal a person's character. That evening, I mentioned it to Mrs. K, and she laughed, saying, "That must have been Professor Bear. He's always doing such kind things." Mrs. K told me he was from Berlin, a very learned and kind man, though as poor as a church mouse. He gives lessons to support himself and his 2 young orphan nephews, whom he is raising here, following his late sister's wishes, who had married an American. It wasn't a particularly romantic story, but it interested me. I was glad to hear that Mrs. K lets him use her parlor for some of his students. There's a glass door between the parlor and the nursery, so I plan to take a peek at him. I'll describe his appearance to you afterward. He is nearly 40 years old. No harm done. Marmy. After tea and a lively playtime with the little ones, I dove into the large workbasket and enjoyed a peaceful evening chatting with my new friend. I'll keep a journal letter and send it once a week. So good night and more tomorrow. Tuesday evening. This morning at my seminary, things got quite lively, for the children were as restless as Sancho, and at one point, I really thought I might shake some sense into them. Thankfully, a good angel inspired me to try some gymnastics, and I kept it up until they were happy to sit down and behave. After lunch, the girl took them out for a walk, and I turned to my needlework, like little Mabel, with a willing mind. As I was thanking my stars for teaching me to make nice buttonholes, the parlor door opened and closed, and someone began to hum, "Kennst du das Land?" It was dreadfully improper, I know, but I couldn't resist the temptation, lifting one end of the curtain before the glass door. I peeked in. Professor Bear was there, and while he arranged his books, I took a good look at him. A typical German, rather stout, with brown hair tumbling over his head, a bushy beard, a good nose, and the kindest eyes I've ever seen, and a magnificent voice that was pleasing to the ears, following our harsh or careless American chatter. His clothing had a worn look, and his hands were quite large. He didn't have any particularly handsome features on his face except for his beautiful teeth, yet I liked him. He had a fine head, his linen was very nice, and he looked like a gentleman, though 2 buttons were missing from his coat, and one of his shoes had a patch. He appeared serious despite his humming until he went to the window to turn the hyacinth bulbs toward the sun and stroke the cat, who welcomed him like an old friend. Then he smiled, and when there was a knock at the door, he called out in a loud, brisk tone, "Herein." I was about to run when I saw a small child carrying a large book and stopped to see what was happening. "I want my bear," said the little one, slamming her book down and running to meet him. "You shall have your bear. Come then and take a good hug from him." "My Tina," said the professor, picking her up with a laugh and holding her so high above his head that she had to bend down to kiss him. "Now I must study my lesson," continued the amusing little girl. He set her up at the table and opened the large dictionary she had. She was brought in and given a paper and pencil, and she began to scribble eagerly, occasionally turning a page and running her small, chubby finger down the lines as if searching for a word. Her seriousness nearly made me laugh. Meanwhile, Mr. Bear stood beside her, stroking her lovely hair with a paternal expression, which made me think she might be his own child, even though she looked more French than German. Another knock came, and the arrival of 2 young women distracted me, prompting me to return to my work. I stayed there virtuously, trying to focus despite the noise and chatter coming from next door. One of the girls laughed excessively, addressing him as "now, Professor," in a flirtatious tone, while the other spoke German with such a strong accent that it must have been challenging for him to remain composed. Both seemed to test his patience greatly. I heard him say emphatically more than once, "No, no, it is not so. You are not paying attention to what I say." At one point, there was a loud rap, as if he had struck the table with his book, followed by the frustrated exclamation, "Prut, everything is going badly today." I felt sorry for him, and when the girls were gone, I took one last glance to see if he had survived the ordeal. He appeared to have thrown himself back into his chair, exhausted. He sat there with his eyes closed until the clock struck 2, when he suddenly jumped up. He put his books in his pocket as if preparing for another lesson. He then took little Tina, who had fallen asleep on the sofa, in his arms and carried her quietly away. I fancy he has a hard life of it. Mrs. Kirk asked me if I wouldn't go down to the 5 o'clock dinner, and feeling a little bit homesick, I thought I would, just to see what sort of people are under the same roof with me. So I made myself respectable and tried to slip in behind Mrs. Kirk, but as she is short and I'm tall, my efforts at concealment were rather a failure. She gave me a seat by her, and after my face cooled off, I plucked up courage and looked about me. The long table was full, and everyone was intent on getting their dinner, the gentlemen especially, who seemed to be eating on time, for they bolted in every sense of the word, vanishing as soon as they were done. There was the usual assortment of young men absorbed in themselves, young couples absorbed in each other, married ladies absorbed in their babies, and old gentlemen absorbed in politics. I don't think I shall care to have much to do with any of them, except one sweet-faced maiden lady. She looked as though she had something on her mind. The professor was seated far down at the table. He was shouting answers to a very inquisitive deaf old gentleman on one side, while discussing philosophy with a Frenchman on the other. If Amy had been present, she would have turned her back on him forever because, sadly, he had a huge appetite and ate in a way that would have horrified her. I didn't mind, though, because I like seeing people enjoy their food, as Hannah would say, and the poor man probably needed a lot of nourishment after teaching all day. As I went upstairs after dinner, 2 young men were adjusting their hats in front of the hallway mirror, and I overheard one whisper to the other, "Who's the new person? A governess, or something like that." One replied, "What on earth is she doing at our table?" "She's a friend of the old lady's. She has a nice face, but no style. Not at all. Let's get some light and move on." At first, I felt angry, but then I didn't care because a governess is just as good as a clerk, and I have sense, even if I lack style, which is more than I can say for those elegant individuals who clattered away, smoking like chimneys. I detest ordinary individuals. Thursday. Yesterday was a peaceful day spent teaching, sewing, and writing in my cozy little room, which has a warm fire and a light. I gathered some bits of news and met the professor. It appears that Tina is the daughter of the Frenchwoman who does the fine ironing at the laundry here. The child has become infatuated with Mr. Bear and follows him around the house like a dog whenever he is home, which amuses him greatly since he adores children. Even as a bachelor, Kitty and Minnie Kirk also have a fondness for him and share stories about the games he invents, the gifts he brings, and the wonderful tales he tells. The young men, it seems, tease him, calling him Old Fritz, Lagerbier, Ursa Major, and making all sorts of jokes about his name. Yet, he enjoys it like a boy, according to Mrs. K, and takes it so good-naturedly that everyone likes him, despite his foreign mannerisms. The unmarried lady is Miss Norton, wealthy, refined, and kind. She spoke to me at dinner today. I returned to the table because it's so entertaining to observe people, and invited me to visit her in her room. She has exquisite books and paintings and knows fascinating people. He seems like a kind person, so I will try to be pleasant and make a good impression. I really want to fit into high society, though it's not the same type that Amy prefers. Last evening, I was in our parlor when Mr. Bear came in with some newspapers for Mrs. Kirk. She wasn't there, but Minnie, who is an elderly woman, introduced me nicely. "This is Mama's friend, Miss March." Kitty, who is a bit of a handful, added, "Yes, and she's fun, and we like her a lot." We both bowed, and then we laughed because the formal introduction and the blunt addition were quite amusing. Mr. Bear said with a playful scowl that delighted the children, "Ah, yes, I hear these naughty ones bother you. Miss March, if it happens again, call for me, and I'll come." I promised I would, and he left. but it seems I'm destined to see quite a bit of him. Today, as I passed his door on my way out, I accidentally knocked against it with my umbrella. The door swung open, and there he stood in his dressing gown, with a large blue sock on one hand and a darning needle in the other. He didn't seem embarrassed at all. When I apologized and hurried away, he waved his hand, sock and all, cheerfully, saying in his loud, cheerful voice, "You have a fine day for your walk. Bon voyage, mademoiselle." I laughed all the way downstairs, but it was also a bit sad to think about the poor man having to mend his own clothes. The German gentlemen embroider. I know, but darning stockings is a different matter and not nearly as pleasant. Saturday. Nothing much has happened worth writing about, except for a visit to Miss Norton. She has a room full of lovely things and was very charming. She showed me all her treasures and invited me to accompany her to lectures and concerts as her escort, if I enjoyed them. She framed it as a favor, but I'm sure Mrs. Kirk told her about us, and she's doing it out of kindness to me. I'm as proud as Lucifer, but such favors from such people don't weigh me down, and I gratefully accepted. When I returned to the nursery, there was such a commotion in the parlor that I peeked in. There was Mr. Bear on his hands and knees, with Tina on his back. Kitty was leading him with a jump rope, and Minnie was feeding two small boys with seed cakes as they roared and ran around in cages made of chairs. "We're playing Nargery," Kitty explained. "This is my elephant," Tina added, holding on to the professor's hair. "Our mother always lets us do whatever we want on Saturday afternoons when Franz and Emil come. Doesn't she, Mr. Bear?" Minnie said. The elephant sat up, looking just as serious as the others, and solemnly said to me, "I give you my word it's true. If we make too much noise, you'll say hush to us, and we'll be quieter." I promised to do so, but left the door open and enjoyed the fun as much as they did, for I had never seen such a glorious frolic. They played tag and pretend soldiers, danced, and sang. When it started to get dark, they all piled onto the sofa around the professor while he told charming fairy stories about the storks on the rooftops and the little kobolds who ride the snowflakes as they fall. I wish Americans could be as simple and natural as Germans. Don't you? I love writing so much that I could go on forever if it weren't for financial reasons. Even though I've used thin paper and written finely, I tremble at the thought of how many stamps this long letter will need. Please send Amy's letters as soon as you can spare them. My small news will seem very ordinary compared to her exciting stories, but I know you'll like them anyway. Is Teddy working so hard that he can't find time to write to his friends? Please take good care of him for me, Beth, and tell me all about the babies, and give lots of love to everyone. From your devoted, Joe. P.S. On reading over my letter, it strikes me as rather cheerful, but I am always interested in unusual people, and I really had nothing else to write about. Bless you. December. My precious Betsy, as this is to be a scribble-scrabble letter, I direct it to you, for it may amuse you and give you some idea of my activities, for, though quiet, they are rather amusing, for which, oh, be joyful, after what Amy would call Herculean efforts in the way of mental and moral development. My young ideas begin to grow, and my little ones are shaping up as I could wish. They are not as interesting to me as Tina and the boys, but I do my duty by them, and they are fond of me. Franz and Emil are cheerful young fellows, quite after my own heart, for the mix of German and American energy in them creates a lively spirit. Saturday afternoons are lively times, whether spent in the house or out, for on pleasant days, they all go for a walk, like a school group, with the professor and myself to keep order, and then such fun. We've become incredibly close friends now, and I've recently started taking lessons. I truly couldn't resist it. The whole situation unfolded in such an amusing way that I just have to share it with you. Let me start from the beginning. One day, as I walked past Mr. Bear's room, Mrs. Kirk called out to me. She was inside, rummaging through things. "Have you ever seen such a mess, my dear? Come in and help me organize these books. I've turned everything upside down trying to figure out what he's done with the 6 new handkerchiefs I gave him a while back," she said. I stepped inside, and as we worked, I couldn't help but look around. The room was certainly unique. Books and papers were scattered everywhere. A broken meerschaum and an old flute hung above the mantelpiece, looking unused. A ragged bird without a tail chirped on one windowsill, while a box of white mice sat on the other. Half-finished boats and bits of string lay among the manuscripts, and dirty little boots were drying by the fire. Signs of the dearly loved boys, for whom he dedicates himself, were evident all around the room. After a thorough search, we finally found 3 of the missing handkerchiefs, one resting on the bird cage, another covered in ink, and a third browned from being used as a holder. Such a man, laughed the good-natured Mrs. K, while she placed the relics in the rag-bag. I suppose the others are torn to pieces to rig ships, to bandage cut fingers, or to make kite tails. It's dreadful, but I can't bring myself to scold him. He's so absent-minded and kind-hearted. He lets those boys walk all over him. I agreed to do his washing and mending, but he forgets to hand over his things, and I forget to go through them. So, he sometimes ends up in a sorry state. Let me mend them. I said, I don't mind it, and he doesn't need to know. I'd like to, for he's so kind to me about bringing my letters and lending me books. So, I took charge of his belongings and knitted new heels for 2 pairs of socks, as they had been misshapen from his peculiar mending. Nothing was said, and I hoped he wouldn't notice. But one day last week, he caught me at it. Hearing the lessons he gives to others has been so interesting and amusing that I decided I'd like to learn too. Tina often runs in and out, leaving the door open, and I can listen in. I had been sitting near the door, finishing the last sock, and trying to make sense of what he was saying to a new student, who seemed just as confused as I am. The girl had left, and I thought he had too, as it was so quiet. I was sitting there, muttering over a verb and swaying back and forth in the most ridiculous way, when a little crow caught my attention. I looked up and saw Mr. Bear. He was smiling quietly and signaling to Tina not to expose him. So, he said, as I stopped and stared in surprise, you watch me, and I watch you. That's not bad. But listen, I'm not joking when I ask, do you have a wish to learn German? Yes, I stammered, feeling as red as a peony. But you're too busy, and I'm too slow to learn. Pish-posh, he replied. We'll find the time, and we won't fail to understand. In the evening, I'll gladly give you a small lesson. Look here, Miss March, I have a debt to pay, he said, pointing to my work. Yes, these kind ladies say to each other, he's an old fool. He won't notice what we do. He won't see that his socks heels aren't worn anymore. He'll think his buttons grow back when they fall off and believe that strings tie themselves. Ah, he continued, but I have eyes and see much. I have a heart and feel gratitude for this. Come, let's have a little lesson now and then, or no more good fairy works for me and mine. After that, I couldn't refuse, and since it was a splendid opportunity, I agreed. We began, and I took 4 lessons. I found myself stuck in a grammar quagmire. The professor remained incredibly patient with me, though it must have been deeply frustrating for him. From time to time, he'd glance at me with an expression of mild despair, leaving me torn between laughter and tears. I tried both reactions, but when I reached a point of absolute humiliation and sorrow, he simply tossed the grammar book onto the floor and stormed out of the room. I felt utterly disgraced and abandoned forever, yet I couldn't blame him one bit. I hurriedly gathered my papers, intending to rush upstairs and shake off the feeling, when he returned, lively and radiant, as if I had just achieved something remarkable. Now we'll try a different approach. You and I will read these delightful Märchen together and set that dry, troublesome book aside in the corner. He spoke with such kindness and opened Hans Andersen's fairy tales so invitingly before me that I felt more ashamed than ever. I dove into the lesson with reckless determination, which seemed to entertain him greatly. My shyness faded, and I worked tirelessly, no other word fits, stumbling over long words, pronouncing them as inspiration struck, and giving it my absolute all. After I finished reading my first page and paused to catch my breath, he clapped his hands and exclaimed in his usual hearty manner, Das ist gut. Now we're doing well. My turn. I'll do it in German. Give me your ear. And with that, he began. reciting the words with his strong voice and an enthusiasm that was both enjoyable to see and hear. Fortunately, the story was The Constant Tin Soldier, which was quite amusing. You know, so I could laugh, and I did. Even though I didn't understand half of what he read, I couldn't help but laugh. He was so earnest, and I was so excited. The whole situation was so comical. After that, we got on better. And now I read my lessons pretty well because this method of studying works well for me. I can see that the grammar is cleverly woven into the stories and poetry, much like hiding pills and jelly. I like it very much. And he doesn't seem tired of it yet, which is very good of him, isn't it? I plan to give him something for Christmas since I don't dare offer him money. Tell me something nice. Marmee. I'm glad Laurie seems so happy and busy, that he has given up smoking, and lets his hair grow. You see, Beth manages him better than I did. I'm not jealous. Dear, do your best. Only don't make a saint of him. I'm afraid I couldn't like him without a touch of human mischief. Read him parts of my letters. I don't have time to write much, and that would be just as good. Thank goodness Beth is still so comfortable. January. A Happy New Year to you all. My dearest family, which naturally includes Mr. L. and a young man named Teddy. I can't express how much I loved your Christmas package, for I didn't receive it until evening, and I had lost hope. Your letter arrived in the morning, but you didn't mention a package, intending it as a surprise, which left me disappointed, for I had a feeling that you wouldn't forget me. I felt a bit down emotionally as I sat in my room after tea, and when a large, muddy, worn-out package was handed to me, I hugged it tightly and danced around. It felt so cozy and refreshing that I sat on the floor, reading, looking, eating, laughing, and crying in my typical silly way. The items were exactly what I needed, and even better because they were handmade, not store-bought. Beth's new ink bib was wonderful, and Hannah's box of hard gingerbread is a treasure. I'll make sure to wear the nice flannels you sent, Marmee, and carefully read the books Father has marked. Thank you all. Plenty and plenty. Talking about books reminds me that I'm growing wealthy in that area. On New Year's Day, Mr. Bear gave me a wonderful Shakespeare, a book he treasures dearly, and one I've often admired. He placed it in a place of honor alongside his German Bible, Plato, Homer, and Milton. You can imagine how I felt when he brought it down, without its cover, and showed me my name inscribed in it, from my friend Friedrich Bear. You often say you wish for a library, he said. Here, I give you one. For between these covers is a collection of many books in one. Read him well, and he will help you much. For the study of character in this book will help you to read it in the world and paint it with your pen. I thanked him as best as I could and now talk about my library as if I had 100 books. I never knew how much depth there was in Shakespeare before, but then I never had a bear to explain it to me. Don't laugh at his dreadful name. It isn't pronounced like bear or beer, as people might say, but something between the two, as only Germans can do. I'm glad you both like what I tell you about him, and hope you'll know him someday. Mother would admire his warm heart, and Father his wise mind. I admire both. In my new friendship with Friedrich Bear, I felt a sense of wealth. Even though I didn't have much money, I gathered several small items and placed them around the room where he might discover them unexpectedly. These items were useful, decorative, or amusing. A new inkstand for his desk, a small vase for the flower he always kept, a bit of greenery in a glass vase to keep the space fresh, as he mentioned, and a holder for his pipe so he wouldn't burn through what Amy called much wires. I crafted it in the style Beth had designed, a large butterfly with a plump body, black and yellow wings, worsted feelers, and bead eyes. It caught his fancy immensely, and he placed it on his mantelpiece as a prized item, which made it somewhat of a failure after all. Despite his limited means, he remembered every servant and child in the house, and not a single person here, from the French laundrywoman to Miss Norton, forgot him. I was delighted by that. They organized a masquerade and had a lively time on New Year's Eve. I hadn't planned to attend, having no suitable dress, but at the last moment, Mrs. Kirk recalled some old brocade fabrics, and Miss Norton lent me lace and feathers. I dressed up as Mrs. Malaprop and entered with a mask on. No one recognized me, as I had disguised my voice, and no one suspected the usually quiet, though very happy in the social atmosphere about her, and very busy with the daily work that earned her bread and made it sweeter for the effort. Jo still found time for literary labors. A natural yet ambitious desire now drove her, typical for a poor girl, but her methods weren't the best. She realized money brought power, so she decided to pursue it, not just for herself, but for her loved ones. For years, Jo's cherished dream was to fill her home with comforts, giving Beth everything she desired, from winter strawberries to a bedroom organ. She also longed to travel and have more than enough, so she could enjoy the luxury of charity. The prize story experience had opened a path that, after much effort and struggle, might lead to her delightful daydream. However, the novel's failure dampened her spirits for a while, as public opinion is a formidable force that has intimidated even bolder dreamers with grander aspirations than hers. Like the immortal hero, she rested after her first attempt ended in a fall, gaining the least desirable of the giant's treasures, if I recall correctly. But Jo's determination to get back up and try again was as strong as Jack's. This time, she approached from the shady side and gained more treasures, but nearly left behind what was far more precious to her than the money. She turned to writing sensation stories, for even in those dark days, supposedly perfect America was reading rubbish. She told no one but crafted a thrilling tale and boldly delivered it herself to Mr. Dashwood, the editor of the Weekly Volcano. She had never read Sartor Resartus, but guided by a womanly instinct, she knew that clothes could exert a more powerful influence over many people than character or charm. So, she dressed in her finest attire, trying to convince herself she wasn't excited or nervous, and bravely climbed 2 flights of dark, dirty stairs. There, she found herself in a chaotic room filled with cigar smoke and 3 gentlemen sitting with their heels higher than their hats, a fashion none of them bothered to change upon her arrival. Somewhat intimidated by this reception, Jo hesitated at the threshold, murmuring awkwardly, "Excuse me, I was looking for the Weekly Volcano office. I wish to see Mr. Dashwood." The gentleman with the highest heels stood up, and the smokiest among them carefully placed his cigar between his fingers, nodded, and approached her, and a face that showed nothing but sleepiness. Feeling that she had to get through this somehow, Jo produced her manuscript, and, growing redder with each sentence, stumbled through fragments of the little speech she had carefully prepared for the occasion. "A friend of mine asked me to offer a story, just as an experiment. Would like your opinion. Be glad to write more if this suits." While she blushed and stumbled, Mr. Dashwood had taken the manuscript and was flipping through the pages with a pair of rather dirty fingers, casting critical glances up and down the neat pages. "Not a first attempt, I take it," he observed, noting that the pages were numbered, only written on one side, and not tied up with a ribbon, a sure sign of a novice. "No, sir. She has had some experience and won a prize for a story in the Blarneystone Banner." "Oh, did she?" Mr. Dashwood said, giving Jo a quick look that seemed to take in every detail of her appearance, from the bow on her bonnet to the buttons on her boots. "Well, you can leave it if you like. We've got more of this sort of thing than we know what to do with right now, but I'll take a look and give you an answer next week." Now, Jo didn't like leaving it, for Mr. Dashwood was entirely unsuitable for her, but under the circumstances, she had no choice but to nod and leave, maintaining her usual air of height and composure, especially when she felt annoyed or embarrassed. At that moment, she felt both, for it was clear from the knowing glances exchanged among the gentlemen that her small fiction of my friend was considered amusing. A laugh, triggered by an inaudible remark from the editor as he closed the door, only added to her discomfort. Half deciding never to return, she went home and vented her irritation by vigorously stitching pinafores. Within an hour or 2, she had calmed down enough to laugh at the scene and look forward to the next week. When she returned, Mr. Dashwood was alone, which pleased her. This time, he was more alert than before, which was pleasant, and he wasn't so absorbed in his cigar that he forgot his manners. As a result, the second meeting was far more comfortable than the first. We'll accept this, he said, using the plural that editors often employ. If you don't mind a few changes. It's too long, but removing the passages I've marked will bring it to the right length. He spoke in a professional tone. Jo could hardly recognize her own manuscript anymore. The pages and paragraphs were so wrinkled and marked, but she felt like a tender parent might when asked to cut off their baby's legs to fit into a new cradle. She glanced at the marked passages and was surprised to find that all the moral reflections, which she had carefully included as a balance to the romantic elements, had been removed. But, sir, I thought every story should have some kind of moral, so I made sure a few of my sinners repented, she said. Mr. Dashwood's editorial seriousness softened into a smile, for Jo had forgotten her friend and spoken as only an author could. People want to be entertained, not preached to. You know, morals don't sell these days, he said, though this statement wasn't entirely accurate. Do you think it would work with these changes? Then, she asked. Yes, it's a fresh plot, and it's well developed, good language and all that. Mr. Dashwood replied amiably. That is. What compensation? Jo began, unsure how to phrase her question. Oh, yes. Well, we pay between 25 and 30 for things like this. You'll be paid when it's published, Mr. Dashwood said, as if he had nearly forgotten that detail. Such trivialities often slip the minds of editors. It seems. Very well. You may have it, Jo said, returning the manuscript with a look of satisfaction. For even $25 seemed like good pay after the $1-a-column work. Should I tell my friend you'll accept another story if she has something better than this? Jo asked, unaware of her small slip of the tongue, but emboldened by her success. We'll consider it, though I can't promise to take it, he replied casually. Tell her to keep it short, lively, and forget about the moral. What name would your friend like to use for it? None at all, if you don't mind, Jo replied, blushing despite herself. She prefers to remain anonymous and doesn't have a pen name. Whatever she prefers. Of course. The story will be published next week. Will you come by for the payment? Or should I send it to you? Mr. Dashwood asked, curious to learn more about his new contributor. I'll come for it. Good morning, sir, Jo said as she left. As the door closed, Mr. Dashwood leaned back, putting his feet up. Poor and proud, as always, he remarked with a smile. But she has potential. Following Mr. Dashwood's advice and modeling her work after Mrs. Northberry, Jo boldly ventured into the flashy world of sensational literature. However, thanks to a friend who came to her aid, she managed to stay afloat. None the worse for her ducking. She ventured abroad in search of characters and scenery, encountering bandits, gypsies, nuns, and duchesses who all played their parts on her stage with as much precision and vigor as one might expect. Her readers, however, were not overly concerned with minor details like grammar, punctuation, or plausibility. Mr. Dashwood kindly allowed her to fill his columns at minimal pay, though he didn't bother to mention that his generosity was driven by the desertion of one of his writers, who had left for better wages. She soon found herself engrossed in her work, as her once meager purse grew plump, and the small savings she was amassing to take Beth to the mountains the following summer gradually but steadily increased with each passing week. One thing marred her contentment. She had not informed her family. She suspected her parents would disapprove and decided it was better to act first and seek forgiveness later. Keeping her secret was simple enough, as her name didn't accompany her stories. Mr. Dashwood, of course, had discovered her identity quickly but, surprisingly, kept his promise to remain silent. She believed it wouldn't cause her any harm because she genuinely intended to write nothing she would regret. She soothed her guilty feelings by looking forward to the happy moment when she could reveal her earnings and laugh about her well-guarded secret. However, Mr. Dashwood only accepted thrilling stories, which required deeply unsettling the readers. They scoured history, romance, land, sea, science, art, police records, and lunatic asylums for material. Jo soon realized her innocent background offered little insight into the tragic underbelly of society. So she approached it as a business task and began filling her knowledge gaps with her usual energy. She was keen to find story material and wanted unique plots, even if not perfectly executed. She looked through newspapers for accidents, incidents, and crimes. Her request for poison-related books made librarians suspicious. She observed people's faces and various personalities around her. She explored ancient times for old facts or fictions that felt new, leading her to experiences of foolishness, sin, and suffering, just as her limited opportunities had. She believed she was thriving remarkably, though unconsciously she was starting to undermine some of the most feminine qualities of a woman's character. She was surrounded by unsavory company, and while it was imaginary, its influence still impacted her, for she was nourishing her heart and imagination with perilous and insubstantial ideas, swiftly eroding the innocent purity of her nature by exposing herself too early to life's darker aspects, a reality that comes to us all soon enough. She was beginning to sense this more than she could see it, for constantly analyzing others' passions and emotions led her to introspect and ponder her own, a morbid pastime that healthy young minds rarely engage in willingly. Misconduct inevitably leads to its own consequences, and when Jo needed guidance most, she received it. I'm unsure whether studying Shakespeare helped her understand character, or if it was her innate feminine intuition toward what was honest, brave, and strong. But while she was busy equipping her imaginary heroes with every conceivable virtue, she found herself drawn to a real-life hero, despite his many human flaws, Mr. Bear. In one of their conversations, he had suggested she focus on simplicity and truth. The endearing personalities she encountered everywhere served as excellent training for a writer, or so he claimed. Jo took his words to heart, calmly turning to examine him, a move that would have astonished him had he been aware of it. Despite his modest demeanor, the professor had a quiet confidence in himself. What puzzled Jo at first was why everyone was so drawn to him. He wasn't wealthy, influential, young, or handsome. Nothing about him seemed extraordinary or captivating. Yet, he had a warm, inviting presence, like a cozy fire, and people naturally gathered around him as if seeking comfort. Though he was poor, he always seemed to be giving something away, a stranger to many. Yet everyone considered him a friend. No longer young, he still had the cheerful spirit of a boy. His appearance was simple and quirky, yet many found his face beautiful. His eccentricities were forgiven because of his kind nature. Jo often observed him, trying to uncover the source of his appeal. Eventually, she concluded that his benevolence was the key to his charm. If he ever felt sorrow, he kept it hidden, only showing the world his brighter side. While time had etched lines on his forehead, it had done so gently, as if in recognition of his kindness to others. The gentle curves around his mouth reflected many warm conversations and hearty laughter. His eyes were always warm and kind. His big hand had a firm yet warm handshake that spoke volumes without words. Even his clothes seemed to mirror the welcoming spirit of their owner, appearing comfortable and designed to keep him at ease. His spacious waistcoat hinted at a generous heart beneath, while his simple coat carried an air of approachability. The loose pockets clearly showed that small hands often reached in empty and came out full. His boots embodied kindness, and his collars were never stiff or scratchy like others. That's it, Jo thought to herself when she finally realized that genuine kindness toward others could transform and elevate even a stout German teacher, who enjoyed his meals, mended his own socks, and bore the name of Bear. Jo held goodness in high regard, but she also had a deep respect for intellect. A little discovery she made about the professor added much to her esteem for him. He never spoke of himself, and no one knew that in his hometown. He had been a man admired and respected for his scholarship and integrity, until a countryman visited him. During a conversation with Miss Norton, the delightful news was revealed. Jo learned it from her, and she liked it even more because Mr. Bear had never mentioned it himself. She felt a sense of pride knowing that he was a respected professor in Berlin, even though he was just a humble language teacher in America. His simple, hard-working life was made more appealing by the touch of romance this discovery added to it. Another gift, greater than intellect, was revealed to her in a most unexpected way. Miss Norton had access to literary circles, a world Jo would have never encountered without her help. The solitary woman took an interest in the ambitious girl, and kindly granted many such favors to both Jo and the professor. One evening, she took them along to an exclusive gathering, a symposium held in honor of several distinguished figures. Jo attended, ready to admire and venerate the great minds she had admired from afar with youthful enthusiasm. However, her reverence for genius was deeply shaken that night, and it took her some time to come to terms with the realization that these great figures were, after all, just ordinary men and women. Imagine her disappointment, casting a shy glance of admiration at the poet whose words evoked an otherworldly being nourished by spirit, fire, and dew. She watched him consume his supper with such passion that it flushed his thoughtful face. Turning away as if from a fallen idol, she made other discoveries that quickly shattered her romantic fantasies. The renowned novelist swung back and forth between two decanters with the precision of a pendulum, while the celebrated divine openly flirted with one of the Madame de Staëls of the time, who shot daggers at another Corinne, who was amiably satirizing her after outsmarting her in efforts to captivate the profound philosopher, who sipped his tea in the manner of Johnson and seemed to doze. The ladies' talkativeness making conversation impossible. The scientific luminaries, forgetting their mollusks and glacial periods, chatted about art while indulging in oysters and ices with their usual vigor. The young musician, who was enchanting the city like a second Orpheus, discussed horses, and the representative of the British nobility present turned out to be the most unremarkable person at the gathering. Before the evening was even halfway over, Jo felt so thoroughly disillusioned that she retreated to a corner to collect herself. Mr. Bear soon joined her. He seemed out of place, and soon several philosophers, each absorbed in their own theories, approached to engage in a debate during the break. The conversation was far beyond Jo's understanding, yet she found it intriguing, even though she was unfamiliar with Kant and Hegel, and terms like subjective and objective meant little to her. The only thing she felt evolve from her inner consciousness was a throbbing headache by the end of it. She gradually realized that the world was being dissected and reconstructed anew, according to the speakers, on much better principles than before. Religion, they claimed, was on the verge of being reasoned away, and intellect was to become the sole deity. Jo knew nothing about philosophy or metaphysics, but as she listened, a strange mix of excitement and discomfort swept over her, as if she were a young balloon set free, drifting aimlessly through time and space. She glanced at the professor to see how he was reacting and found him staring at her with the most serious expression she had ever seen. He shook his head and motioned for her to join him, but she was captivated at that moment by the freedom of speculative philosophy. She remained seated. She was trying to figure out what the wise gentleman planned to hold on to after destroying all the old beliefs. Mr. Bear, however, was a modest man who was hesitant to share his opinions, not because they lacked clarity, but because they were deeply sincere and earnest, making them too important to express casually. As he looked from Jo to several other young people, captivated by the dazzling philosophical debates, he furrowed his brow and yearned to speak. He worried that some impressionable young person might be misled by the flashy arguments and later discover, once the debate was over, that they were left with nothing but empty ideas or hurt feelings. He endured it as long as he could, but when asked for his opinion, he burst forth with genuine indignation and defended religion with the profound eloquence of truth, eloquence that made even his imperfect English melodious and his simple face radiant. It was a tough battle, for the wise men presented their arguments skillfully, yet he refused to back down, standing firm in his convictions like a true man of principle. In some way, as he spoke, Jo's perspective shifted. The old beliefs, which had endured for so long, seemed more compelling than the new ideas. To her, God was not an indifferent power, and immortality was not merely a charming story but a divine truth. She felt as though she had solid ground beneath her once more. When Mr. Bear paused, she was out-talked, yet not one bit convinced. Jo yearned to clap her hands, and express her gratitude. She did neither. Yet she recalled this moment and gave the professor her deepest respect, for she knew it required effort for him to speak up then and there, as his conscience wouldn't let him stay silent. She began to realize that character was a greater asset than wealth, status, intellect, or beauty, and to feel that if greatness is what a wise man defined as truth, reverence, and goodwill, her friend Friedrich Bär was not just good, but great. This belief grew stronger each day. She cherished his approval and longed for his respect. She aspired to be worthy of his friendship, and just when this wish was most sincere, she came close to losing everything. It all stemmed from a cocked hat. For one evening, the professor arrived to give Joe her lesson wearing a paper soldier's cap on his head, which Tina had placed there, and he had forgotten to remove. It's clear he doesn't check his appearance before coming downstairs, Joe thought with a smile as he greeted, "Good evening," and sat down solemnly. He was completely unaware of the amusing discrepancy between his subject matter and his headwear, for he was about to read her The Death of Wallenstein. She remained silent at first, as she enjoyed hearing his deep, hearty laughter whenever something amusing occurred. So, she let him discover it on his own and soon forgot all about it. For listening to a German recite Schiller is quite an engaging experience. After the reading came the lesson, which turned out to be lively, as Joe was in a cheerful mood that evening, and the cocked hat kept her eyes sparkling with amusement. The professor was perplexed by her behavior and finally stopped to ask, with a tone of mild surprise that was impossible to resist, "Miss March, why do you laugh in your master's face? Have you no respect for me that you behave so poorly?" "How can I be respectful, sir, when you forget to take your hat off?" Joe replied. The absent-minded professor solemnly raised his hand to his head, felt the small cocked hat, removed it, examined it for a moment, then threw his head back and laughed heartily, like a merry bass viol. "Ah, now I see. It is that mischievous Tina who has been playing a trick on me with my cap. Well, it's nothing, but mark my words, if this lesson does not go well, you too shall wear it." However, the lesson didn't proceed for a few minutes because Mr. Bär noticed a picture on the hat. He unfolded it and spoke with a look of strong distaste. "I wish these papers wouldn't come into the house," he said. "They aren't suitable for children or young people to read. I disapprove and have no patience for those responsible." Joe looked at the paper and saw a disturbing image featuring a madman, a corpse, a villain, and a snake. Though she didn't like it, her urge to flip it wasn't from displeasure but fear. She momentarily thought it was the volcano paper. It wasn't, so her panic lessened as she recalled that even if it were, her story wouldn't have her name on it. However, her expression and blush gave her away. Though often distracted, the professor noticed more than others realized. He was aware Joe wrote and had met her at newspaper offices several times, but since she never mentioned it, he didn't ask questions. Despite wanting to see her writing, he now thought she was doing something she was ashamed of, which concerned him. He didn't say to himself, "It's none of my business, and I have no right to say anything," as many people would. But he only recalled that she was young and poor, a girl far from her mother's love and father's care. He felt an impulse to help her as naturally as he would reach out to save a baby from a puddle. All of this raced through his mind in just a moment, but none of it showed on his face. By the time the paper was turned and Joe had threaded her needle, he was ready to speak calmly yet seriously. "Yes, you're right to keep it away. I don't like the idea of good young girls seeing such things. While they might appeal to some, I'd rather give my boys gunpowder to play with than this bad trash. Not all of it is bad, just silly. You know, if there's a demand, I don't see the harm in meeting it. Many respectable people earn an honest living from what's called sensation stories," Joe said, scratching the gathers with such energy that her pen left a trail of small slits. "There's a demand for whiskey, but I don't think you and I would want to sell it. If respectable people knew the harm they caused, they wouldn't feel their living was honest. They had no right to lace the sweets with poison and let the children eat them. They should have thought more carefully before doing such a thing and cleaned the streets instead." Mr. Bär spoke with passion, then walked over to the fire, crumpling the paper in his hand. Jo remained still, her cheeks burning long after the paper had turned to ashes and floated harmlessly up the chimney. I wish I could burn all the rest like that, the professor muttered, returning with a look of relief. Jo imagined how her pile of papers upstairs would ignite and felt a pang of guilt about the money she had earned. She consoled herself, thinking, mine aren't harmful, just foolish, so I shouldn't worry, and picked up her book with a focused expression. Shall we continue? Sir? I'll behave properly now, she said. I hope so, he replied, though his tone suggested he meant more than she realized. His serious, kind glance made her feel as if "Weekly Volcano" was written boldly across her forehead. Once in her room, she carefully reviewed each of her stories. Bear occasionally wore glasses, and Jo had tried them on once, smiling as she saw how they enlarged the fine print of her book. Now she seemed to have put on the professor's mental or moral glasses as well, for the flaws in these poor stories stared at her alarmingly and filled her with dismay. They're rubbish, and will soon become worse than rubbish if I continue. Each one is more sensational than the last. I've blindly kept going, hurting myself and others. For the sake of money, I know it's true, for I can't read this nonsense with a straight face without feeling terribly ashamed of it. And what if these were seen at home? Or if Mr. Bear found them? Jo turned red at the mere thought, and stuffed the entire bundle into her stove, nearly setting the chimney ablaze with the flames. Yes, that's the best place for such inflammatory nonsense. I'd rather burn the house down, I suppose, than let others blow themselves up with my explosive writing, she thought, as she watched the demon of the Jura vanish, a small black cinder with glowing embers. But when nothing remained of her 3 months' work except a pile of ashes, and the money in her lap, Jo looked serious. Sitting on the floor, she pondered what action to take regarding her wages. I believe I haven't caused much harm yet, and I might as well keep this to compensate for my time, she said after a long period of reflection, adding impatiently, I almost wish I didn't have a conscience. It's so troublesome. If I didn't care about doing what's right and didn't feel uneasy when doing wrong, I would thrive remarkably. I can't help but sometimes wish that father and mother hadn't been so strict about such matters. Jo, instead of wishing that, thank God that your father and mother were so particular, and pity those who lack such guardians to surround them with principles that may seem like prison walls to restless youth, but will prove to be a solid foundation for building character in womanhood. Jo no longer wrote sensational stories, deciding that the money wasn't worth the moral compromise. But, as is often the case with someone of her nature, she swung to the opposite extreme. She immersed herself in the works of Mrs. Sherwood, Miss Edgeworth, and Hannah More, and then produced a tale that could more accurately be called an essay or a sermon. So heavily moralistic was it. She had reservations about it from the start. Her lively imagination and romantic nature felt stifled by the new style, much like she would have felt uncomfortable dressed in the rigid and cumbersome fashion of the past century. She submitted this instructive work to several publishers, but it didn't find a buyer. She began to agree with Mr. Dashwood's view that moral lessons didn't sell. Next, she tried writing a children's story, which she could have easily sold if she hadn't been greedy enough to demand payment for it. The only person willing to offer a decent amount for her to consider writing for children was a respectable gentleman who believed it was his duty to convert the world to his specific beliefs. Though she enjoyed writing for young audiences, Jo refused to portray all misbehaving boys as being punished by bears or mad bulls simply for not attending a particular Sabbath school. Similarly, she wouldn't depict all well-behaved children who did attend as being rewarded with every imaginable delight, from gilded gingerbread to being escorted by angels when they died with psalms or sermons on their lips. Since these attempts didn't yield any results, Jo stopped writing, corked her inkstand, and, with a touch of humble modesty, said, I know nothing. I will wait until I do before trying again. In the meantime, I'll sweep the mud in the street if I can't do better. At least that's honest, she decided. And this choice showed that her second fall down the beanstalk had been beneficial for her. While these internal changes were happening, her external life remained as busy and uneventful as ever. If she occasionally looked serious or a little sad, only Professor Bear noticed. He observed her so quietly that Joe was unaware of his attention. But she passed the test. He was satisfied because, even though no words were exchanged, he knew she had stopped writing. He could tell not only by the fact that the second finger of her right hand was no longer stained with ink, but also because she now spent her evenings downstairs, was no longer seen at newspaper offices, and studied with a determined patience that assured him she was focused on filling her mind with something useful, if not pleasant. He helped her in many ways, proving to be a true friend. And Joe was happy. While her pen remained idle, she was learning other lessons besides German and laying the foundation for the sensational story of her own life. The winter was both pleasant and long. She didn't leave Mrs. Kirk until June. Everyone seemed saddened by her departure. The children were heartbroken. Even Mr. Bear's hair stood on end, a sign that he was deeply troubled, as he often rumpled it when upset. When she told him she was leaving, he remarked, "Going home? Ah, you are fortunate to have a home to return to." He sat quietly in the corner, stroking his beard, while she bid farewell to everyone that last evening. She planned to leave early, so she said her goodbyes the night before. When it was his turn, she urged him warmly, "Now, sir, you won't forget to visit us if you ever travel our way, will you? I won't forgive you if you don't, for I want everyone to know my friend. Do you? Shall I come?" he asked, looking at her with an eager expression she didn't notice. "Yes, come next month. Laurie is graduating then, and you'd enjoy the commencement as something new." "That is your best friend you're speaking of?" he inquired. His tone altered. "Yes, my boy Teddy. I'm very proud of him and would like you to see him." Joe looked up then, unaware of anything except her own excitement at introducing them to each other. Something in Mr. Bear's expression shifted as he realized Joe might harbor deeper feelings for Laurie beyond mere friendship. Joe, attempting to conceal her emotions, found herself involuntarily blushing, her cheeks growing redder the more she tried to compose herself. Grateful for Tina's presence on her lap, Joe managed to hide her face momentarily, hoping Bear hadn't noticed. However, he did, and his expression briefly revealed his concern before returning to its usual warmth. With a heartfelt tone, he expressed his regret at not having the time for what Joe had requested, wishing Laurie success and her all the happiness. He bid her farewell, shaking hands warmly, and with Tina in tow, he departed. Later that night, after the children were asleep, Bear sat by the fire, his face weary and his heart heavy with homesickness, remembering Joe with the child and the newfound softness in her features. He rested his head in his hands for a moment before pacing the room, as if searching for something unattainable. "It is not meant for me," he murmured to himself, resignation tinging his voice. "I must let go of such hopes now." He let out a heavy breath, halfway between a sigh and a groan, seeming to chastise himself for the irrepressible yearning within. He moved to press kisses on the tousled hair of two sleepers, retrieving his rarely touched pipe and a weathered volume of Plato. He sought solace in the familiar rituals, though he strove valiantly. Neither the boisterous youngsters nor his pipe, nor even his revered philosopher, could fill the emptiness where domestic warmth should dwell. At dawn's first light, he stood at the depot to bid Joe farewell. Her lonely trip commenced with his smiling send-off, a clutch of violets, and the cherished realization, no manuscripts completed, no riches gained this winter, yet I've gained a lifelong friend to treasure. 35. The ache within, whether driven by ambition or resolve. Laurie's academic diligence bore fruit. He graduated summa cum laude, delivering his Latin address with both Philip's poise and Demosthenes' rhetorical power. As admirers noted, the audience held his beaming grandfather. The Marches, John and Meg, Joe and Beth, all witnesses to his triumph. Laurie rejoiced over him with genuine admiration, which boys often dismiss at the moment but struggle to gain from the world through later successes. Though he had to stay for a tiresome supper, Laurie assured them he'd be home early the next day and asked if they'd meet him as usual. He addressed them as girls, but his words were truly directed at Joe. She couldn't bring herself to deny her accomplished boy anything and promised warmly, "I'll come, Teddy. no matter the weather, and lead the way. Playing, Hail the Conquering Hero comes on a Jew's harp. Laurie's grateful glance made her panic, thinking, oh dear, I know he'll say something, but what should I do then? Her fears lessened after some evening reflection and morning work. She decided she wasn't vain enough to assume anyone would propose when she'd made her answer clear. She left at the agreed time, hoping Teddy wouldn't do anything to hurt his feelings. She stopped by Meg's place and refreshed herself with a visit to the Daisy and Demijohn. This further strengthened her resolve for their private conversation. But when she saw a robust figure approaching in the distance, she felt a strong urge to turn around and flee. Where's the Jew's harp? Joe? Laurie called out as soon as he was within speaking range. I forgot it, Joe replied. And with that, her courage returned, for his greeting didn't sound at all like that of a lover. She usually took his arm on such occasions. Now she didn't, and he didn't complain, which was not a good sign. He continued talking rapidly about all sorts of distant topics until they turned off the road and onto the small path that led homeward through the grove. Then he slowed his pace, suddenly losing his smooth flow of words, and every now and then, an awkward silence fell. To save the conversation from the pit of silence it kept dropping into, Joe said hurriedly, Now you must have a good long holiday. I intend to, he replied. Something in his resolute tone made Joe look up quickly, and she found him gazing down at her with an expression that told her the dreaded moment had arrived. This made her stretch out her hand in a pleading gesture. No, Teddy, please don't. I will, he said, and you must hear me. It's no use. Joe, we've got to have this out, and the sooner the better for both of us, he replied, flushed and excited all at once. Say what you like. Then, I'll listen, Joe said, with a desperate sort of patience. Laurie was a young lover, but he was sincere and determined to have it out no matter the cost. So he dove into the subject with his usual impetuosity. His voice trembled now and then, despite his efforts to keep it steady. I've loved you ever since I've known you, Joe. I couldn't help it. You've been so good to me, and I've tried to show it, but you wouldn't let me. Now I'm going to make you hear and give me an answer, for I can't go on like this any longer. I wanted to spare you this. I thought you'd understand, Joe began, finding it much harder than she expected. I know you did, but girls are so strange. You never know what they mean. They say no when they mean yes and drive a man mad just for the fun of it, Laurie replied, standing firm behind an undeniable truth. I don't. I never wanted to make you care for me so, and I went away to keep you from it if I could. I thought so. It was like you, but it was no use. I only loved you all the more and worked hard to please you. I gave up billiards and all the things you disliked. I waited patiently and never complained, because I hoped you would love me, though I'm not even close to being good enough. Here, his voice caught uncontrollably. He decapitated buttercups while clearing his confounded throat. Yes, you are. You're far too good for me, and I'm so grateful to you, and so proud and fond of you. I don't see why I can't love you the way you want me to. I've tried, but I can't change the feeling, and it would be a lie to say I do when I don't. Really, truly, Joe? He stopped short, catching both her hands as he asked with a look she wouldn't soon forget. Really, truly, dear. They were in the grove now, near the stile. When Joe's last words fell reluctantly from her lips, Laurie dropped her hands and turned as if to continue. But for once, that fence was too much for him. So he laid his head down on the mossy post and stood so still that Joe was frightened. Oh, Teddy, I'm so sorry, desperately sorry. I could kill myself if it would help. I wish you wouldn't take it so hard. I can't help it. You know it's impossible for people to make themselves love others if they don't. Joe exclaimed awkwardly, her voice filled with regret, as she gently placed a hand on his shoulder, recalling the moment he had comforted her years before. They do sometimes, came a muffled voice from behind the post. I don't think it's the right kind of love, and I'd prefer not to pursue it, he replied firmly. A long silence followed as a blackbird sang cheerfully on the willow by the river, and the tall grass swayed in the breeze. After a moment, Joe spoke solemnly as she settled onto the step of the stile. Laurie, I need to tell you something. Joe began. Lori flinched as if startled, looked up sharply, and exclaimed in a harsh tone, "Don't tell me that. Joe, I can't bear it right now." "What are you talking about?" Joe asked, surprised by his outburst. "That you love that old man," he accused. "Which old man?" Joe demanded, assuming he meant his grandfather. "That dreadful professor you're always writing about. If you say you love him, I might do something reckless," Lori warned, his clenched fists and fiery eyes suggesting he meant it. Joe fought the urge to laugh and spoke warmly, though she too was growing stirred by the intensity of the moment. "Don't swear. Teddy, he isn't old or wicked. He's good and kind," Joe said affectionately, her voice softening the tension. "And he's the closest friend I have. By your side. Please, try not to get upset. I want to be kind. But I know I'll get angry if you speak ill of my professor. I don't feel any love for him or anyone else. But you will. In time. And what will happen to me then? You'll come to love someone else as well, like a sensible person, and let go of all this sorrow. I can't love anyone else, and I'll never forget you. Joe." "Never, never," he exclaimed, stamping his foot to emphasize his passionate words. "What am I to do with him?" Joe sighed, realizing emotions were harder to handle than she thought. "You haven't heard what I wanted to say. Sit down and listen, because I truly want to do the right thing and make you happy," she said, hoping to calm him with some reason, which showed she understood nothing about love. Seeing a glimmer of hope in her last words, Lori threw himself down on the grass at her feet, rested his arm on the lower step of the stile, and looked up at her with an expectant face. This arrangement didn't make it easy for Joe to speak calmly or think clearly, for how could she say such harsh things to him while he gazed at her with eyes full of love and longing? Her eyelashes were still damp from the bitter tears her tough heart had squeezed out of him. She softly turned his face away, gently stroking the wavy hair he'd let grow just for her. How moving that was. "Without a doubt," she said. "I agree with Mother. We aren't suited for each other. Our quick tempers and strong wills would likely make us miserable if we were foolish enough to." Joe hesitated over the last word. Lori, with a rapturous expression, finished it. "Marry? No, we shouldn't. If you loved me, Joe, I could be a perfect saint because you could shape me into anything you want." Joe replied, "No, I can't. I tried and failed, and I won't gamble with our happiness on such a risky experiment. We don't agree, and we never will. So we'll remain good friends all our lives without doing anything impulsive." Lori muttered rebelliously. "Yes, we will if we get the chance," Joe implored. "Now, please be reasonable and look at this sensibly," Lori retorted. "I won't be reasonable. Your sensible view doesn't help me. It just makes you colder. I don't think you have any heart left." "I wish I hadn't," Joe said, her voice trembling slightly, and regarded it as a good omen. Lori turned around, using all his persuasive abilities as he spoke in a tone of flattery that had never been so dangerously charming before. "Don't disappoint us, dear. Everyone is counting on it. Grandpa has set his heart on it. Your family approves of it, and I can't manage without you. Say you will, and let's be happy. Do. It wasn't until months later that Joe realized how she had found the mental strength to stick to the decision she had made when she concluded that she did not love her boy and never could. It was very difficult to do, but she did it, knowing that delay would only be pointless and cruel. "I can't say yes sincerely, so I won't say it at all. You'll see that I'm right in time, and you'll thank me for it," she began solemnly. "I'll be hanged if I do." Lori leapt to his feet from the grass, seething with indignation at the mere idea. "Yes, you will," Joe insisted. "You'll get over this after a while and find some lovely, accomplished girl who will adore you and make a fine mistress for your fine house. I couldn't. I'm plain and awkward and strange and old, and you'd be ashamed of me, and we'd quarrel. We can't help it even now, you see. And I shouldn't like elegant society, while you would, and you'd hate my scribbling, and I couldn't manage without it, and we should be unhappy, and wish we hadn't done it, and everything would be dreadful." "Anything more?" asked Lori, finding it hard to listen patiently to this prophetic outburst. Nothing more. Except that I don't believe I shall ever marry. I'm happy as I am, and love my liberty too well to be in any hurry to give it up for any mortal man. I know better. Broken Laurie. You think so now, but there'll come a time when you will care for somebody, and you'll love him tremendously, and live and die for him. I know you will. It's your way, and I shall have to stand by and see it. And the despairing lover cast his hat upon the ground with a gesture that would have seemed comical if his face had not been so tragic. Yes, I will live and die for him, if he ever comes and makes me love him in spite of myself. And you must do the best you can, cried Joe, losing patience with poor Teddy. I've done my best, but you won't be reasonable, and it's selfish of you to keep teasing me for what I can't give. I shall always be fond of you, very fond indeed, as a friend, but I will never marry you, and the sooner you accept this, the better it will be for both of us. His words were like a spark to gunpowder. Laurie stared at her for a moment, seeming unsure of what to do with himself, then turned abruptly away, saying in a desperate tone, "You'll regret this one day, Joe." "Oh, where are you going?" she cried, for his face alarmed her. "To the devil," he replied grimly. For a moment, Joe's heart stopped as he leaped down the bank toward the river. It takes great foolishness, sin, or suffering to drive a young man to a tragic end. And Laurie was not the kind to be defeated by a single setback. He had no intention of making a dramatic gesture, but some instinctive impulse led him to toss his hat and coat into his boat and row away with all his strength, making better progress up the river than he had in many a race. Joe took a deep breath and unclasped her hands as she watched him try to outrun the sorrow he carried in his heart. "That will do him good," she said, "and he'll return home in such a gentle, repentant state of mind that I won't dare to face him." She added this as she walked slowly home, feeling as though she had killed something innocent. She covered it with leaves and left it hidden there. She then decided to speak with Mr. Lawrence, hoping he would show kindness to her poor boy. She wished he might grow to love Beth, though she was starting to doubt her initial judgment about the situation. It's terrible, she thought, how girls could attract suitors only to reject them. Convinced that she was the only one who could handle this, she approached Mr. Lawrence directly. She recounted the difficult tale with courage, but eventually succumbed to tears, overcome by her own emotional distance. Though deeply disappointed, the compassionate old man withheld any criticism. He struggled to comprehend why any girl wouldn't adore Laurie and held on to hope that Joe might reconsider. Yet, he understood even better than Joe that love cannot be compelled. With a sorrowful nod, he decided to take his grandson away from the situation. For Laurie's parting words to Joe troubled him deeply, more than he cared to admit. When Laurie returned home, exhausted but calm, his grandfather greeted him with feigned ignorance, maintaining the pretense convincingly for a couple of hours. However, as they sat together during their cherished twilight hour, the old man found it challenging to continue their usual conversation, and even harder for the young man to hear praises of last year's success, which now seemed to him to be love's labor lost. He endured it as long as he could, then went to his piano and began to play. The windows were open, and Joe, walking in the garden with Beth, for once understood the music better than her sister, for he played this sonata pathetique and played it as he never had before. "That's very fine, I dare say, but it's sad enough to make one cry. Give us something gayer, lad," said Mr. Lawrence, whose kind old heart was full of sympathy, which he longed to show but knew not how. Laurie dashed into a livelier strain, played stormily for several minutes, and would have gotten through bravely if, in a momentary lull, Mrs. March's voice had not been heard calling, "Joe, dear, come in, I want you." Just what Laurie longed to say, with a different meaning. As he listened, he lost his place. The music ended with a broken chord, and the musician sat silent in the dark. "I can't stand this," muttered the old gentleman. Up he got, groped his way to the piano, laid a kind hand on either of the broad shoulders, and said, as gently as a woman, "I know, my boy, I know." There was a brief silence before Laurie spoke up sharply. "Who told you that?" It was Joe herself. Then that's the end of it, Laurie said, shaking off his grandfather's hands. Though he was grateful for the sympathy, his pride as a man couldn't accept another man's pity. Not quite. I have one more thing to say, and then it will be settled. Mr. Lawrence said with unusual mildness. You might not want to stay at home for now. Perhaps? I don't intend to run from Joe. Laurie interrupted defiantly. She can't stop me from seeing her, and I'll stay as long as I please. Not if you're the gentleman I believe you are. Mr. Lawrence replied, his voice tinged with disappointment. Joe can't help it, and the only thing left is for you to go away for a while. Where will you go? Anywhere. I don't care what happens to me, Laurie said, standing up with a reckless laugh that grated on his grandfather's ears. Take it like a man and don't do anything rash. For God's sake, why not go abroad as you planned and try to forget it? I can't, Laurie replied. But you were eager to go, and I promised you could after college. Mr. Lawrence reminded him. But I didn't mean to go alone, Laurie exclaimed, pacing the room restlessly, with an expression his grandfather was fortunate not to witness. I don't ask you to go alone. Someone is ready and eager to accompany you anywhere in the world. Who is that? Sir, he paused to ask. Myself, came the reply. Laurie returned as swiftly as he had left, extending his hand and speaking in a husky tone. I'm a selfish brute. But, you know, your grandfather. Lord have mercy. Yes, I do understand. I've been through this before, once in my youth and again with your father. Now, my dear boy, just sit down and listen to my plan. Everything is settled and can be put into action immediately, Mr. Lawrence said, holding on to the young man as if he feared Laurie might bolt, just as his father had done before him. Well, sir, what is it? Laurie asked, sitting down without any trace of interest in his voice or expression. There's business in London that needs attention. I intended for you to handle it, but I can manage it better myself. Things here will run smoothly with Brooke in charge. My partners handle nearly everything. I'm just holding on until you're ready to take my place, and then I can leave at any time. But you dislike traveling. Sir, I can't ask you to do this at your age, Laurie protested, though he was grateful for the sacrifice and would have much preferred to go alone, if he were to go at all. The old gentleman was fully aware of this and especially wanted to stop it, since his grandson's mood made him realize it wouldn't be wise to let him be alone. So, suppressing his natural regret over leaving home comforts, he said firmly, Good heavens, I'm not done for yet. I actually enjoy the idea. It will be good for me, and my old bones won't mind, since traveling today is almost as easy as sitting in a chair. Laurie's restless movement hinted that his chair wasn't comfortable, or he disliked the plan, prompting the old man to add quickly, I don't want to be a trouble or a burden. I'm going because I think you'll be happier than if I stayed behind. I don't plan to tag along with you, but let you go wherever you please, while I enjoy myself in my own way. I have friends in London and Paris I'd like to visit. Meanwhile, you can go to Italy, Germany, Switzerland, wherever you like, and enjoy art, music, scenery, and as many adventures as you want. At that moment, Laurie felt his heart was completely broken. The world became a desolate wilderness, but at the sound of certain words the old gentleman skillfully wove into his final sentence, the broken heart suddenly stirred with unexpected vigor. A green oasis or two unexpectedly emerged in the desolate wilderness. He sighed and then spoke in a lifeless tone. Just as you wish, sir. It doesn't matter where I go or what I do. It does matter to me, he said. Remember that. My boy, I'm giving you complete freedom, but I trust you to use it honorably. Promise me that. Laurie. Anything you want, sir. Good, thought the old gentleman. You may not care now, but there will come a time when that promise will guide you away from trouble. Mark my words. Being a man of action, Mr. Lawrence seized the moment. Before the disheartened young man could muster the spirit to resist, they set off. During the preparation time, Laurie behaved as young men often do in such situations. His mood shifted between irritability and pensiveness. He lost his appetite, neglected his appearance, and spent a lot of time playing the piano with wild intensity. He avoided Joe but consoled himself by gazing at her from his window with a tragic expression that haunted her dreams at night. He was weighed down by a heavy burden of guilt during the day. Unlike some others who suffered, he never spoke of his unrequited love and allowed no one, not even Mrs. March, to offer comfort or sympathy. In some ways, this brought relief to his friends. But the weeks before his departure were filled with tension, and everyone rejoiced that the poor, dear fellow was leaving to forget his troubles and return home happy. Naturally, he smiled bitterly at their illusion, but he let it pass with the sorrowful superiority of someone who knew his loyalty, like his love, would never waver. When the time to part came, he pretended to be in high spirits to hide the inconvenient emotions that threatened to surface. This cheerfulness didn't fool anyone, but they tried to act as if it did for his sake, and he managed well until Mrs. March kissed him with a whisper full of maternal concern. Feeling like he was losing control, he quickly embraced everyone, including the troubled Hannah, and rushed downstairs as if escaping. Joe followed a minute later to wave goodbye if he looked back. He did look back, returned, wrapped his arms around her as she stood on the step above him, and gazed up at her with an expression that made his brief plea both heartfelt and moving. "Oh, Joe, can't you? Teddy, dear, I wish I could." That was all, except for a brief pause. Then Laurie straightened himself up, said, "It's all right, never mind," and walked away without another word. But it wasn't all right, and Joe did mind. For while the curly head lay on her arm a minute after her harsh answer, she felt as if she had wounded her dearest friend, and when he left her without a backward glance, she knew that the boy Laurie would never return. 36. Beth's secret. When Joe returned home that spring, she was struck by the change in Beth. No one spoke of it or seemed to notice it, for it had happened so gradually that those who saw her every day weren't startled by it. But to eyes sharpened by absence, it was clear, and a heavy burden weighed on Joe's heart as she saw her sister's face. It was no paler and only slightly thinner than in the autumn, yet there was a strange, translucent quality about it, as if the mortal part was slowly fading away, and the immortal shone through the fragile flesh with an indescribably poignant beauty. Joe saw and felt it, but said nothing at the time. The initial impression soon faded as Beth appeared content, and no one seemed to question her improvement. Joe, caught up in other concerns, temporarily set aside her worries. However, when Laurie left and calm returned, the lingering unease crept back in. Though Joe had confessed her mistakes and been forgiven, when she shared her savings and suggested a mountain trip, Beth gratefully declined, preferring a shorter visit to the seaside instead, since Grandma couldn't be persuaded to leave the children. Joe took Beth to a quiet coastal spot where she could enjoy the fresh air and let the ocean breeze bring some color to her pale face. It wasn't a trendy location, but even among the friendly crowd, the girls made few friends, choosing to focus on each other. Beth was too timid for social gatherings, and Joe was so devoted to her that she didn't care for anyone else. They were each other's everything, moving in and out of places without noticing the attention they drew. Those around them watched with kindness, observing the strong sister and the fragile one, always together. It seemed as though they instinctively sensed that a long separation was looming. They did feel it, yet neither mentioned it, for there often exists a reserve between ourselves and those closest to us, a barrier that is difficult to break. Joe felt as if a veil had come between her heart and Beth's. Yet, when she tried to lift it, the silence seemed sacred, and she waited for Beth to speak. She wondered, and was also grateful, that her parents didn't seem to notice what she saw. During the quiet weeks, as the shadow became so clear to her, she said nothing about it to those at home, believing it would reveal itself when Beth returned no better. She wondered even more if her sister had truly guessed the hard truth and what thoughts passed through her mind during the long hours she lay on the warm rocks, her head resting in Joe's lap, the wind blowing healthily over her, and the sea creating music at her feet. One day, Beth told her. Joe thought she was asleep. She lay so still. Putting down her book, Joe sat gazing at her with longing eyes. trying to find signs of hope in the faint color of Beth's cheeks. But she couldn't find enough to satisfy her, for the cheeks were very thin. Her hands seemed too fragile to hold even the delicate pink shells they had gathered. It hit her harder than ever before that Beth was slowly slipping away from her. Her arms instinctively tightened around the most precious thing she had. For a moment, her eyes were too blurred to see. When they cleared, Beth was gazing up at her with such tenderness that words almost seemed unnecessary. "Joe, dear, I'm glad you know. I've tried to tell you, but I just couldn't." The only response was her sister's cheek pressed against hers. Even tears were absent, for when deeply moved, Joe rarely cried. Now, Joe was the weaker one, and Beth tried to comfort and support her, wrapping her arms around her and whispering soothing words in her ear. "I've known for a while, dear. I'm used to it now. It's not hard to accept or endure. Try to see it that way and don't worry about me because it's truly for the best." Was this what made you so unhappy last autumn, Beth? You didn't feel it then and kept it to yourself all this time, did you? Joe asked, refusing to accept or say it was best, but relieved to know Laurie wasn't part of Beth's sorrow. "Yes, that's when I lost hope. But I didn't want to admit it. I tried to convince myself it was just a foolish whim, and I didn't want to burden anyone with it. But when I saw all of you so healthy, strong, and full of joyful plans, it was hard not to feel that I could never be like you, and that made me miserable." Joe. "Oh, Beth, and you didn't tell me, didn't let me comfort and support you. How could you shut me out and bear it all alone?" Joe's voice was filled with gentle reproach, and her heart ached as she thought about the solitary struggle Beth must have endured while learning to let go of her health, love, and life, and yet still carry her cross so cheerfully. "Perhaps it was wrong, but I tried to do what I thought was right. I wasn't sure, and no one said anything, so I hoped I was mistaken. It would have been selfish to frighten all of you when Marmee was already so worried about Meg, and Amy was away, and you were all so happy with Laurie, at least. That's what I thought at the time. And I thought you loved him, Beth, which is why I stayed away because I couldn't," Joe said, glad to finally reveal the truth. Beth looked so surprised at the idea that Joe couldn't help but smile through her pain, and she added softly, "Then you didn't, dear? I was afraid it was true, and imagined your poor little heart filled with sorrow all that time." "Why, Joe, how could I? Why are you so fond of me?" Beth asked innocently. "I do love him deeply. He has always been so kind to me. How could I not feel this way? But to me, he could only ever be like a brother. I hope he truly will be someday. Not through me," Joe said firmly. "Amy is the one for him, and they would make a perfect match. But I don't have the heart for such things now. I don't care what happens to anyone but you. Beth, you must get better. I want to. Oh, so much. I try, but every day I lose a little more, and I feel more certain that I won't regain it. It's like the ocean tide, Joe, when it turns. It moves slowly, but it can't be stopped. It will be stopped," Joe said, her voice filled with determination. "Your tide won't turn so soon. 19 is far too young. Beth, I won't let you go. I'll work, pray, and fight against it. I'll keep you, no matter what. There must be a way. It can't be too late. God wouldn't be so cruel as to take you from me," cried Joe, her spirit far less meek than Beth's. Simple, sincere people rarely talk much about their faith. It reveals itself in their actions rather than their words, and it carries more weight than any sermon or declaration. Beth was unable to explain or understand the faith that gave her the courage and patience to surrender her life and await death with cheerfulness. She trusted like a child, asking no questions, and entrusted everything to God and nature, the universal parents. She was certain only they could provide the guidance and strength needed for this life and the next. She didn't lecture Joe. Instead, she loved her more for her passion and held tighter to the human love that brings us closer to God. Though life was sweet, she couldn't say she was glad to go. She wept. "I'm trying to accept," clinging to Joe as their shared grief overwhelmed them. Later, with calm restored, Beth asked, "Will you share this when we're home?" Joe sighed. "They'll notice on their own. For Beth seemed different each day. Maybe not. Those who love deeply often don't see these things. If they don't notice, please tell them for me. No secrets. It's better to prepare them. Meg finds comfort in John and the babies. But you must support father and mother. Won't you? Joe? If I can. But Beth, I haven't given up yet. I'm going to believe it's just a sick fancy and not let you think it's true, Joe said, trying to speak cheerfully. Beth lay there for a moment, thinking, and then spoke in her quiet manner. I don't know how to express myself and shouldn't try with anyone but you, because I can only speak openly to you. My Joe, I only meant to say that I have a feeling I was never meant to live long. I'm not like the rest of you. I never made plans for when I grew up or thought about getting married. Unlike you all, I couldn't imagine myself as anything other than little Beth, staying at home, useless anywhere else. I never wanted to leave. And the hardest part now is leaving all of you. I'm not afraid, but it feels like I'll even miss you all in heaven. Joe was speechless, and for several minutes, the only sounds were the wind's sigh and the tide's lapping. A white-winged gull flew by, its silvery breast catching the sunlight. Beth watched until it disappeared, her eyes filled with sorrow. A small, gray-feathered shorebird hopped gracefully along the beach, softly chirping to itself as it seemed to enjoy the warmth of the sun and the sea breeze. It drew quite close to Beth, gazing at her with a friendly eye before settling on a warm stone to preen its damp feathers. Appearing completely at ease, Beth found herself smiling, feeling a sense of comfort as the tiny creature offered its small friendship, reminding her that there was still a pleasant world to be enjoyed. Oh, dear little bird, she exclaimed to Joe. See how tame it is. I prefer peeps to gulls. They may not be as wild and handsome, but they seem so happy and trusting. I used to call them my birds last summer, and Mother said they reminded her of me, busy, Quaker-colored creatures always near the shore, chirping their contented little song. You, Joe, are like the gull, strong and wild, fond of the storm and the wind, flying far out to sea and happy all alone. Meg is the turtle dove, and Amy is like the lark she writes about, always striving to reach the clouds, but always returning to her nest. She's such an ambitious little girl, but her heart is good and tender, no matter how high she soars. She'll never forget home. I hope I'll see her again, though she seems so far away. She will arrive in the spring, and I intend for you to be ready to see and enjoy her. I plan to have you in good health and high spirits by then. Joe began, noticing that among all the changes in Beth, the change in her talking was the most significant, as it now seemed effortless for her, and she spoke her thoughts aloud in a manner entirely different from the shy Beth. Joe, dear, don't hold on to hope anymore. It won't make a difference. I'm sure of that. We won't be unhappy, but find joy in each other's company while we wait. We'll have happy times, since I don't suffer greatly, and I believe the end will come peacefully if you help me. Joe bent down to kiss her calm face, silently dedicating herself, body and soul, to Beth. She was correct. No words were needed when they arrived home, for her father and mother could see clearly now what they had prayed to avoid. Weary from her brief trip, Beth went straight to bed, expressing her relief at being home, and when Joe went downstairs, she found that she would be spared the hard task of telling Beth's secret. Her father stood with his head against the mantelpiece, not turning as she entered, while her mother extended her arms as if seeking support, and Joe went to comfort her silently. At 3 in the afternoon, the entire fashionable crowd in Nice gathers on the Promenade d'Anglais, a delightful spot with a broad walkway lined with palm trees, flowers, and tropical shrubs. On one side lies the sea, and on the other, a grand avenue flanked by hotels and villas, with orange groves and hills beyond. People from many nations are present, speaking various languages and dressed in diverse attire. On a sunny day, the scene is as vibrant and lively as a carnival, with haughty Englishmen, lively Frenchmen, sober Germans, handsome Spaniards, unattractive Russians, modest Jews, and casual Americans all driving, sitting, or strolling about. They chat about the latest news and discuss the newest celebrity arrivals, whether it's Ristori, Dickens, Victor Emmanuel, or the Queen of the Sandwich Islands. The carriages are as diverse as the crowd and draw just as much attention, especially the low, open barouches in which ladies drive themselves, accompanied by a pair of spirited ponies. They use colorful nets to keep their flowing dresses from spilling over the small vehicles, with tiny grooms seated at the back. Along this walk, on Christmas Day, a tall young man strolled slowly, his hands clasped behind him, and a somewhat distant expression on his face. He had the appearance of an Italian, dressed in the style of an Englishman, and carried himself with the independence of an American. This unique blend drew admiring glances from several women. Meanwhile, a group of dandies in black velvet suits, with pink neckties, buff gloves, and orange blossoms in their buttonholes, would shrug their shoulders and envy his tall stature. There were many attractive faces to appreciate, but the young man paid them little attention, only occasionally glancing at a blonde woman or someone dressed in blue. After a while, he strolled out of the promenade and paused at the intersection, seeming uncertain whether to head toward the band in the Jardin Public or walk along the beach toward Castle Hill. The sound of trotting ponies made him look up, and he saw a small carriage with a single lady hurrying down the street. The lady was young, blonde, and dressed in blue. He stared for a moment, then his face lit up, and, waving his hat like a boy, he rushed forward to meet her. "Oh, Laurie, is it really you? I thought you'd never come," cried Amy, dropping the reins and extending both hands, to the great shock of a French mother, who hurried her daughter along, fearing she might be corrupted by the sight of these mad English and their free behavior. "I was delayed along the way, but I promised to spend Christmas with you, and here I am. How is your grandfather? When did you arrive? Where are you staying?" "Very well, last night, at the Chow Vane. I called at your hotel, but you were all out. I have so much to say. I don't know where to begin. Get in, and we can talk comfortably. I was going for a drive and longing for company. Flo's saving up for tonight." "What happens then? A ball? A Christmas party at our hotel? There are many Americans there, and they're hosting it in honor of the day. You'll join us?" "Of course. Aunt will be delighted." "Thank you. Where now?" Laurie asked, leaning back and folding his arms, a gesture that suited Amy, who preferred to drive. For her parasol, whip, and blue reins over the white ponies' backs brought her immense satisfaction. "I'm going to the banker's first, for letters, and then to Castle Hill. The view is so lovely, and I like to feed the peacocks. Have you ever been there?" "Often. Years ago, but I don't mind taking a look at it again." "Tell me all about yourself now. The last thing I heard about you was that your grandfather wrote that he was expecting you from Berlin." "Yes. I spent a month there and then joined him in Paris, where he's settled for the winter. He has friends there and finds plenty to keep him entertained. So I come and go, and we get along wonderfully." "That's a very sociable arrangement," Amy said, though she couldn't quite put her finger on what felt off about Laurie's manner. "You see, he hates to travel, and I hate to stay still. So we each do what suits us best, and there's no trouble. I'm often with him, and he enjoys hearing about my adventures, while I like knowing someone is happy to see me when I return from my travels. It's a dirty old hole, isn't it?" he added with a disgusted look as they drove along the boulevard toward the Place Napoleon in the old city. "The dirt is picturesque, so I don't mind. The river and the hills are lovely, and these glimpses of the narrow side streets are a delight. Now we'll have to wait for that procession to pass. It's heading to the Church of St. John." Meanwhile, Laurie listlessly watched the procession. Priests under their canopies, white-veiled nuns carrying lighted tapers, and a brotherhood in blue chanting as they walked. Amy observed him with a growing sense of shyness, for he seemed different now. The cheerful boy she once knew was nowhere to be seen in the moody man beside her. He was more handsome than ever and had clearly improved, she thought. But after the initial excitement of their reunion faded, he appeared tired and lacking in spirit, not ill or unhappy, but older and more serious than one would expect after a couple of years of a successful life. She couldn't understand this change and didn't dare to ask questions. So she shook her head and urged her ponies forward as the procession moved across the arches of the Paglioni Bridge and disappeared into the church. "Que pensez-vous?" she asked, showing off her French, which, since traveling abroad, had become more fluent, though not necessarily more accurate. That mademoiselle has made good use of her time, and the result is charming, Laurie replied, bowing with his hand on his heart and a look of admiration. She blushed with pleasure. But somehow, this compliment didn't satisfy her as much as the straightforward praise he used to give her back home. There, on festive occasions, he would walk around her, tell her she was altogether jolly, with a warm smile and an approving pat on the head. She didn't like this new tone, for, though not apathetic, it seemed indifferent despite the appearance. If that's how he's going to grow up, I wish he'd remain a boy, she thought, feeling a strange mix of disappointment and unease. While trying to appear carefree and cheerful, at a Victor's, she found the precious home letters and handed them to Laurie. They read them luxuriously as they strolled up the shaded road, where tea roses bloomed as vibrantly as in June. Beth is very unwell, Mother says. I often think I should go home, but they all say stay. So I do, for I'll never have another chance like this, Amy said, looking serious as she read one page. I think you're right there. You couldn't do anything at home, and it's a great comfort to them to know that you're well and happy and enjoying so much. My dear, he said, drawing a little closer and looking more like his old self. His words eased the fear that sometimes weighed on Amy's heart, for his look, his gesture, and the brotherly "my dear" seemed to assure her that if any trouble came, she wouldn't be alone in a strange land. Soon, she laughed and showed him a small sketch of Jo in her scribbling suit, with the bow proudly standing tall on her cap. Words flowed from her mouth, and Laurie, smiling, said, "Genius is on fire." He took the item, tucked it into his waistcoat pocket, and remarked, to keep it from being swept away. He listened with interest as Amy read him a lively letter. "This Christmas will be particularly joyful for me," Amy said, "with gifts in the morning, your visit and letters in the afternoon, and a party in the evening." As they stepped among the ruins of the old fort, a flock of magnificent peacocks gathered around them, tame and waiting to be fed. Amy stood on the bank above Laurie, laughing as she scattered crumbs to the vibrant birds. Laurie gazed at her with the same natural curiosity she had once shown him, eager to see how time and absence had changed her. He found nothing confusing or disappointing, much to admire and approve of. While she had a few slight affectations in her speech and manner, she remained as lively and graceful as ever, with an added elegance in her dress and demeanor that only comes with time. Always mature for her age, she had developed a certain confidence in both her carriage and conversation, making her seem more like a woman of the world than she truly was. Yet, her old petulance would occasionally surface, and her strong will remained unchanged, and her natural sincerity remained untouched by external refinement. While Laurie watched her feeding the peacocks, he didn't take in every detail, yet what he did see was sufficient to captivate and engage him. He left with a charming image of a bright-faced girl bathed in sunlight, which highlighted the delicate color of her dress, the vibrant tone of her cheeks, and the golden sheen of her hair, making her a striking figure in the delightful setting. As they ascended to the stone plateau atop the hill, Amy waved her hand, as though greeting him to her cherished spot, and said, pointing here and there, "Do you recall the cathedral and the Corso, the fishermen hauling their nets in the bay, and the charming road to Villa Franca, Schubert's tower, just below, and, most of all, that distant speck at sea they call Corsica? I remember. It hasn't changed much," he replied, though without much enthusiasm. Jo would give anything for a glimpse of that famous spot, Amy exclaimed, eager to see him happy too. "Yes," he said briefly, but he turned, straining his eyes to catch a glimpse of the island, now made intriguing by a presence even more significant than Napoleon. "Take a good look at it for her sake, if you would," Amy said, seating herself and preparing for a lively conversation. However, the talk she anticipated didn't unfold as expected, though Laurie joined her and responded to her questions openly. All she could gather was that he had traveled across the continent and visited Greece. After passing an idle hour together, they returned home, Laurie paid his respects to Mrs. Carroll and left, promising to come back that evening. It is worth noting that Amy made a conscious effort to look her best that night. Time and distance had brought a change in both young people. She now saw her old friend not just as our boy, but as a handsome and charming man. She was aware of a natural desire to impress him. Amy was well aware of her strengths and knew how to highlight them with the flair and skill that often benefits a pretty woman of modest means. Since tarlatan and tulle were affordable and nice, she chose to wear them on such occasions. Following the practical English style of simple dresses for young women, she created charming outfits with fresh flowers, a few trinkets, and various delicate accessories that were both economical and effective. It must be admitted that the artist would occasionally take possession of the woman, indulging in antiquated hairstyles, statuesque poses, and classical draperies. But, dear heart, we all have our little flaws, and it's easy to forgive such things in the young, especially when they delight our eyes with their charm and keep our hearts light with their innocent vanities. I do want him to think I look well and tell them so at home, Amy said to herself as she put on Flo's old white silk ball gown and covered it with a cloud of fresh illusion, from which her white shoulders and golden head emerged with a most artistic effect. She had the sense to leave her hair alone after gathering the thick waves and curls into a Hebe-like knot at the back of her head. It's not the fashion, but it's becoming, and I can't afford to make a fright of myself, she would say when advised to frizzle, puff, or braid, as the latest style commanded. Having no fine ornaments for this important occasion, Amy looped her fleecy skirts with rosy clusters of azalea and framed her white shoulders in delicate green vines. Remembering the painted boots, she surveyed her white satin slippers with girlish satisfaction and chassed down the room. She admired her aristocratic feet. All alone. My new fan perfectly complements my flowers. My gloves fit perfectly, and the genuine lace on her aunt's handkerchief adds an elegant touch to my entire dress. If only I had a nose and mouth with classical features, I would be completely happy. She examined herself with a critical gaze, holding a candle in each hand. Despite this challenge, she appeared remarkably cheerful and elegant as she glided away. She rarely ran. It didn't align with her style, she thought. Given her height, a stately and Juno-esque demeanor was more fitting than a sportive or picante one. She paced back and forth in the long saloon while waiting for Laurie. At one point, she positioned herself under the chandelier, which highlighted her hair. But then she reconsidered and moved to the other end of the room, as if ashamed of her girlish desire to make a favorable first impression. It turned out she couldn't have done better, for Laurie entered so quietly she didn't notice him. As she stood at the distant window, her head half-turned and one hand gathering her dress, the slender, white figure against the red curtains was as striking as a well-placed statue. "Good evening, Diana," said Laurie, with an expression of contentment. She enjoyed seeing the pleasure in his eyes when they rested on her. "Good evening, Apollo," she replied, smiling back at him, for he, too, looked unusually debonair, and the thought of entering the ballroom on the arm of such a charming man filled Amy with pity for the foreplain Mrs. Davis from the bottom of her heart. "Here are your flowers. I arranged them myself, remembering that you didn't like what Hannah calls a sot bouquet," Laurie said, handing her a delicate nosegay in a holder she had long coveted as she passed by Cardiglia's window every day. "How kind you are," she exclaimed gratefully. "If I'd known you were coming, I'd have had something ready for you today, though not as lovely as this. I'm afraid. Thank you. It isn't what it should be, but you've improved it," he added, as she fastened the silver bracelet on her wrist. "Please don't. I thought you liked that sort of thing." "Not from you. It doesn't sound natural, and I prefer your old bluntness better." "I'm glad of it," he replied, with a look of relief, then buttoned her gloves for her and asked if his tie was straight, just as he used to do when they attended parties together at home. The company gathered in the grand dining hall that evening. The scene was one that could only be found on the continent. The generous Americans had invited every friend they had in Nice, and, unbiased by titles, they even managed to secure a few distinguished guests to add glamour to their Christmas ball. A Russian prince kindly sat in a corner for an hour, engaging in conversation with a stately woman dressed in black velvet, her pearl necklace resting under her chin. A young Polish count, no more than 18, charmed the ladies, who found him utterly fascinating. A German nobleman, who had come solely for the supper, wandered about, searching for something to eat. Baron Rothschild's private secretary, a Jewish man with a prominent nose and tight-fitting boots, smiled warmly, as if his master's name had placed a golden aura around him. A stout Frenchman, acquainted with the emperor, attended to satisfy his passion for dancing. Lady de Jones, an English matron, graced the event with her family of 8. Naturally, there were also lively, high-pitched American girls, handsome yet expressionless Englishwomen, and a few charming, if plain, French young women. The usual assortment of traveling young men completed the gathering. The girls were having a wonderful time, laughing and enjoying themselves. Mothers from all walks of life stood along the walls, watching with warm smiles as the young people danced with their daughters. Any young girl can imagine how Amy felt that night as she took the stage, leaning on Laurie's arm. She was aware of how well she looked, and she loved to dance. She felt a deep connection to the ballroom, as if her foot was on familiar ground, and she reveled in the thrilling sense of power that comes when young women first realize the beautiful and new world they are destined to rule through their beauty, youth, and womanhood. She felt sorry for the Davis girls, who were awkward, plain, and without escorts except for a stern father and 3 even sterner maiden aunts. She greeted them warmly as she passed by, which was kind of her, as it allowed them to see her dress and sparked their curiosity about who her distinguished-looking friend might be. As soon as the band began to play, Amy's cheeks flushed, her eyes sparkled, and her feet tapped impatiently on the floor, for she danced well and wanted Laurie to know it. Therefore, the shock she felt when he calmly asked, "Do you care to dance?" can only be imagined. "One usually does at a ball," she replied. Amy's look of surprise and her swift response prompted Laurie to correct his mistake immediately. "I meant the first dance. May I have the honor?" he asked. Amy replied, "I can give you one if I put off the count. He dances wonderfully, but he will excuse me, as you are an old friend," hoping the title would have a positive effect and remind Laurie not to underestimate her. All she got in response was, "Nice little boy," but rather a short pole to support a daughter of the gods, divinely tall and most divinely fair. The group they joined was mostly English, and Amy had to gracefully go through a cotilin, though she would have preferred to dance the tarantella with enthusiasm. Laurie left her with the nice little boy and went to fulfill his duty to Flo, failing to secure Amy for the upcoming dances, oversight that was soon punished. She quickly booked herself until supper, intending to forgive him if he showed signs of regret later. When he casually strolled up instead of rushing to claim her for the next dance, a glorious polkarettowa, she showed him her ball book with a smug smile. His polite apologies didn't fool her, and when she galloped off with the count, Amy noticed Laurie sitting down beside his aunt, his face showing clear relief. Amy found his behavior inexcusable and paid him little attention for a long time, except for the occasional word when she stopped by her chaperone between dances, either to borrow a necessary pin or to take a brief rest. However, her anger had a positive effect, as she concealed it behind a cheerful smile, appearing especially lively and radiant. Laurie watched her with pleasure, for she danced neither wildly nor lazily, but with energy and grace, making the delightful activity all it was meant to be. He naturally began to view her in a new light, and before the evening was even halfway over, he had decided that little Amy was going to become a very charming woman. The scene was lively, as the spirit of the social season soon took hold of everyone. Christmas cheer made faces glow, hearts happy, and feet light. The musicians played their instruments with enthusiasm, and everyone who could dance did so, while those who couldn't offered unusually warm admiration for their neighbors. The room was filled with devices, and many Joneses frolicked about like a herd of young giraffes. The secretary, dressed in golden attire, rushed through the room like a meteor, with a dashing Frenchwoman, who covered the floor with her pink satin train. The Comte located the supper table, and was delighted. steadily making his way through the menu, and astonishing the waiters with the extent of his consumption. But the emperor's friend earned great admiration, for he danced with enthusiasm, whether he knew the steps or not, and added spontaneous spins whenever the choreography confused him. The youthful energy of that stout man was delightful to watch, for, though he carried weight, he danced like a rubber ball. He ran, he flew, he pranced, his face glowed, his bald head shone, his coat-tails swung wildly, his shoes sparkled in the air, and when the music stopped, he wiped the sweat from his brow and smiled warmly at everyone around him like a French Pickwick without glasses. Amy and her pole were equally enthusiastic, but with more graceful agility, and Laurie found himself involuntarily tapping along to the rhythmic movement of the white slippers as they flew by tirelessly, as if they had wings. When little Vladimir finally let her go, assuring her he was heartbroken to leave so early, she was ready to rest and see how the disloyal knight had endured his punishment. It had been a success, for at 23, wounded hearts find solace in the company of friends. Young nerves will tingle, the youthful energy will surge, and vibrant young spirits soar when exposed to the allure of beauty, light, music, and movement. Laurie had a wakeful expression as he stood to offer her his seat, and when he rushed off to fetch her some supper, she thought to herself with a contented smile, "Ah, I thought that would do him some good." "You resemble Balzac's Femme Paint par elle-même," he said, fanning her with one hand while holding her coffee cup in the other. "My rouge doesn't smudge," and she showed him her white glove with a quiet simplicity, which made him burst out laughing. "What do you call this fabric?" he asked, brushing against a fold of her dress that had drifted over his knee. "Illusion." "A fitting name. It's lovely, something new, isn't it? It's age-old. You've seen it on countless girls, yet you never noticed its charm until now. How foolish of you. I never saw it on you before, which explains the oversight. You see, none of that. It's not allowed. I'd rather have coffee than compliments right now. No, don't loaf around. It makes me nervous." Laurie sat up straight and modestly took her empty plate, experiencing a strange kind of pleasure in bossing Laurie around, for she had lost her shyness now and felt an overwhelming urge to dominate him, as girls often do when men show signs of submission. "Where did you learn all of this?" he asked with a teasing look. "Since this is such a vague term, would you mind explaining?" Amy replied, fully aware of what he meant, but mischievously letting him struggle to define the indefinable. "Well, the overall demeanor, the style, the confidence, the illusion. You know," Laurie admitted, laughing and using the new word to escape his predicament. Amy was pleased but, of course, didn't show it and responded demurely. "Living abroad polishes one regardless of effort. I study as much as I play, and as for this," with a small gesture toward her dress, "why, tulle is inexpensive, flowers are free, and I enjoy making the most of my simple things." Amy slightly regretted her last remark, worried that it might not be in good taste, but Laurie ended up liking her all the more because of it. He found himself admiring and respecting the brave patience that made the most of every opportunity, and the cheerful spirit that adorned poverty with beauty. Amy didn't understand why he was being so kind to her, or why he filled her book with his name, and devoted himself to her for the rest of the evening in such a charming way. The impulse that brought about this pleasant change was the result of one of the new impressions they were unconsciously giving and receiving. 38. On the shelf. In France, young women often have a less exciting life until they get married, when "Vive la liberté" becomes their motto. In America, as everyone knows, girls declare their independence early and enthusiastically enjoy their freedom. However, young mothers usually step back after the first child arrives and live a life of seclusion, almost as quiet as a French convent, though far less peaceful. Whether they like it or not, they are virtually set aside once the wedding excitement is over, and many of them might say, as a very attractive woman did the other day, "I'm as handsome as ever, but since I'm married, no one pays attention to me. I'm neither a belle nor a fashionable lady." Meg didn't experience this hardship until her babies were a year old, For in her small world, primitive customs still applied, and she found herself more admired and loved than ever. As a womanly little woman, the maternal instinct was very strong in her, and she was completely absorbed in her children, to the exclusion of everything and everyone else. Day and night, she devoted herself to them with tireless care and anxiety, leaving John to the mercy of the help. As an Irish lady now managed the kitchen, being a domestic man, John missed the attention from his wife he was used to, but since he adored his babies, he gladly gave up his comfort for a while, thinking, with masculine ignorance, that peace would soon return. However, 3 months passed, and there was no sign of calm. Meg looked tired and nervous. The babies took up every moment of her time. The house was neglected, and Kitty, the cook who took life easy, kept him on short rations. Every morning when he went out, he was overwhelmed by small tasks. His wife, who was like a captive, asked of him if he returned home cheerfully at night. Eager to embrace his family, he was met with a hush. They just fell asleep after a day of worrying. If he suggested a small amusement at home, the reply was, no, it would disturb the babies. If he hinted at attending a lecture or concert, he received a reproachful look and a firm, never leave my children for pleasure. His sleep was disrupted by the cries of infants and visions of a shadowy figure silently pacing back and forth during the night watches. His meals were interrupted by the frequent departure of the one in charge, who would leave him half-helped if a muffled sound came from the nursery upstairs. When he read his evening paper, Demi's colic made its way into the shipping news, and Daisy's fall impacted the stock prices. For Mrs. Brooke was only interested in domestic matters. The poor man felt deeply uneasy, for the children had taken his wife away from him. Home had become merely a nursery, and the constant hushing made him feel like an intrusive outsider whenever he entered the sacred space of the children's world. He endured this patiently for 6 months, but when there was no sign of improvement, he decided to take action. Like other paternal exiles, he sought comfort elsewhere. Scott had married and started a household nearby. John made it a habit to visit for an hour or two in the evenings when his own parlor was empty, and his own wife was singing endless lullabies. Mrs. Scott was a lively, pretty girl with nothing to do but be charming, and she fulfilled her role exceptionally well. The parlor was always bright and inviting, with the chessboard ready, the piano in tune, plenty of lively gossip, and a tempting little supper laid out in an appealing way. John would have preferred the comfort of his own fireside if it hadn't been so lonely. But as it was, he gratefully accepted the next best thing and enjoyed his neighbor's company. Meg initially approved of the new arrangement and found it a relief to know that John was having a good time instead of dozing in the parlor or wandering around the house and waking the children. But as time passed, once the teething worries were over and the children slept at proper hours, leaving Mama time to rest, she began to miss John and found her work basket dull company when he wasn't sitting opposite her in his old dressing gown. He was warmly burning his slippers against the fender. She wouldn't ask him to remain at home, but she felt hurt because he didn't realize she wanted him without being told, completely forgetting the numerous evenings he had waited for her in vain. She was anxious and exhausted from watching and worrying, and in that irrational state that even the best mothers sometimes feel when household worries overwhelm them. Lack of exercise takes away their cheerfulness, and too much dedication to that idol of American women, the teapot, makes them feel as though they're all nerve and no muscle. She would say, "Yes, I'm getting old and ugly. John doesn't find me interesting anymore." So he leaves his faded wife to visit his attractive neighbor, who has no responsibilities. "Well, the babies love me. They don't mind if I'm thin and pale, and I don't have time to curl my hair. They are my comfort, and someday John will see what I've gladly sacrificed for them. Won't he, my precious?" To which sad plea Daisy would respond with a coo, or Demi with a crow. Meg would set aside her lamentations for a moment of motherly joy, which comforted her solitude for the time. But the pain grew as politics consumed John, who was always rushing over to discuss interesting topics with Scott, quite unaware that Meg missed him. She didn't say a word, until one day, when her mother found her in tears and pressed her to explain what was wrong. for she had noticed that Meg's spirits had begun to droop. I wouldn't tell anyone except you, Mother, but I really do need advice. Because if John keeps going on like this much longer, I might as well be widowed, replied Mrs. Brooke, wiping away her tears with Daisy's bib, with a hint of hurt in her voice. What do you mean by he's always going on? Her mother asked anxiously. He's away all day, and at night, when I want to see him, he's constantly visiting the Scotts. It's not fair that I have to do all the hard work and never get any enjoyment. Men are so selfish, even the best of them. So are women, her mother replied. Don't blame John until you take a look at your own faults. But it's not right for him to neglect me. Are you neglecting him? Why, Mother, I thought you'd take my side. I am, as far as understanding you goes. But I think the fault lies with you, Meg. I don't see how. Let me explain. Did John ever neglect you, as you call it, when you made an effort to spend time with him in the evenings, which is his only free time? No, but I can't do it now, with 2 babies to care for. I think you could, dear, and I believe you should. May I speak openly? Remember, it's your mother who is both criticizing and understanding. Of course I will. Talk to me as if I were little Meg again. I often feel like I need guidance more than ever, especially since the babies depend on me for everything. Meg pulled her chair close to her mother's, and with a child on each lap, the 2 women rocked and conversed affectionately, feeling that the bond of motherhood brought them closer than ever. You've made the same mistake many young wives do, neglecting your duty to your husband while loving your children. It's a very natural and forgivable error, Meg, but one that should be addressed before it causes distance. Children should bring you closer together, not separate you, as if they were only yours and John had no role but to provide for them. I've noticed this for weeks but didn't say anything, hoping it would resolve on its own. I'm afraid it won't. If I ask him to stay, he'll think I'm jealous, and I wouldn't want to insult him with that idea. He doesn't realize how much I need him, and I don't know how to express it without words. The passage offers a heartfelt discussion between a mother and daughter about balancing family responsibilities. The mother advises Meg to avoid spending too much time in the nursery, as excessive confinement can lead to nervousness and inefficiency. She emphasizes the importance of not neglecting her husband, John, suggesting that involving him in childcare can foster a sense of responsibility and togetherness. Drawing from her own experiences, the mother recounts how she once shouldered all childcare duties alone, leading to overindulgence and personal strain. Her husband eventually stepped in, demonstrating the benefits of shared responsibilities. This historical context highlights a progressive view for its time, advocating for paternal involvement in childcare. The key themes are balance, shared responsibilities, and avoiding overexertion, with the mother's advice rooted in practical experience. The passage underscores the importance of a balanced family life where both parents contribute. Reflecting a modern approach to parenting, he became so helpful that I realized my error. Since then, I've never been able to manage without him. That's the secret to our home's happiness. He doesn't let work distract him from the small but important responsibilities we all share. I also strive not to let household concerns overshadow my interest in his activities. We each handle our own tasks in many areas, but at home, we work together. It's always been that way. It's true, Mother. My greatest wish is to be as wonderful a wife and mother to my family as you've been to yours. Teach me, and I'll do whatever you suggest. You've always been such an obedient daughter of mine. Well, dear, if I were you, I'd let John take more responsibility for Demi's upbringing. The boy needs guidance, and it's better to start sooner rather than later. Then I'd do what I've often suggested. Let Hannah come and assist you. She's an excellent nurse, and you can trust the precious babies to her while you handle more household tasks. You could use the exercise. Hannah would appreciate the break, and John would reconnect with his wife. Go out more and stay cheerful while keeping busy. You're the heart of the family, and if you're down, the whole household feels it. Then I'd make an effort to share in John's interests, talk with him, let him read to you, and exchange thoughts, and support each other in that manner. Don't isolate yourself in a gilded cage just because you're a woman. Instead, Stay aware of what's happening around you. Educate yourself so you can play your role in the world's work. After all, everything affects you and your loved ones. John is so reasonable. I'm worried he'll think I'm foolish if I ask him questions about politics and other things. I don't think he would. Love forgives many shortcomings. Who better to ask than him? Give it a try. You'll find his company far more enjoyable than Mrs. Scott's dinners. I will. Poor John. I'm afraid I've neglected him terribly, but I thought I was doing the right thing, and he never said anything about it. He tried not to be selfish, but I think he's felt quite lonely. This is the time, Meg, when young married couples often drift apart, and it's precisely when they should be closest to each other. The initial tenderness fades quickly unless you make an effort to nurture it. No time is more beautiful and precious for parents than the early years of the little lives they're entrusted to guide. Don't let John become a stranger to the children. They will do more to keep him safe and happy in this challenging and tempting world than anything else. Through them, you will come to understand and cherish one another as you ought to. Now, dear, goodbye. Ponder your mother's advice and act on it if it resonates with you. May God bless you all. Meg reflected on it, deemed it wise, and put it into action, though her initial effort didn't unfold exactly as she had envisioned. Naturally, the children took advantage of her, and as soon as they realized that tantrums could get them anything, they began to dictate the household. Mama catered to their every whim without resistance, but Papa was not so readily controlled. He would occasionally impose his authority, attempting to discipline his unruly son, much to the distress of his gentle wife. For Demi had inherited a bit of his father's resolute nature, though we'll refrain from labeling it as stubbornness. Once he set his mind on something, no force on earth, not even all the king's horses and men, could change his determined little mind. Mama believed the child was too young to learn to overcome his stubbornness. However, Papa was convinced that it was never too early to learn obedience. So, young Master Demi soon learned that whenever he tried to wrestle with Papa, he always ended up on the losing side. Yet, much like the Englishman, Baby developed a deep respect for the man who bested him. Meg decided to host a social evening with John, so she prepared a lovely supper, tidied up the parlor, dressed elegantly, and put the children to bed early to ensure nothing would disrupt her plan. However, Demi was stubborn about going to bed and chose that night to misbehave. Poor Meg sang, rocked him, told stories, and tried every trick she could think of to make him sleep, but nothing worked. Long after Daisy had fallen asleep, Demi lay awake, staring at the light with a stubbornly alert expression. "Will you lie still like a good boy while I take some tea to Papa?" Meg asked as the front door closed softly and the familiar footsteps tiptoed into the dining room. "Me wants tea," Demi exclaimed, ready to join in. "No, but I'll save you some small cakes for breakfast if you go to sleep like Daisy. Will you, dear?" "Yes." Demi tightened his eyes shut, as if trying to catch sleep and rush toward the desired day. Meg seized the opportune moment and slipped away, hurrying downstairs with a smile to greet her husband, her hair adorned with the little blue bow he especially admired. He noticed it immediately and said with delighted surprise, "Why, little mother, how festive we are tonight. Do you expect guests?" "Only you, dear," she replied. "Is it a birthday, anniversary, or something special?" "No, I'm tired of looking dull, so I decided to dress up for a change. You always make an effort to look nice at the table, no matter how tired you are. Why shouldn't I when I have the time? I do it out of respect for you, my dear," said old-fashioned John. "Ditto, ditto, Mr. Brooke." Meg laughed, looking youthful and pretty again as she nodded to him across the teapot. "It's utterly delightful and reminiscent of old times. This tastes right. I toast your health, dear." John sipped his tea with an air of contented bliss, but it was short-lived, for as he set his cup down, the door handle rattled mysteriously, and a small, impatient voice called out, "Opie doy, me's tummin'. It's that naughty boy." Meg sighed. "I told him to go to sleep alone, and here he is, downstairs, getting his death a cold pattering over that canvas," said Meg, answering the call. "Mornin' now." announced Demi in a joyful tone as he entered, his long nightgown gracefully festooned over his arm, every curl bobbing gaily as he pranced about the table, eyeing the cakeys with loving glances. "No, it isn't morning yet. You must go to bed and not trouble poor mama. Then you can have the little cake with sugar on it," Meg said. "Me loves cake," said the artful one, preparing to climb onto his father's knee and revel in forbidden joys. But John shook his head and said to Meg, "If you told him to stay up there and go to sleep alone, make him do it, or he will never learn to mind you." "Yes, of course. Come, Demi." And Meg led her son away, feeling a strong desire to spank the little troublemaker who hopped beside her, laboring under the delusion that the bribe was to be administered as soon as they reached the nursery. Nor was he disappointed, for that short-sighted woman actually gave him a lump of sugar, tucked him into his bed, and forbade any more adventures till morning. "ISS," said Demi, blissfully sucking his sugar and regarding his first attempt as eminently successful. Meg headed back to her home, and the evening meal was unfolding smoothly as the little ghost reappeared, exposing the maternal shortcomings through bold demands. "More sugar, Marmar?" he asked. "This is unacceptable," John said, steeling himself against the charming young troublemaker. "We won't have any peace until that child learns to go to bed on time. You've let this go on for too long. It's time to teach him a lesson, and this will be the end of it. Put him in his bed and leave him." "Meg, he won't stay unless I'm sitting with him," Meg replied. "I'll handle him," John said. "Demi, go upstairs and get into bed as your mother instructed." "Won't," the young rebel responded, helping himself to the desired cake and beginning to eat it with calm defiance. "You must never say that to Papa. If you don't go yourself, I'll carry you," John warned. "Go away. I don't love Papa," Demi said, retreating to the safety of his mother's skirts. But even that refuge wasn't enough. He was handed over to the enemy, with John saying, "Be gentle with him." This filled the little culprit with dread, for when Mama abandoned him, Judgment Day had arrived, deprived of his cake and denied his fun, and carried off by a firm grip to that loathed bed. Demi, however, couldn't hold back his anger. He openly challenged Papa, kicking and screaming loudly all the way upstairs. The moment he was placed in bed on one side, he rolled out on the other and made a dash for the door, only to be humiliatingly caught by the tail of his small toga and put back again. This lively routine continued until the young boy's strength ran out, when he dedicated himself to roaring at the top of his lungs. This vocal outburst usually calmed Meg, but John remained as unmoved as a post, as deaf as one. It said, no pleading, no sweets, no lullabies, no stories. Even the light was turned off, and only the red glow of the fire lit up the big dark that Demi viewed with curiosity rather than fear. This new way of doing things displeased him, and he wailed miserably for Marmar as his anger faded, and memories of his gentle caretaker returned to the rebellious young boy. The heartbreaking cry that followed the angry roar touched Meg's heart, and she rushed upstairs to plead. "Let me stay with him. He'll behave now." "John." "No, my dear," John replied. "I've told him he must go to sleep as you instructed, and he must, even if I remain till dawn," Meg argued, voice trembling with guilt over leaving her son. "He'll make himself ill with crying. Exhaustion will quiet him sooner," came the firm reply. "He must learn obedience. Trust me to handle this. He's my son. I won't have his spirit crushed by cruelty, and he's my son. I won't let indulgence ruin his character. Go rest." That commanding tone always swayed Meg. She yielded, though worry lingered. "One kiss, John? Please." "Of course. Demi, bid your mother good night. She's weary from tending you." Later, Meg would claim that kiss softened their stubborn child. Afterward, Demi's whimpers subsided. His small frame curled at the foot of the bed, drained from defiance. "Poor lad, worn out by tears," John murmured, draping a blanket over him. This should ease Meg's fears. But as he turned to leave, Demi's eyelids fluttered open, meeting his father's gaze. The boy's lips trembled, and he raised his arms, saying, with a remorseful hiccup, "Me's dude." Now, sitting on the stairs outside, Meg wondered at the long silence that followed the commotion. After imagining all sorts of impossible mishaps, she slipped into the room to ease her worries. Demi lay fast asleep, not in his usual sprawling posture, but curled up tightly, nestled in the circle of his father's arm, holding his father's finger, as if he felt that justice had been softened with mercy and had fallen asleep a sadder and wiser baby. John had waited with patient endurance until the little hand loosened its grip, and while waiting, he too had drifted off to sleep, more exhausted by the tussle with his son than by his entire day's work. As Meg stood there, gazing at the two faces on the pillow, she smiled to herself and then quietly withdrew, saying in a contented tone, "I never need fear that John will be too harsh with my babies. He knows how to manage them and will be a great help. For Demi is becoming too much for me." When John finally came downstairs, expecting to find a thoughtful or reproachful wife, he was pleasantly surprised to see Meg calmly trimming a bonnet. John was greeted by a request to read something about the election, provided he wasn't too tired. John quickly realized that some sort of revolution was underway, but wisely refrained from asking any questions. Knowing that Meg was such an open and innocent person, she couldn't keep a secret if her life depended on it. So the clue would soon become clear. He read the lengthy debate with great willingness and amiability, then explained it in his clearest way. Meanwhile, Meg attempted to appear deeply engaged, posing thoughtful questions, all while keeping her thoughts from drifting from the nation's affairs to her hat. Deep down, however, she concluded that politics were just as tedious as mathematics, and that politicians' role seemed to involve name-calling. She kept these thoughts to herself. When John paused, she shook her head and spoke with what she considered diplomatic vagueness. "Well, I truly don't see where this is leading us." John chuckled and observed her for a moment as she balanced a delicate arrangement of lace and flowers on her hand, viewing it with the genuine interest that his speech had not managed to inspire. "She's trying to appreciate politics for my sake, so I'll attempt to appreciate her millinery in return. That's only fair." John just thought to himself. He added aloud, "That's very pretty. Is that what you call a breakfast cap?" "My dear man, it's a bonnet, my very best one for concerts and the theater." "I beg your pardon. It was so small that I mistook it for one of those flyaway things you sometimes wear. How do you keep it on?" "These bits of lace are fastened under the chin with a rosebud. You see," Meg explained, demonstrating by putting on the bonnet. She regarded him with an air of calm satisfaction that was impossible to resist. "It's a lovely bonnet, but I prefer the face inside. It looks young and happy again," John said, and he kissed the smiling face, which didn't do the rosebud under her chin any favors. "I'm glad you like it, because I was hoping you could take me to one of the new concerts some night. I could really use some music to lift my spirits." "Will you?" "Please." "Of course I will. With all my heart, or anywhere else you'd like. You've been cooped up for so long. It will be wonderful for you, and I'll enjoy it more than anything." "What made you think of it, little mother?" "Well, I talked to Marmee the other day and told her how nervous, cross, and out of sorts I've been feeling. She told me I needed change and to worry less. So Hannah will help with the children. I'll take on more household responsibilities, and every now and then, I'll have some fun just to keep myself from becoming a restless, worn-out old woman before my time. It's just an experiment, John, and I want to try it as much for your sake as for mine. Since I've been neglecting you terribly lately, I plan to make our home what it once was, if I can. I hope you don't mind." Never mind what John said, or how close the little bonnet came to being ruined. What matters is that John didn't seem to object, judging by the gradual changes in the house and everyone in it. It wasn't perfect, but the division of labor improved things for everyone. The children thrived under John's steady, reliable care, as he brought order and discipline to the household. Meanwhile, Meg regained her spirits and calmed her nerves through healthy exercise, a bit of enjoyment, and many heartfelt conversations with her sensible husband. Home began to feel like home again, and John had no desire to leave unless he could take Meg with him. The Scotts started visiting the Brooks home now. The little house was a place of warmth and cheer, filled with joy, contentment, and the love of family. Even Sally Moffat, who was often gay, enjoyed visiting. "It is always so peaceful and pleasant here. It does me good," Meg would say, looking around with a wistful gaze, as if searching for the secret she could bring back to her grand, lonely home, for there were no noisy, sun-faced children there, and Ned lived in his own world, where she had no place. This household happiness did not develop overnight, but John and Meg had discovered the secret to it, and each year of marriage taught them how to nurture it, unlocking the treasures of true home love and mutual support. These treasures are within reach of even the poorest, yet cannot be purchased by the wealthiest. This is the kind of life where young wives and mothers can find peace, protected from the restless worries and turmoil of the world, finding devoted companions in their children, who cling to them undeterred by sorrow, poverty, or age. Together, they walk side by side through life's joys and challenges, accompanied by a faithful partner, who, in the true sense of the old Saxon word, is the houseband. And they learn, as Meg learned, a woman's happiest place is her home, and her greatest accomplishment is mastering the skill of managing it, not as a queen, but as a wise wife and mother. Laurie traveled to Nice with the intention of staying for a week, but remained for a month. He felt exhausted from traveling alone, and Amy's familiar presence brought a sense of home to the foreign surroundings she was part of. He missed the attention he once received and found pleasure in it again, though the flattery from strangers was less enjoyable than the admiration from the girls at home. Amy didn't show him the same affection as the others, but she was delighted to see him now and held onto him tightly, seeing him as a representative of the family she deeply missed. They found comfort in each other's company and spent much time together, engaging in rides, walks, dances, and leisurely activities. Though they appeared to be enjoying themselves without a care, they were also unconsciously making discoveries and forming opinions about one another. Amy's friend increasingly admired her each day, while Laurie's view of her diminished, and each felt the truth before a word was spoken. Amy tried to please and succeeded, for she was grateful for the many pleasures he gave her and repaid him with the little services to which womanly women know how to lend an indescribable charm. Laurie made no effort of any kind, but just let himself drift along as comfortably as possible, trying to forget and feeling that all women owed him a kind word because one had been cold to him. It cost him no effort to be generous, and he would have given Amy all the trinkets in Nice if she would have taken them, but at the same time, he felt that he could not change the opinion she was forming of him, and he rather dreaded the keen blue eyes that seemed to watch him with such half-sorrowful, half-scornful surprise. "All the rest have gone to Monaco for the day. I preferred to stay at home and write letters. They are done now, and I am going to Valrosa to sketch. Will you come?" said Amy as she joined Laurie one lovely day when he lounged in as usual, about noon. "Well, yes, but isn't it rather warm for such a long walk?" he answered slowly, for the shaded salon looked inviting after the glare without. "I'm going to have the little carriage, and Baptiste can drive. So, all you'll need to do is hold your umbrella and keep your gloves in good condition." Amy replied with a sarcastic look at the spotless children, which was something Laurie found particularly endearing. "Then I'll go with pleasure," Laurie said, extending his hand for her sketchbook. She quickly tucked it under her arm, saying, "Don't trouble yourself. It's no trouble for me. But you don't look up to the task." Laurie raised an eyebrow and followed her at a relaxed pace as she hurried downstairs. However, once they were in the carriage, he took the reins himself, leaving little Baptiste with nothing to do but fold his arms and doze off on his perch. The two rarely argued. Amy was too polite, and Laurie was too lazy at the moment. In a moment, he glanced under her hat brim with a curious expression, and she responded with a smile. They continued together in perfect harmony. It was a delightful drive along winding roads filled with picturesque scenes that captivated the eye. Here, an ancient monastery stood, its solemn chanting echoing down to them. There, a barefoot shepherd in wooden shoes, wearing a pointed hat and a rough jacket over his shoulder, sat playing a pipe on a stone while his goats leaped among the rocks or rested at his feet. The scene was one of gentle tranquility, donkeys with fur the color of mice, carrying baskets filled with newly cut grass, went by. A young girl wearing a capeline sat among the green piles, or an elderly woman spinning flax with a distaff as she walked. Children with dark complexions and gentle eyes ran out from the small stone cottages to offer bouquets, or handfuls of oranges still attached to their branches. Twisted olive trees covered the hills with their dark green leaves. Golden fruit dangled in the orchard, and large scarlet anemones lined the roadside. Beyond lay green slopes and rocky peaks. The maritime Alps stood sharply outlined in white against the bright blue Italian sky. Valrosa truly earned its name, for in that land of endless summer, roses blossomed everywhere. They leaned over the archway, pushed through the bars of the large gate, offering a warm greeting to those who passed, and bordered the avenue that wound through lemon trees and feather-like palms up to the villa on the hill. Every shady corner, with seats that invited rest, was filled with blooming flowers. Each cool grotto featured a marble nymph smiling through a curtain of flowers, and every fountain mirrored crimson, white, or pale pink roses, bending down to admire their own beauty. Roses adorned the walls of the house, hung over the cornices, and climbed up the pillars, and spilled over the balustrade of the broad terrace, where one could gaze out at the sunlit Mediterranean and the white-walled city nestled along its shore. This is a true honeymoon paradise, isn't it? Have you ever seen such roses? Amy asked, pausing on the terrace to take in the view, and breathing in the lavish scent of perfume that drifted by. No, nor have I felt such thorns, Laurie replied, sucking his thumb after a failed attempt to pluck a solitary scarlet flower just out of reach. Try lower down, and pick those without thorns, Amy suggested, gathering 3 small cream-colored roses that bloomed against the wall behind her. She placed them in his buttonhole as a peace offering, and he stood for a moment, studying them with a curious expression. For in the Italian side of his nature, there was a hint of superstition, and he was then in that bittersweet state of melancholy, when young men with vivid imaginations find meaning in small things, and see the stuff of romance in everything. He had thought of Jo while reaching for the thorny red rose, for vibrant flowers suited her, and she had often worn ones like that from the greenhouse back home. The pale roses Amy gave him were the kind the Italians placed in dead hands, bridal wreaths never included. For a moment, he wondered whether the omen was meant for Jo or for himself, but his practical American nature soon outweighed such sentimental thoughts. He let out a heartier laugh than Amy had heard since his arrival. It's good advice. You should take it and spare your fingers, she said, thinking her words had amused him. Thank you. I will, he replied jokingly. A few months later, he would do it in earnest. Laurie, when are you going to see your grandfather? She asked as she sat down on a rustic bench. Very soon, he replied. You've said that a dozen times in the last 3 weeks. I suppose so. Short answers save trouble. He expects you, and you really ought to go. What a hospitable creature. I know it. Then why don't you do it? Natural depravity, I suppose. Natural laziness. You mean? It's really dreadful, Amy said, looking stern. Not so bad as it seems, for I would only annoy him if I went. So I might as well stay and bother you a little longer. You can handle it better. In fact, I think it suits you perfectly, Laurie said, stretching out on the broad ledge of the balustrade. Amy shook her head. She opened her sketchbook with a resigned expression, having already decided to lecture that boy. Not like that, she said, starting again. What are you doing right now? Watching lizards. No, I mean, what do you plan and wish to do? Smoke a cigarette, if you'll permit me. How provoking you are. I don't approve of cigars, and I'll only allow it if you let me include you in my sketch. I need a figure. With all the pleasure in life. How would you like me, full length or 3/4? On my head or my heels? I respectfully suggest a recumbent posture. Then put yourself in also, and call it dolce far niente. Stay as you are, and go to sleep if you like. I intend to work hard, Amy said in her most energetic tone. What delightful enthusiasm, he exclaimed, leaning against a tall urn with an air of complete satisfaction. What would Joe say if she saw you now? Amy asked impatiently, hoping to stir him up by mentioning her even more energetic sister's name. As usual. Go away. Teddy, I'm busy. He laughed as he spoke, but the laugh sounded forced, and a shadow crossed his face, for the familiar name had struck a wound that still hadn't healed. The tone and shadow deeply affected Amy, for she had seen and heard them before. Now she looked up just in time to notice a new expression on Laurie's face, a hard, bitter look, full of pain, dissatisfaction, and regret. It vanished before she could examine it closely, and the listless expression returned. She watched him for a moment with artistic pleasure, thinking how much he resembled an Italian. As he lay basking in the sun with his head uncovered, his eyes filled with a southern dreaminess, for he seemed to have forgotten her and fallen into a reverie. You look like the effigy of a young knight asleep on his tomb, she said, carefully tracing the well-defined profile against the dark stone. Wish I was. That's a foolish wish, unless you've ruined your life. You are so changed. I sometimes think. Amy stopped here, with a half-timid, half-wistful look, more significant than her unfinished speech. Laurie saw and understood the affectionate anxiety she hesitated to express, and looking straight into her eyes, said, just as he used to say to her mother, "It's all right, ma'am." That satisfied her and calmed the doubts that had begun to worry her lately. It also touched her, and she showed that it did, by the warm tone of her voice. She said, "I'm glad to hear that. I didn't think you'd been terribly misbehaved, but I imagined you might have squandered money in that sinful Baden-Baden, lost your heart to some charming Frenchwoman with a husband, or gotten into one of those scrapes that young men seem to think are an essential part of a foreign tour. Don't stay out there in the sun. Come and lie on the grass here, and let us be friendly, as Joe used to say when we'd snuggle into the sofa corner and share secrets." Laurie obeyed, throwing himself down on the turf, and began to entertain himself by decorating Amy's hat, which lay nearby, with daisies tucked into its ribbons. "I'm all set for the secrets," he said, glancing up with a look of genuine interest in his eyes. "You may begin. I don't have any to share. You can start." "Haven't one to speak of. I thought maybe you'd received some news from home. You've heard everything that's come recently. Don't you hear often? I thought Joe would write you volumes." "She's been very busy, and I've been moving around so much, it's hard to keep up. You know, when do you plan to start your great masterpiece?" "Rafaela?" he asked, abruptly changing the subject after another pause, during which he'd been wondering if Amy knew his secret and wanted to discuss it. "Never," she replied, her voice tinged with a mix of sadness and determination. "Rome took away all my vanity after witnessing its marvels. I felt too insignificant to keep going and abandoned all my foolish aspirations in despair." "Why should you? With so much energy and talent?" "That's exactly why, because talent isn't genius, and no amount of energy can replace it. I want to be extraordinary, not ordinary. I refuse to be just another average artist, so I don't plan on trying anymore." "And what do you plan to do with yourself now, if I may ask?" "I'll cultivate my other talents and become a social asset if the opportunity arises." It was a speech that reflected her character, bold yet daring, which suited someone her age. Amy's ambition was well-founded. Laurie smiled, appreciating her determination to embrace a new purpose without dwelling on the past. "Good. And this is where Fred Vaughn comes into play, I suppose." Amy remained discreetly silent, but a telltale expression on her face made Laurie sit up and say seriously, "Now I'm going to act like a brother and ask some questions. May I?" "I don't promise to answer. Your face will, even if your words won't. You're not yet worldly enough to conceal your emotions." "My dear, I heard some rumors about you and Fred last year. In my opinion, if he hadn't been called home so suddenly and detained for so long, something might have come of it. Don't you think?" "That's not for me to say," Amy replied primly, though a smile tugged at her lips, and a mischievous glint in her eye betrayed that she was well aware of her power and rather enjoyed the knowledge. "You're not engaged, I hope?" Laurie asked, suddenly adopting an elder brotherly tone, his expression turning serious. "No," Amy answered. But you will be. Laurie continued. If he comes back and proposes properly. Won't you? Very likely. Amy said. Then you're fond of old Fred? Laurie asked. I could be. Amy admitted. If I tried. But you don't intend to try until the proper moment? Bless my soul. What unnatural prudence. He's a good fellow. Amy. But not the kind of man I fancied you'd like. He's rich, a gentleman, and has delightful manners. Amy began, trying to sound calm and dignified, though she felt a little ashamed of herself, despite the sincerity of her intentions. I understand, Laurie said. Queens of society can't get by without money. So you mean to make a good match and start that way. Quite right and proper, as the world sees it. But it sounds strange coming from someone like you, who grew up under your mother's influence. True, Amy said. Nevertheless, the quiet determination in her voice contrasted oddly with her youthful presence. Laurie sensed this intuitively and lay back down, feeling an unexplainable wave of disappointment. His silent gaze, along with a hint of self-reproach, unsettled Amy and prompted her to deliver her lecture without hesitation. I wish you'd do me a favor and rouse yourself a bit, she said sharply. Do it for me. There's a dear girl. I could if I tried, she replied, looking as though she might carry it out in the most straightforward way possible. Try, then. I give you permission, Laurie responded, enjoying the chance to tease someone after abstaining from it for so long. You'd be angry in 5 minutes. I'm never angry with you. It takes 2 flints to start a fire. You're as calm and gentle as snow. You don't know what I'm capable of. Snow can create a glow and a tingle if applied properly. Your indifference is partly an act, and a good stirring might prove it. Stir away. It won't hurt me, and it might amuse you, just like the big man said when his little wife beat him. Treat me like a husband or a carpet. Beat me until you're tired. If that kind of exercise suits you. She was quite annoyed herself, longing to see him shake off the indifference that had changed him so much. Amy sharpened both her tongue and her pencil and began. Flo and I have come up with a new name for you. It's Lazy Lawrence. What do you think of it? She thought it would irritate him, but he merely folded his arms under his head with an unruffled, not bad at all. Thank you. Ladies, do you want to know what I really think of you? Pining to be told. Well, I despise you. If she had even said, I hate you in a sulky or playful tone, he would have laughed and perhaps even enjoyed it. But the serious, almost sorrowful tone of her voice made him open his eyes and ask quickly, Why? If you please? Because, with every opportunity to be good, useful, and happy, you are flawed, lazy, and miserable. Strong words, mademoiselle. If you like it, I'll go on. Please do. It's quite interesting. I thought you'd find it so. Selfish people always like to talk about themselves. Am I selfish? The question slipped out involuntarily, in a tone of surprise. For the one virtue he prided himself on was generosity. Yes, very selfish, continued Amy, in a calm, cool voice, twice as effective. Just then, like someone angry. I'll show you how. For I've studied you while we were enjoying ourselves, and I'm not at all satisfied with you. Here you've been abroad for nearly 6 months, and done nothing but waste time and money and disappoint your friends. Isn't a fellow allowed any pleasure after 4 years of hard work? You don't look like you've had much, at any rate, and as far as I can see, you're no better off for it. I said, when we first met, that you had improved. Now I take it all back. For I don't think you're half as nice as when I left you at home. You've grown appallingly lazy. You enjoy gossip and waste time on frivolous things. You're content to be pampered and admired by foolish people instead of being loved and respected by wise ones. With money, talent, position, health, and beauty, you like that. Old vanity, but it's the truth, so I can't help saying it. With all these splendid things to use and enjoy, you can find nothing to do but dawdle, and instead of being the man you might and ought to be, you are only, she stopped, with a look that had both pain and pity in it, St. Lawrence on a gridiron, added Laurie, blandly finishing the sentence. But the lecture began to have an impact, for there was now a sharp sparkle in his eyes. and a half-angry, half-hurt expression replaced his previous indifference. I knew you'd take it that way. You men tell us we're angels, and say we can shape you as we please. But the moment we try to do you good in earnest, you laugh at us and refuse to listen, which shows how much your flattery is worth. Amy spoke bitterly and turned her back on the frustrating figure at her feet. In a moment, a hand descended over the page, blocking her drawing, and Laurie's voice said with a playful mimicry of a repentant child, "I will be good. Oh, I will be good." But Amy didn't laugh, for she was serious. Tapping on the outstretched hand with her pencil, she said solemnly, "Aren't you ashamed of a hand like that? It's as soft and white as a woman's. And it looks like it's never done anything but wear Juvin's finest gloves and pick flowers for ladies. You're not a dandy, thank heaven. So I'm glad to see there are no diamonds or big seal rings on it. Only the little old one Joe gave you so long ago. Dear soul, I wish she were here to help me." "So do I." The hand vanished as abruptly as it had appeared, and there was enough energy in the echo of her wish to suit even Amy. She glanced down at him with a new thought in her mind, but he was lying with his hat half over his face, as if for shade, and his mustache hid his mouth. She only saw his chest rise and fall with a long breath that might have been a sigh, and the hand that wore the ring nestled down into the grass, as if to hide something too precious or too tender to be spoken of. All in a minute, various hints and trifles assumed shape and significance in Amy's mind, and told her what her sister never had confided to her. She remembered that Laurie never spoke voluntarily of Joe. She recalled the shadow on his face just now, the change in his character, and the wearing of the little old ring, which was no ornament to a handsome hand. Girls are quick to read such signs and feel their eloquence. Amy had fancied that perhaps a love trouble was at the bottom of the alteration, and now she was sure of it. Her keen eyes filled, and when she spoke again, it was in a voice that could be beautifully soft and kind when she chose to make it so. "I know I have no right to talk so to you, Laurie, and if you weren't the sweetest-tempered fellow in the world, you'd be very angry with me. But we all care about you deeply and take pride in you. I couldn't bear the thought of them being disappointed in you at home, just as I have been. They would understand the change better than I do. I think they would." Came from under the hat, spoken in a grim tone. A grim tone can be quite as touching as a broken one. They ought to have told me, and not let me go blundering and scolding when I should have been more kind and patient than ever. I never did like that Miss Randall, and now I hate her, said artful Amy, wishing to be sure of her facts this time. Hang Miss Randall. Laurie knocked the hat off his face with a look that left no doubt of his sentiments toward that young lady. "I beg pardon. I thought," and there she paused diplomatically. "No, you didn't. You knew perfectly well I never cared for anyone but Joe," Laurie said in his old, impetuous tone, and turned his face away as he spoke. "I did think so, but as they never said anything about it, and you came away, I supposed I was mistaken, and Joe wouldn't be kind to you? Why, I was sure she loved you dearly. She was kind, but not in the right way, and it's lucky for her she didn't love me. If I'm the good-for-nothing fellow you think me, it's her fault, though, and you may tell her so." The hard, bitter look returned as he spoke, and it troubled Amy, for she didn't know how to comfort him. "I was wrong. I didn't know. I'm very sorry I was so cross, but I can't help wishing you'd bear it better. Teddy, dear." "Don't. That's her name for me," Laurie interrupted, raising his hand quickly to stop Joe's words, spoken in a tone that was half kind, half reproachful. "Wait till you've tried it yourself," he added in a low voice, pulling up the grass by the handful. "I'd take it manfully and be respected if I couldn't be loved," said Amy with the certainty of someone who knew nothing about it. Now, Laurie prided himself on having handled it remarkably well. No complaints, no request for sympathy, and bearing his trouble alone to overcome it. Amy's lecture shed new light on the matter, and for the first time, it seemed weak and selfish to lose heart at the first failure and retreat into moody indifference. He felt as if he'd been suddenly pulled out of a pensive dream and found it impossible to fall asleep again. After a moment, he sat up and asked slowly, "Do you think Joe would despise me as you do?" "Yes, if she saw you now. She hates lazy people." Why not do something splendid to make her love you? I tried my hardest, but it didn't work. You mean graduating well? That was just what you should have done for your grandfather's sake. It would have been shameful to fail after spending so much time and money when everyone knew you could do well. I did fail, no matter what you say, because Joe wouldn't love me. Laurie began, leaning his head on his hand in a hopeless posture. No, you didn't. And you'll see that it did you good. It proved you could do something if you tried. If you'd only take on another task of some sort, you'd soon be your hearty, happy self again and forget your trouble. That's impossible. Try it and see. You needn't shrug your shoulders and think. Much she knows about such things. I don't pretend to be wise, but I am observing, and I see a great deal more than you'd imagine. I'm interested in other people's experiences and inconsistencies, and though I can't explain, I remember and use them for my own benefit. Love Joe all your days if you choose, but don't let it spoil you, for it's wicked to throw away so many good gifts because you can't have the one you want. There, I won't lecture any more, for I know you'll wake up and become a man despite that heartless girl. Neither spoke for several minutes. Laurie sat turning the little ring on his finger, and Amy put the last touches to the hasty sketch she had been working on while she talked. Presently she placed it on his knee, simply saying, "How do you like that?" He looked and then he smiled, as he couldn't help but do, for it was exceptionally well done. The long, lazy figure on the grass, with a listless face, half-shut eyes, and one hand holding a cigar, from which came the little wreath of smoke that encircled the dreamer's head. "How well you draw," he said, with genuine surprise and pleasure at her skill, adding with a half-laugh, "Yes, that's me. As you are, this is as you were," and Amy laid another sketch beside the one he held. It was not nearly as well done, but there was a life and spirit in it that made up for many faults, and it brought back the past so vividly that a sudden change swept over the young man's face as he looked. Only a rough sketch of Laurie taming a horse, hat and coat were off, and every line of the active figure, resolute face, and commanding attitude was full of energy and meaning. The handsome brute, just subdued, the horse stood with its neck arched, straining against the tightly held reins, one hoof restlessly pawing the ground. Its ears were perked up, as if listening for the voice that once commanded it. The rider's windswept hair and upright posture suggested a sudden pause, exuding strength, courage, and youthful energy. This contrasted sharply with the serene elegance of the dolce far niente sketch. Laurie remained silent, but as his gaze shifted between the two, Amy noticed him flush and press his lips together, as if he understood and accepted the quiet lesson she had conveyed. Pleased with this, Amy didn't wait for him to speak. With her usual liveliness, she began, "Don't you remember the day you played Rari with Puck, and we all watched? Meg and Beth were scared, but Joe clapped and cheered, while I sat on the fence and sketched you. I found that drawing in my portfolio the other day, touched it up, and kept it to show you." "Thank you," Laurie replied. "You've improved a great deal since then, and I congratulate you. If I may suggest, in a honeymoon paradise, 5 o'clock is typically the dinner hour at your hotel." As he spoke, Laurie stood, returned the pictures with a smile and a bow, and glanced at his watch. It was as if to remind her that even moral lessons should have boundaries. He attempted to regain his casual, indifferent demeanor, but now it felt forced, for the stirring had been more effective than he cared to admit. Amy sensed a chill in his tone and thought to herself, "Now I've offended him. Well, if it does him good, I'm glad. If it makes him hate me, I'm sorry, but it's true, and I can't take back a word of it." They laughed and chatted all the way home, while little Baptiste, seated behind, thought Monsieur and Mademoiselle were in high spirits. Yet both felt uneasy. Their usual openness was strained. The sunshine seemed overshadowed, and beneath their apparent cheer, each harbored a quiet discontent. "Shall we see you this evening, mon frère?" Amy asked as they parted at her aunt's door. "Unfortunately, I have an engagement. Au revoir, mademoiselle," Laurie replied, leaning as if to kiss her hand in the foreign style that suited him better than most men. Something in his expression prompted Amy to say quickly and warmly, "No, Laurie," Be yourself with me and part in the good old way. I'd rather have a hearty English handshake than all the sentimental greetings in France. Goodbye, beloved." And with these words, spoken in the tone she cherished, Laurie left her after a handshake that was almost painfully hearty. The next morning, instead of the usual call, Amy received a note that brought a smile to her face at first but ended with a sigh. "My dear Minter, please convey my farewells to your aunt and rejoice inwardly. For lazy Lawrence has gone to his grandfather like the best of boys. I wish you a pleasant winter, and may the gods grant you a blissful honeymoon at Valrosa. I think Fred would benefit from some encouragement. Extend my congratulations to him. Yours gratefully, Telemachus." "Good boy. I'm glad he's gone," Amy said with an approving smile. But the next moment, her expression faltered as she gazed around the empty room, adding with an involuntary sigh, "Yes, I'm glad, but how I shall miss him." XL. The Valley of the Shadow. When the initial sorrow had lessened, the family accepted their fate and tried to endure it cheerfully, supporting one another with the deepened affection that binds households together in times of hardship. They set aside their grief and each contributed to making that final year a joyful one. The coziest room in the house was reserved for Beth, filled with all the things she cherished most: flowers, pictures, her piano, a small work table, and her adored cats. Her father's finest books were placed there, along with her mother's comfortable armchair, Joe's desk, and Amy's most exquisite sketches. Every day, Meg would lovingly bring her children to visit. Creating joy for Aunt Beth, John discreetly set aside a small sum so he could enjoy the joy of providing the invalid with the fruits she longed for. Old Hannah tirelessly prepared delicate dishes to entice her unpredictable appetite, often shedding tears as she worked. From across the ocean, small gifts and cheerful letters arrived, carrying the warmth and scent of lands untouched by winter. Here, Beth sat, cherished like a beloved family treasure, as calm and occupied as ever. Nothing could alter her kind and selfless nature, and even as she prepared to leave this life, she strove to bring happiness to those who would remain. Her frail hands were never still, and one of her delights was crafting small gifts for the schoolchildren who passed by daily, to toss a pair of mittens from her window to warm a pair of chilly hands, a needle case for a small mother of many dolls, blotters for young writers struggling through pages of messy handwriting, scrapbooks for eyes that delight in pictures, and all sorts of delightful gadgets, until the hesitant climbers on the ladder of learning discovered their path was adorned with flowers. As it were, they began to see the kind giver as a fairy godmother of sorts, sitting above, showering gifts that miraculously matched their tastes and needs. If Beth had desired any reward, she found it in the cheerful little faces that always looked up to her window, with nods and smiles, and the charming, blotchy letters that came to her, full of gratitude. The first few months were truly joyful. Beth would often glance around and say, "How lovely this is," as they all sat together in her sunny room, the babies cooing and playing on the floor, her mother and sisters working nearby, and her father reading in his pleasant voice from wise old books that seemed rich in comforting and good words, as relevant now as when they were written centuries ago. It was like a small chapel where a paternal priest taught his flock the tough lessons everyone must learn, trying to show them that hope can comfort love and faith can make resignation possible. Simple sermons. Indeed, it was as if the words spoke directly to the hearts of all who listened, for the Father's spirit was deeply intertwined with the minister's faith. The trembling of his voice added a profound depth to every word he spoke or read. It was a blessing that this peaceful period was granted to them, preparing them for the sorrowful days ahead. In time, Beth found the needle too heavy to hold and laid it down forever. Conversation exhausted her, and even the sight of faces distressed her. Pain had taken hold of her, and her once peaceful spirit was deeply troubled by the suffering that afflicted her fragile body. Alas, the days were heavy, the nights long and arid, filled with aching hearts and desperate prayers. Those who loved her most were compelled to witness her frail hands reaching out and pleading, to hear her anguished cry, "Help me, help me." Yet they felt powerless to do so. It was a sorrowful dimming of her serene spirit, a fierce yet brief battle between her young life and death. Once the struggle subsided, the old tranquility returned, more radiant than before. Even as her fragile body weakened, Beth's spirit grew stronger. Though she spoke sparingly, those around her could sense her readiness. They saw that the first traveler called was also the most prepared, and they stood with her on the shore, waiting. Joe was always on the lookout for the shining ones who would come to escort Beth upon crossing the river. Since Beth had confided in her, saying, "I feel stronger when you're here," Joe never left her side for even an hour. She rested on a couch in the room, frequently waking up to tend to the fire, assist with feeding, help lift Beth, or attend to the patient, who seldom requested anything and tried not to be a burden. Joe spent every day in the room, envious of any other nurse and prouder of being chosen for this role than of any honor she might achieve in her life. These moments were invaluable and enriching for Joe, as her heart absorbed the lessons it needed: patience, taught with such sweetness that she couldn't help but learn; charity for all, the beautiful spirit of forgiveness and the ability to truly forget unkindness; loyalty to duty that made even the most challenging tasks seem effortless; and a sincere faith that feared nothing and trusted without doubt. Often, when Joe awoke, she found Beth reading in her worn little book or heard her softly singing to pass the sleepless nights. Sometimes, she saw Beth resting her face on her hands as slow tears fell through her fingers. Watching her, Joe lay there with thoughts too profound for tears, recognizing that Beth, in her simple and selfless way, was teaching her lessons she would carry forever. She was trying to detach herself from the cherished memories of her old life and prepare for the life that lay ahead, finding solace in sacred words of comfort, quiet prayers, and the music she deeply loved. Witnessing this had a greater impact on Joe than the wisest sermons, the most devout hymns, or the most passionate prayers anyone could express. For, with eyes clarified by countless tears and a heart softened by profound sorrow, she came to appreciate the quiet beauty of her sister's life, a life that, though uneventful and unambitious, was filled with genuine virtues that smell sweet and blossom in the dust. She saw the self-forgetfulness that ensures even the humblest soul is soonest remembered in heaven, and the true success that is within reach for everyone. One evening, as Beth searched through the books on her table for something to distract her from the overwhelming fatigue that felt almost as unbearable as pain, she flipped through the pages of her old favorite, Pilgrim's Progress. There, she discovered a small piece of paper covered in Joe's handwriting. The sight of her sister's name caught her attention, and the blurred lines suggested that tears had stained the paper. "Poor Joe is fast asleep, so I won't wake her to ask permission. She shares all her things with me, and I don't think she'll mind if I take a look," Beth thought, glancing gently at her sister, who was lying on the rug, with the tongs placed beside her, ready to awaken the moment the log fell apart. "My Beth, sitting patiently in the shade until the blessed light arrives. A calm and holy presence brings peace to our troubled home. Earthly joys, hopes, and sorrows fade like waves on the shore of the deep and solemn river where her willing feet now stand. O my sister, passing away from me, leaving behind human worries and conflicts, leave me, as a gift, those virtues that have made your life so beautiful. Dear one, bequeath me that great patience that has the strength to endure a cheerful and uncomplaining spirit even in its prison of pain. Give me, for I need it deeply, some of that courage, wise and kind, which has made the path of duty blossom beneath your willing feet. Give me that selfless nature that, with divine compassion, can forgive wrongdoing for the sake of love. Gentle heart, forgive mine." Thus, our daily parting lessens some of its bitter pain, and while learning this difficult lesson, my great loss becomes my gain, for the touch of grief will bring my wild heart, now more at peace, brings new longing to life, a renewed faith in what lies beyond. Henceforth, I shall cross the river safely. Forevermore, I shall see a cherished presence, a household spirit waiting for me on the shore. Hope and faith, born from my sorrow, will become my guardian angels, and my sister, who went before me, will guide me home by their hands. Though blurry and flawed, as the lines were, they brought an indescribable solace to Beth's face. For her one regret had been that she had accomplished so little, and this seemed to promise her that her life had not been in vain, that her death would not bring the despair she had feared. As she sat with the folded paper in her hands, a charred log broke apart. Joe stirred, revived the flames, and crept to the bedside, hoping Beth was asleep. Not asleep, but so happy. "Dear, see, I found this and read it. I knew you wouldn't mind. Have I meant so much to you, Joe?" she asked, with a wistful, humble sincerity. "Oh, Beth, so much, so much." And Joe laid her head on the pillow beside her sister's. "Then I don't feel as though I've wasted my life. I'm not as good as you make me out to be. I have strived to act rightly, even now when it feels too late to change for the better. It brings me such comfort to know that someone loves me so deeply and feels as though I've made a difference in their life, more than anyone else in the world. Beth, I used to think I couldn't let you go, but I'm coming to realize that losing you doesn't mean you'll be any less present in my life. In fact, you'll mean even more to me, and death won't truly separate us, no matter how it may seem. I know it can't, and I'm no longer afraid of it. I'm certain I'll still be your Beth, loving and helping you more than ever. You must take my place, Joe, and be everything to father and mother when I'm gone. They will lean on you. Don't let them down. And if it becomes hard to bear the weight alone, remember that I won't forget you. And you'll find more joy in doing this than in writing great books or exploring the world. For love is the only thing we can carry with us when we leave, and it makes the end so much easier. I'll try, Beth." And in that moment, Joe let go of her old ambitions, embracing a new and better path. She acknowledged the emptiness of her former desires and found solace in the belief that love endures beyond life. So the spring days passed, the sky clearing, the earth growing greener, and the flowers blooming beautifully and early. The birds returned in time to bid farewell to Beth. Like a weary yet trusting child, she clung to the hands that had guided her throughout her life, as her father and mother gently guided her through the valley of the shadow and entrusted her to God. Seldom, except in books, do the dying speak memorable words or depart with serene expressions. Those who have witnessed many partings know that for most, death arrives as naturally and simply as sleep. As Beth had hoped, the tide went out easily, in the dark hour before dawn. On the bosom where she had first breathed, she quietly drew her last breath, with no farewell but a loving glance and a soft sigh. With tears, prayers, and gentle hands, her mother and sisters prepared her for the long sleep that pain would no longer disturb. They saw with gratitude the peaceful calm that soon replaced the heartbreaking patience that had moved them for so long. And with reverent joy, they felt that for their beloved, death was a benevolent angel, not a fearsome specter. When morning arrived, for the first time in many months, the fire was out, Joe's place was empty, and the room was still. But a bird sang cheerfully on a budding branch nearby. Fresh snowdrops bloomed by the window. Spring sunlight poured in, blessing the serene face resting on the pillow. That face, so full of peaceful tranquility, brought tears to the eyes of loved ones, who smiled through their sorrow. They thanked God that Beth had finally recovered. Excelli, learning to forget. Amy's words of wisdom benefited Laurie, though, of course, he didn't admit it until much later. Men rarely do. When women offer advice, the lords of creation seldom take it until they've convinced themselves it was their own idea. Then they act on it, and if it works, they generously give the weaker vessel half the credit. But if it fails, they kindly place the entire blame on her. Laurie returned to his grandfather and devoted himself so diligently for weeks that the old man declared the climate of Nice had greatly improved him. He suggested Laurie try it again. There was nothing Laurie would have liked more. But after the scolding he had received, his pride wouldn't allow it. Whenever the longing became too strong, he reminded himself of the words that had left the deepest impression. "I despise you," Laurie thought to himself. "Go and do something extraordinary to make her love you." Laurie reflected on the situation so deeply that he eventually admitted to himself that he had been selfish and lazy. Yet, When a man is burdened by great sorrow, he should be allowed his eccentricities until time heals his pain. He felt that his unrequited feelings were now completely gone, and though he would always cherish the memory, there was no need to openly display his grief. Jo wouldn't love him, but he could earn her respect and admiration by achieving something that would prove her rejection hadn't ruined his life. He had always intended to do something meaningful, and Amy's advice, though well-meaning, was unnecessary. He had simply been waiting for his heartache to subside. Now that it had, he felt ready to move forward, hiding his sorrow while continuing to work. Just as Goethe transformed his joys and sorrows into music, Laurie decided to channel his heartache into a requiem, a piece so powerful it would stir Jo's soul and move the hearts of all who heard it. The next time the old gentleman noticed Laurie growing restless and moody, he urged him to take a trip. And so, Laurie went to Vienna, where he had friends who shared his passion for music. He threw himself into his work with fierce determination, aiming to make a name for himself. But he soon faced a dilemma. Was the sorrow too profound to be captured in music? Or was music too intangible to ease mortal pain? He quickly realized that composing a requiem was beyond his current ability. It was clear that his mind was still unsettled, and his thoughts needed refinement. For even in the midst of a melancholic melody, he would catch himself humming a lively tune, one that vividly brought back memories of the Christmas ball in Nice, especially the Stout Frenchman. This distraction effectively halted his attempts at tragic composition for the time being. Then he turned to writing an opera, for in the beginning, nothing seemed impossible, but once again, unforeseen challenges arose. He wanted Jo to be his heroine, and he called upon his memory to provide tender recollections and romantic visions of his love for her. But his memory failed him. As if possessed by Jo's stubborn spirit, it only brought back her quirks, her flaws, and her eccentricities. It only showed her in the most unsentimental light, beating mats with her head wrapped in a bandana, barricading herself with a sofa pillow, or dousing his passion with cold water, much like Gummidge. And an uncontrollable burst of laughter ruined the introspective image he was trying to create. Jo refused to be part of the opera, no matter the cost. He had to let her go, exclaiming, "Bless that girl, what a torment she is," while tugging at his hair, as a frustrated composer might, when he searched for another, more cooperative muse to inspire his music. His memory quickly provided one. This imaginary figure had many faces, but always had golden hair, was wrapped in a sheer mist, and floated gracefully in his mind, surrounded by a delightful mix of roses, peacocks, white ponies, and blue ribbons. He didn't give this pleasing phantom a name, but he made her his heroine and grew quite attached to her, which was understandable, as he endowed her with every possible talent and trait and guided her through challenges that no real woman could endure. Thanks to this inspiration, his work progressed smoothly for a while, but eventually, the project lost its appeal, and he stopped composing. He would sit, lost in thought, pen in hand, or wander the vibrant city, seeking new ideas and trying to clear his mind, which seemed restless that winter. He didn't accomplish much. However, he reflected deeply and was aware of a transformation taking place within him. Despite his resistance, it might be genius brewing, he thought, though he secretly doubted it, feeling it was something far more ordinary. Whatever it was, it had an impact, for he grew increasingly dissatisfied with his aimless life. He began to yearn for meaningful and dedicated work to immerse himself in, body and soul. Finally, he arrived at the wise conclusion that not everyone who loved music was a composer. After attending one of Mozart's grand operas, magnificently performed at the Royal Theatre, he returned home, reviewed his own compositions, played a few of the better pieces, and sat gazing at the busts of Mendelssohn, Beethoven, and Bach, who seemed to gaze kindly back at him. Suddenly, he ripped up his music sheets one by one, and as the last one fell from his hand, he said solemnly to himself, "She's right. Talent isn't genius, and you can't force it to be. That music has humbled me, just as Rome humbled her, and I won't pretend anymore. Now, what should I do?" That question was hard to answer, and Laurie began to wish he had to work for his daily bread. If ever there was a time to act, it was now. A tempting chance to go to the devil, as he once put it, presented itself. He had ample money and no responsibilities. And it's a well-known saying that Satan finds work for idle hands. The young man faced numerous temptations, both from within and without, but he resisted them quite effectively. While he cherished his freedom greatly, he valued honesty and trust even more. His promise to his grandfather and his hope to one day look the women he loved in the eye and say, "All is well," kept him grounded and steadfast. Some might argue, "I don't believe it. Boys will be boys. Young men must sow their wild oats, and women shouldn't expect miracles." But it's true nonetheless. Women have the power to work miracles, and I believe they can achieve even the miracle of raising the standard of manhood by not echoing such beliefs. Let the boys enjoy their youth for as long as possible, and if young men must sow their wild oats, let them do so. However, mothers, sisters, and friends can play a role in minimizing the harm by believing, and showing they believe, that better choices are possible, in the possibility of remaining loyal to the qualities that women admire as most manly. If this is merely a feminine illusion, let us cherish it while we can, for without it, life loses half its beauty and romance, and gloomy premonitions would taint all our hopes for the brave, tender-hearted young boys, who still love their mothers more than themselves, and are unashamed to admit it. Laurie believed that forgetting his love for Joe would consume all his strength for years to come, but to his great astonishment, he found it becoming easier with each passing day. At first, he refused to accept it, growing angry with himself and unable to comprehend it. But the human heart is a mysterious and contradictory thing, and time and nature shape their course despite our resistance. Laurie's heart no longer ached. The wound healed with a swiftness that amazed him, and instead of trying to forget, he found himself striving to remember. He had not anticipated this turn of events, and was unprepared for it. He felt disgusted with himself, surprised by his own inconsistency, and filled with a peculiar blend of disappointment and relief that he could recover so quickly from such a devastating blow. He carefully stirred the embers of his lost love. They refused to flare up, instead radiating a warm, comforting glow that soothed him without igniting any frenzy. He had no choice but to admit, though reluctantly, that his youthful passion was gradually giving way to a calmer, more serene emotion. It was deeply tender, still tinged with a hint of sorrow and resentment. Yet he knew this too would fade with time. What would remain was a steadfast brotherly affection, unshaken and enduring until the end. As the word brotherly drifted through his thoughts during one of these reflective moments, a smile crept onto his face. He glanced up at the portrait of Mozart before him. Well, he mused, he was a great man. When he couldn't have one sister, he took the other and found happiness. Though Laurie didn't speak the words aloud, they echoed in his mind. In the next moment, he pressed a gentle kiss to the small, old ring, whispering to himself, "No, I won't. I haven't forgotten. I never can. I'll try again. And if that fails, well..." He left the thought unfinished, snatching up pen and paper to write to Joe. He confessed that he couldn't focus on anything as long as there was even a sliver of hope she might change her mind. Couldn't she? Wouldn't she? Let him come home and be happy? While awaiting her reply, he did nothing, but with restless energy, for his impatience had reached a fever pitch. Finally, it arrived and firmly made up his mind on one matter, because Joe clearly neither could nor would. She was completely devoted to Beth and never wanted to hear the word love again. She then pleaded with him to find happiness with someone else, but to always keep a small part of his heart for his loving sister Joe. In a postscript, she asked him not to inform Amy that Beth's condition had worsened. She was coming home in the spring, and there was no need to sadden the rest of her time away. That could wait, God willing. But Laurie should write to her frequently and not let her feel lonely, homesick, or worried. So I will. Right away. Poor little girl. It will be a sorrowful return for her, I fear, Laurie said, opening his desk as if writing to Amy was the appropriate way to finish the sentence he had left incomplete weeks ago. However, he didn't write the letter that day because, while searching for his best paper, he found something that made him change his mind. Scattered in one part of the desk, amidst bills, passports, and various business documents, were several letters from Joe. In another section, 3 notes from Amy were neatly tied with one of her blue ribbons. The memory of the small, dead roses tucked away was sweetly evocative. With a mix of repentance and amusement, Laurie gathered all of Joe's letters, smoothed them out, folded them neatly, and placed them in a small drawer of the desk. He stood for a moment, turning the ring on his finger thoughtfully, then slowly removed it, laid it beside the letters, locked the drawer, and left to attend High Mass at St. Stephen's. The solemnity of the occasion felt almost like a funeral, and though he wasn't consumed by grief, it seemed a more fitting way to spend the day than writing letters to charming young women. The letter was sent soon after, and a reply came promptly, as Amy was homesick and confessed it in a delightfully trusting manner. The correspondence blossomed, with letters exchanged regularly throughout the early spring. Laurie sold his busts, turned his operas into allumettes, and returned to Paris, hoping someone would arrive soon. He longed to go to Nice, but waited for an invitation, which Amy refused to extend, as she was preoccupied with her own experiences and wished to avoid the teasing gaze of our boy. Fred Vaughn had come back, and she now faced the question she had once resolved to answer with a yes. "Thank you." But this time she replied, "No, thank you," with kindness and firmness. When the moment arrived, her courage deserted her, and she realized that something beyond wealth and status was required to fulfill the deep longing in her heart. Filled with tender hopes and fears, Laurie's words, "Fred is a good fellow, but not at all the man I fancied you would ever like," echoed in her mind, as did the expression on his face when he spoke them. They lingered as persistently as her own unspoken thought, "I shall marry for money," which now troubled her. She wished she could take it back, as it sounded so unbecoming. She didn't want Laurie to see her as heartless or worldly. She no longer desired to be a queen of society as much as she yearned to be a lovable woman. She was grateful he didn't despise her for her harsh words, but responded with kindness and compassion. His letters brought her great comfort, especially since letters from home were infrequent and often unsatisfying when they did arrive. It was not just a pleasure, but also a responsibility to reply to them, for the poor man was lonely and needed care and affection. Since Joe remained indifferent, she should have tried harder to love him, as it wouldn't have been too difficult. Many would be delighted to have such a charming boy care for them. But Joe refused to behave like other girls. All that could be done was to treat him with kindness and regard him as a brother. If all brothers received the same thoughtful treatment Laurie did during this time, they would undoubtedly be much happier. Amy no longer lectured him. Instead, she sought his opinions on everything, showed interest in his activities, and made delightful gifts for him. She also wrote him 2 lively, gossipy letters each week, filled with sisterly confidences and charming descriptions of the beautiful scenes around her. While few brothers are fortunate enough to have their letters carried in their sisters' pockets, read repeatedly, cried over when short, kissed when long, and carefully treasured, we won't suggest that Amy did any of these affectionate yet foolish things. However, that spring, Amy did grow a bit pale and contemplative, lost some interest in social events, and spent a lot of time sketching alone. She rarely had much to show when she returned home, but she was likely studying nature, sitting for hours on end. Her hands were folded. She was on the terrace at Valrosa. She would occasionally sketch any fanciful idea that came to mind. There was a depiction of a sturdy knight carved on a tomb. A young man lay asleep in the grass. His hat was pulled over his eyes. Or there was a girl with curly hair, dressed elaborately, strolling through a ballroom on the arm of a tall gentleman. Both faces were left indistinct, following the latest art trend. This approach was safe, but not entirely satisfying. Her aunt believed she regretted her response to Fred, and since denials were pointless and explanations impossible, Amy let her aunt think as she pleased. She made sure Laurie knew that Fred had gone to Egypt. That was all. But Laurie understood the implication and seemed relieved, as if to say to himself with a wise air, "I knew she would reconsider. Poor fellow, I've been through it myself, and I can relate." With that, He let out a deep sigh, and then, as if he had fulfilled his duty to the past, he propped his feet up on the sofa and indulged in Amy's letter with great pleasure. While these events were unfolding abroad, trouble had arisen at home. However, the letter informing Amy that Beth was declining in health never reached her, and by the time the next letter found her, the grass was already green over her sister's grave. The sorrowful news greeted her in Vevey, because the heat had forced them to leave Nice in May, and they had made their way gradually to Switzerland via Genoa and the Italian lakes. She handled it all very well and quietly accepted the family's decision that she should not cut her visit short. Since it was too late to say goodbye to Beth, she had better stay and let time ease her sorrow. However, her heart was heavy with longing for home, and every day she gazed wistfully across the lake, waiting for Laurie to come and comfort her. He arrived very soon, for the same mail had brought letters to both of them. But he was in Germany, and it took several days for the news to reach him. The moment he read it, he packed his knapsack, bid farewell to his fellow travelers, and set off to keep his promise with a heart filled with joy and sorrow, hope and anticipation. He was familiar with Vevey, and as soon as the boat docked at the small quay, he hurried along the shore to La Tour, where the Carrolls were staying at a boarding house. The waiter was in despair because the whole family had gone out for a stroll on the lake, but perhaps the blonde young lady was in the chateau garden. If Monsieur would take the trouble to sit down, she would appear in an instant. However, Monsieur could not even wait for an instant, and in the middle of the speech, he left to find Mademoiselle himself. There was a charming old garden on the edge of a beautiful lake, with chestnuts rustling above and ivy climbing everywhere, while the dark shadow of the tower stretched far across the sunny water. At one corner of the wide, low wall was a bench, where Amy often came to read, work, or comfort herself with the beauty around her. That day, she was sitting there, her head resting on her hand, her heart heavy with homesickness and her eyes filled with tears as she thought of Beth and wondered why Laurie hadn't come. She didn't hear him cross the courtyard beyond or see him pause in the archway leading from the underground path into the garden. He stood there for a moment, looking at her with new eyes, seeing something no one had ever noticed before, the tender side of Amy's nature. Everything about her silently reflected love and sorrow, the tear-stained letters in her lap, the black ribbon tying her hair, the patient and painful expression on her face. Even the small ebony cross at her throat seemed poignant to Laurie, for he had given it to her, and she wore it as her only piece of jewelry. If he had any doubts about how she would receive him, they were gone now. Everything seemed to calm down the moment she looked up and saw him. Letting go of everything, she rushed toward him, exclaiming with a voice filled with unmistakable love and longing, "Oh, Laurie, Laurie, I knew you'd come to me." I think everything was settled in that moment, for as they stood together in silence for a while, with the dark head bent protectively over the light one, Amy felt that no one could comfort and support her as well as Laurie. Meanwhile, Laurie realized that Amy was the only woman in the world who could take Joe's place and make him happy. He didn't say it out loud, but she wasn't disappointed, for both understood the truth, felt content, and gladly let the rest remain unspoken. After a minute, Amy returned to her place and wiped away her tears. Laurie, meanwhile, gathered the scattered papers, finding good omens for the future in the sight of the well-worn letters and meaningful sketches. When he sat down beside her, Amy felt shy again, her face turning red as she recalled her impulsive greeting. "I couldn't help it," she said, trying to sound casual but failing. "I felt so lonely and sad, and I was so glad to see you. It was such a surprise to look up and find you just as I was starting to worry you wouldn't come. As soon as I heard, I came right away. I wish I could find the right words to comfort you for the loss of dear little Beth, but all I can do is feel." He couldn't say any more, for he, too, suddenly turned shy and wasn't quite sure what to say. He yearned to gently lay Amy's head on his shoulder and tell her to let it all out in a good cry, but he didn't dare. Instead, he took her hand and gave it a heartfelt squeeze that spoke louder than words. "You don't need to say anything. This alone comforts me," she said softly. "Beth is at peace and happy now, and I shouldn't wish her back." but the thought of going home fills me with dread. Even though I long to see everyone, we won't talk about it now, for it brings tears to my eyes, and I want to cherish the time we have together while you're here. You don't have to leave right away, do you? Not if you'd like me to stay, dear, he replied. I would. So much. Aunt and Flo are very kind, but you feel like family to me, and it would be so comforting to have you around for a little while. Amy spoke and looked so much like a homesick child, her heart overflowing, that Laurie instantly forgot his shyness and gave her exactly what she needed. The affection she was used to and the cheerful conversation to lift her spirits. Poor little soul. You look like you've grieved yourself half to death. I'm going to take care of you. So don't cry anymore, he said in that half-tender, half-firm tone Amy adored, as he secured her hat, wrapped her arm through his, and began strolling along the sunlit path beneath the newly leafed chestnut trees. She felt a sense of ease. Amy found it wonderfully comforting to have a strong arm to lean on, a familiar face to smile at her, and a kind voice speaking delightful words just for her. This charming old garden, with its seclusion and sunshine, seemed designed for lovers. It offered the perfect solitude, with only the tower overlooking them and the vast lake below carrying away the echoes of their conversations as the water rippled gently. For an hour, the new couple walked, talked, or rested on the wall, soaking in the enchanting atmosphere that made the moments so special. When the unromantic dinner bell finally called them away, Amy felt as though she had left her loneliness and sorrow behind in the chateau garden. The moment Mrs. Carroll saw the change in the girl's face, a new idea struck her, and she exclaimed to herself, "Now I understand it all. The child has been pining for young Lawrence. Bless my heart. I could never have imagined such a thing." With commendable tact, the kind lady remained silent. She showed no signs of understanding but warmly invited Laurie to stay and encouraged Amy to cherish his company, since his companionship would benefit her more than being alone. Amy was exemplary in obedience, and as her aunt was busy with Flo, she was left to host her friend, succeeding remarkably well in doing so. And nice. Laurie had been idle while Amy scolded him, but in Vevey, he was always active, engaging in activities like walking, riding, boating, or studying with great enthusiasm. Amy admired his dedication and tried to emulate him as much as possible. He attributed the change to the climate, and she agreed, welcoming the excuse to explain her own improved well-being. The invigorating air benefited them both, and regular exercise brought positive changes to both their minds and bodies. In the eternal mountains, their perspectives on life and responsibility became clearer. The fresh winds dispersed their doubts, illusions, and gloomy thoughts. The warm spring sunshine fostered ambitious ideas and gentle hopes, and joyful reflections. The lake appeared to erase the sorrows of the past. The majestic old mountains seemed to gaze down kindly upon them. He said, "Dear children, love one another." Despite the new grief, it was a profoundly joyful time, so joyful that Laurie couldn't bring himself to interrupt it with a word. It took him a moment to come to terms with his astonishment over the swift healing of his first, and, as he had firmly believed, his last and only love. To console himself for what seemed like disloyalty, he reminded himself that Joe's sister was nearly as close as Joe herself, and he was convinced it would have been impossible to love any other woman but Amy so soon and so deeply. His first courtship had been passionate and tumultuous, and he looked back on it as if through the lens of many years, with a mix of compassion and regret. He wasn't ashamed of it, but rather regarded it as one of life's bittersweet experiences, something he could be grateful for once the pain had subsided. His second courtship, he resolved, would be calm and straightforward. There was no need for dramatic scenes, and barely any need to tell Amy he loved her. She already knew without words, and had given him her answer long before. Everything unfolded so naturally that no one could find fault with it. He knew everyone would be happy with it, including Joe. But when our first passion is crushed, we tend to become cautious and hesitant to try again. So Laurie let the days go by, savoring every moment, leaving it to chance whether the word that would end the first and sweetest part of his new romance would ever be spoken. He had imagined that the resolution would take place in the chateau garden under the moonlight, in the most elegant and proper manner. But the reality turned out to be entirely different. Instead, it was settled on the lake in the middle of the day, with just a few direct words. They had been drifting all morning, passing by gloomy St. Gingolf and sunny Montreux, with the Savoy Alps on one side and Mont St. Bernard and the Dent du Midi on the other. The valley was dotted with the charming town of Vevey, and Lausanne sat atop a hill beyond. Above, a cloudless blue sky stretched out, and below, the even bluer lake sparkled, dotted with picturesque boats that resembled white-winged seagulls. As they glided past Chillon, they had been talking about Bonnivard, and as they looked up at Clarence, they spoke of Rousseau, who had written his Heloise there. Neither of them had read it, but they both knew it was a love story, and each wondered privately if their own experiences were half as intriguing. Amy had been dipping her hand in the water during the brief silence that fell between them. When she glanced up, Laurie was leaning on his oars, a look in his eyes that prompted her to speak hastily, simply to fill the silence. "You must be tired. Rest a bit and let me row. It will do me good, for since you came, I've been entirely lazy and indulgent." "I'm not tired, but you can take in, or if you'd like. There's enough room, though I have to sit nearly in the middle, or the boat won't balance," Laurie replied, as if he rather approved of the arrangement. Feeling she hadn't improved the situation much, Amy took the small portion of the seat offered, swept her hair over her face, and accepted an oar. She rowed as skillfully as she did many other things, though she used both hands while Laurie used one. Their oars moved in perfect rhythm, and the boat glided smoothly through the water. "How well we row together, don't we?" Amy said, disliking the silence at that moment. "So well that I wish we could always be in the same boat." "Will you, Amy?" Laurie asked softly. "Yes, Laurie," she replied quietly. Then they both stopped rowing, and unconsciously added a charming little scene of human love and happiness to the dissolving views reflected in the lake. 42. All alone. 42. All alone. It was easy to promise self-abnegation when self was wrapped up in another, and heart and soul were purified by a sweet example. But when the helpful voice was silent, the daily lesson over, the beloved presence gone, and nothing remained but loneliness and grief, then Ja found her promise very hard to keep. How could she comfort father and mother when her own heart ached with a ceaseless longing for her sister? How could she make the house cheerful when all its light and warmth and beauty seemed to have deserted it when Beth left the old home for the new? And where in all the world could she find some useful, happy work to do that would take the place of the loving service which had been its own reward? She tried in a blind, hopeless way to do her duty, secretly rebelling against it all the while. For it seemed unjust that her few joys should be lessened, her burdens made heavier, and life get harder and harder as she toiled along. Some people seemed to get all sunshine, and some all shadow. It was not fair, for she tried more than Amy to be good, but received no reward, only disappointment, trouble, and hard work. Poor Jo, these were dark days for her, for something like despair came over her when she thought of spending her entire life in that quiet house, devoted to humdrum cares, a few small pleasures, and the duty that never seemed to grow any easier. "I can't do it. I wasn't meant for a life like this, and I know I shall break away and do something desperate if somebody doesn't come and help me," she said to herself, when her first efforts failed, and she fell into the moody, miserable state of mind that often comes when strong wills have to yield to the inevitable. But someone did come and help her, though Jo did not recognize her good angels at once, because they wore familiar shapes, and used the simple spells best fitted to poor humanity. Often she started up at night, thinking Beth called her, and when the sight of the little empty bed made her cry with the bitter cry of an unsubmissive sorrow, "Oh, Beth, come back, come back," she did not stretch out her yearning arms in vain. For, as quick to hear her sobbing as she had been to hear her sister's faintest whisper, her mother came to comfort her, not with words only, but the patient tenderness that brings comfort with a touch. tears that silently reflected a sorrow deeper than Joe's, and broken whispers, more expressive than any prayer. For hopeful acceptance accompanied natural sorrow, sacred moments when hearts connected silently in the night, transforming affliction into a blessing, which tempered grief and deepened love. Feeling this, Joe's burden felt lighter, duty became sweeter, and life seemed more bearable from the safety of her mother's embrace. When her aching heart found some comfort, her troubled mind also discovered solace. One day, she went to the study, leaning over the kind, gray-haired head that greeted her with a calm smile. She said humbly, "Father, speak to me as you did to Beth. I need it more than she did, for I am troubled." "My child," he replied, "nothing brings me comfort like this." His voice trembled, and he wrapped his arms around her, as if he, too, needed support and was unafraid to ask for it. Then, sitting in Beth's small chair beside him, Joe shared her troubles, the bitter sorrow over her loss, the discouraging failures, and the lack of faith that darkened her life, and all the profound sadness we refer to as despair. She placed complete trust in him. He provided her with the support she needed. Both found solace in their actions, for the time had arrived when they could converse not merely as father and daughter, but as man and woman, ready and delighted to serve one another with mutual understanding and shared affection. In those joyful, reflective moments in the old study, which Joe called the Church of One Member, she emerged with renewed strength, regained her cheerful demeanor, and adopted a more compliant attitude. For the parents who had taught one child to face death fearlessly were now striving to instruct another to embrace life without despair or mistrust, and to seize its beautiful opportunities with gratitude and determination. Joe had other sources of support as well, humble, wholesome responsibilities and joys that insisted on playing their part in helping her. She gradually learned to recognize and appreciate them. Brooms and dishcloths no longer seemed as repulsive as they once had, for Beth had managed them with grace, and something of Beth's domestic spirit lingered around the small mop and the old brush, which was never discarded. As Joe used them, she found herself humming the tunes Beth used to hum, and imitating Beth's orderly ways, and adding those small, thoughtful touches that kept everything feeling warm and inviting, which was the first step in creating a happy home, though she didn't realize it. Not until Hannah gave her hand an approving squeeze and said, "You thoughtful creature, you're determined to make sure we don't miss that dear lamb if you can help it. We don't say much, but we see it, and the Lord will bless you for it. Just you wait and see if he doesn't." As they sat sewing together, Joe noticed how much her sister Meg had grown, how well she could converse, how much she understood about kind, womanly impulses, thoughts, and feelings, and how content she was with her husband and children, and how much they all supported one another. Marriage is an excellent thing, after all, Joe mused, as she worked on a kite for Demi in the chaotic nursery. I wonder if I could blossom out half as well as you have if I tried it? It's just what you need to bring out the tender, womanly side of your nature. Joe, came the reply. You're like a chestnut burr, prickly on the outside, but soft and silky within, with a sweet kernel hidden inside. If only one can get past the outer layer, love will one day make you show your heart, and then the rough burr will fall away. Frost opens chestnut burrs. Ma'am, Joe countered with a smile, and it takes a good shake to bring them down. The boys went nutting, and Joe had no desire to be caught by them. She replied, working on a kite that no wind could lift, as Daisy had tied herself to it like a bob. Meg laughed, happy to see a glimpse of Joe's old spirit, but she felt it was her duty to share her opinions. Their sisterly chats weren't wasted, especially since two of Meg's most convincing arguments were the babies, whom Joe loved dearly. Grief can open some hearts, and Joe's was nearly ready. A little more warmth was all it needed. Not a boy's impatient shake, but a man's gentle hand to pick it from the burr, finding the kernel sweet. Had she suspected this, she would have closed up tight, but she wasn't focused on herself then. When the time came, she let go. If Joe were the heroine of a moral story, she might have become saintly and devoted to good deeds. But she was just an ordinary girl struggling through life, and she simply followed her nature, expressing sadness, irritation, indifference, or energy, depending on her mood. It is noble to say we will behave well, but we cannot change everything at once. It requires a steady effort, a persistent effort, and a collective effort. Some of us may not even have our feet firmly planted in the right direction yet. Jo had made progress. She was learning to fulfill her responsibilities and would feel uneasy if she failed to do so. But to do it joyfully, that was a different matter. She had often declared her desire to do something extraordinary, no matter how challenging, and now her wish had come true. For what could be more noble than dedicating her life to her father and mother, striving to make home as joyful for them as they had made it for her? And if obstacles were necessary to make the effort more remarkable, what could be harder for a restless, ambitious girl than to give up her own aspirations, plans, and desires and live cheerfully for others? Providence had accepted her commitment. Here was her task, not what she had imagined, but better, because it was selfless. Now, could she rise to the challenge? She decided to try, and in her first attempt, she found the support I have mentioned. Another form of support was offered to her, and she accepted it, not as a reward, but as a source of comfort. Christian rested in a small arbor, finding refreshment there. He had just climbed the hill called Difficulty. Jo's mother noticed her daughter's sadness and said, "Why don't you write? It always made you happy before." Jo, feeling down, replied, "I have no heart to write, and even if I did, nobody cares about my work." Her mother encouraged her. "We care. Write something for us and don't worry about the rest of the world. Try it, dear. I'm sure it will do you good and make us very happy." Though doubtful, Jo got her desk and began sorting through her unfinished manuscripts. An hour later, her mother checked on her and found Jo deeply engaged in writing, wearing her black pinafore with a focused expression. This made Mrs. March smile, pleased with the success of her suggestion. Jo didn't realize how it happened, but something in her story touched the hearts of its readers. Her family laughed and cried over it, and her father, against her wishes, sent it to a popular magazine. To her surprise, not only was it paid for, but others also requested more of her work. Letters of praise followed, and newspapers reprinted the story. Both strangers and friends were equally impressed by it. Such a simple creation had achieved remarkable success, and Jo was even more surprised than when her novel had received both praise and criticism at the same time. "I don't understand it," she said, quite bewildered. What could there possibly be in such a simple little story to make people praise it so? "There is truth in it, Jo, that's the secret," her father replied. "Humor and pathos bring it to life. And you've finally found your style. You wrote this without thinking of fame or money, and you poured your heart into it. My daughter, you've faced the bitter, and now comes the sweet. Do your best, and let yourself be as happy as we are in your success." Jo was more moved by her father's words than by any amount of praise from the world. "If there's anything good or true in what I write, it isn't mine," she said. "I owe it all to you, Mother, and Beth." Taught by love and sorrow, Jo continued to write her little stories and send them out into the world to make friends for themselves and for her. She found the world to be very kind to these humble tales, as they were warmly welcomed and sent home with comfortable tokens for their mother, like dutiful children who had found good fortune. When Amy and Laurie wrote to share the news of their engagement, Mrs. March was worried that Jo might struggle to feel happy about it. However, her concerns were quickly alleviated. Although Jo initially looked serious, she handled it calmly and was already filled with hopes and plans for the children before she had finished reading the letter twice. It was a sort of written exchange where each praised the other in a loving manner, which was delightful to read and satisfying to think about, as no one had any objections. "Do you like it, Mother?" Jo asked as they set aside the densely written pages and looked at each other. "Yes. I hoped it would be so ever since Amy wrote that she had refused Fred. I felt certain then that something better than what you call the mercenary spirit had influenced her, and hints here and there in her letters made me suspect that love and Laurie would prevail. You're so perceptive, Marmee, and yet so quiet. You never mentioned a word to me. Mothers need sharp eyes and discreet tongues when managing daughters. I was half afraid to suggest the idea to you, lest you might write and congratulate them before everything was settled. I'm not the scatterbrain I used to be. You can trust me. I'm sober and sensible enough to be anyone's confidant now. So you are, dear. And I should have made you mine. Only I imagined it might hurt you to know that your Teddy loved someone else. Now, Mother, did you really think I could be so foolish and selfish? Especially after I'd refused his love when it was freshest, if not best. I knew you were sincere then, Joe. But lately, I've thought that if he came back and asked again, you might, perhaps, feel like giving a different answer. Forgive me, dear. I couldn't help noticing how lonely you are. And sometimes there's a longing in your eyes that touches my heart. So, I thought that if your boy tried now, he might fill that empty place. No, Mother, it's better this way. And I'm glad Amy has learned to love him. But you're right about one thing. I am lonely. And perhaps if Teddy had tried again, I might have said yes, not because I love him anymore, but because I care more about being loved now than I did when he left. I'm glad of that, Joe, for it shows you're growing. There are plenty of people who love you. So try to be content with your father and mother, your sisters and brothers, your friends, and the children, until the best lover of all comes to give you your reward. Mothers are the most wonderful companions in the world, but I wouldn't mind confessing to Marmee that I'm curious to experience all kinds of love. It's quite strange. The more I try to fulfill myself with all kinds of natural affections, the more I seem to yearn for. I had no idea hearts could hold so much. Mine seems so capable of expansion. It never feels full now. And I used to be perfectly happy with just my family. I don't understand it. I do, Mrs. March replied with her wise smile, as Joe turned the pages to read Amy's words about Laurie. It's so beautiful to be loved the way Laurie loves me. He isn't overly sentimental, doesn't say much about it, but I can see and feel it in everything he says and does. It makes me so happy and so humble that I no longer feel like the same girl I once was. I never realized how kind, generous, and tender he was until now, for he lets me see into his heart, and I find it filled with noble aspirations, hopes, and intentions. I'm so proud to know it's mine. He says he feels as if he could have a successful journey now with me by his side as his partner, with plenty of love as our anchor. I pray he will, and I'll try to be everything he believes me to be, for I love my noble captain with all my heart, soul, and strength, and I will never leave him, as long as God allows us to be together. Oh, Mother, I had no idea this world could feel so much like heaven when two people love and live for one another. It's truly amazing. Our cool, reserved, and worldly Amy, love truly does work miracles. How very, very happy they must be. Joe carefully gathered the rustling pages, as one might close the cover of a lovely romance, a story that captivates the reader until the very end, leaving them alone once more in the mundane world. Later, Joe wandered upstairs, for it was raining, and she couldn't go for a walk. A restless spirit took hold of her, and the old feeling returned, not as bitter as before, but a sorrowful, patient wonder as to why one sister seemed to have everything she desired, while the other had nothing. She knew it wasn't true, and tried to push the thought away, but the deep longing for affection was strong. Amy's happiness stirred a hungry yearning for someone to love with all her heart and soul, to cling to, as long as God allowed them to be together. Up in the attic, where Joe's restless wanderings led her, stood 4 small wooden chests in a row, each labeled with its owner's name, and each filled with mementos of the childhood and girlhood that had now come to an end for all of them. Joe glanced into them, and when she came to her own, she leaned her chin on the edge and gazed blankly at the cluttered assortment. A stack of old exercise books soon captured her attention. She pulled them out, examined them carefully, and reminisced about that cozy winter at kind Mrs. Kirk's. At first, she had smiled, then grew thoughtful, and finally, sad, when she came across a small note in the professor's handwriting. Her lips began to quiver. The books slipped from her lap, and she sat there, staring at the kind words, as if they held a new-found meaning and stirred a tender place in her heart. Wait for me, my friend. I may be a little late, but I will surely come. Oh, if only he would. So kind, so good, so patient with me always, my dear old Fritz. I didn't appreciate him enough when I had him, but now, how I long to see him. For everyone seems to be leaving me, and I'm all alone. Clutching the little paper tightly, as if it were a promise still waiting to be fulfilled, Jo rested her head on a soft ragbag and wept, as if defying the rain that pattered against the roof. Was it all self-pity, loneliness, or low spirits? Or was it the awakening of a feeling that had waited patiently, just as its inspirer had? Who can say? 43. Surprises. Reclining on the worn sofa, gazing into the flames, lost in thought. This was her cherished way to spend the twilight hour. Undisturbed, she would often lie there on Beth's small red pillow, crafting stories, imagining dreams, or reflecting on tender memories of her sister, who always felt close. Her face appeared weary, solemn, and tinged with sadness, for tomorrow was her birthday, and she pondered how swiftly the years had passed, how old she had grown, and how little she had achieved. Nearly 25, with nothing to show for it. Jo was mistaken in this belief. There was much to show, and in time, she realized it, and felt gratitude for it. An old maid, that was her destiny. A literary spinster, with a pen as her partner. A family of stories for children, and perhaps, in 20 years, a fragment of fame, but only when, like poor Johnson, she was old, unable to savor it, solitary, unable to share it, and independent, with no need for it. Well, I don't have to be a bitter saint or a selfish sinner, and I suppose old maids grow very comfortable once they're accustomed to it. But, Jo sighed then, as if the prospect held little appeal. It seldom does. At first, to a 25-year-old, 30 may seem like the end of everything, but it isn't as dreadful as it appears. One can still live quite happily if they have something within themselves to rely on. At 25, girls often talk about becoming old maids, but secretly vow it will never happen to them. By 30, they no longer mention it, but quietly accept the reality. If they're sensible, they find comfort in remembering they still have 20 more years of purpose and happiness ahead, during which they can learn to age gracefully. Don't laugh at the spinsters, dear girls, for many tender, tragic romances lie hidden in the hearts that beat quietly beneath their sober dresses. Many silent sacrifices of youth, health, ambition, and even love itself make their faded faces beautiful in God's eyes. Even the sad, sour sisters deserve kindness because they've missed out on life's sweetest part. For this reason alone, we should look at them with compassion, not contempt. Young girls in their prime should remember they too might miss their blossoming time, as rosy cheeks don't last forever, and silver threads will eventually appear in their bonny brown hair. In time, kindness and respect will become as sweet as love and admiration are now. Gentlemen, the passage emphasizes the importance of respect and kindness, particularly towards older women, highlighting their often underappreciated contributions. It underscores the value of chivalry and equality, suggesting that such traits endear a person to others. The narrative then transitions to Jo experiencing a dream where Laurie's ghost appears, possibly symbolizing her deep emotional connection to him or unresolved emotions. This shift may serve to explore deeper themes or relationships in the story, with that familiar expression he wore when deeply moved but trying to hide it. Like Jenny in the ballad, she could not think it he, and lay there, staring up at him in shocked silence, until he bent down and kissed her. Then she recognized him, and sprang up, crying with joy. "Oh, my Teddy! Oh, my Teddy! Dear Jo, you're glad to see me, then? Glad? My blessed boy. Words can't express how glad I am. Where's Amy? Your mother has taken her to Meg's. We stopped there on the way, and there was no way to get my wife out of their grasp. You're what?" Jo cried out, for Laurie had said those two words with an unconscious pride and satisfaction that gave him away. "Oh, the dickens! Now I've done it," he said, looking so guilty that Jo pounced on him in an instant. "You've gone and gotten married." "Yes, please, but I swear it won't happen again," he said, dropping to his knees with a repentant clasp of his hands. His face a mix of mischief, amusement, and triumph. Actually married? Absolutely. Thank you very much. Mercy on us. What dreadful thing will you do next? Jo exclaimed, collapsing into her chair with a gasp. A characteristic remark, but not exactly complimentary congratulations, Laurie replied, still kneeling in a humble posture, but radiating with joy. What can you expect when you take someone's breath away, sneaking in like a thief, and spilling secrets like that? Get up, you ridiculous boy, and tell me everything. Not a word, unless you let me back into my old spot and promise not to shut me out. Jo laughed at that, a sound she hadn't made in a long time, and patted the sofa invitingly as she said in a warm tone, the old pillow is in the attic, and we don't need it now, so come and confess. Teddy. How wonderful it is to hear you call me Teddy. No one else ever does. And Laurie sat down, carrying himself with an air of great satisfaction. What does Amy call you? My lord. That's so like her. Well, you do look the part. And Jo's eyes clearly showed she thought her boy was more handsome than ever. The pillow was gone, but there was still a barricade, one built naturally by time, absence, and a change of heart. Both of them felt it, and for a moment, they looked at each other as if that invisible barrier cast a small shadow over them. It vanished quickly, though, as Laurie said, trying hard to sound dignified. Don't I look like a married man and the head of a family? Not at all, and you never will. You've grown taller and more handsome. But you're still the same scamp you've always been. Now, really, Jo, you should treat me with more respect. Laurie began, clearly enjoying every moment of it. How can I when the very idea of you being married and settled is so irresistibly funny that I can't keep a straight face? Jo replied, smiling from ear to ear, her laughter so contagious that they both burst into another fit of giggles before settling in for a good chat. Just like the old days. There's no point in you going out into the cold to fetch Amy. By the way, because they'll all be up soon. I just couldn't wait. I wanted to be the one to tell you the big news and get the first skim, as we used to say when we squabbled over the cream. Of course you did, and you've gone and ruined the story by starting at the wrong end. Now, start over and tell me how it all happened. I'm dying to know. Well, I did it to please Amy. Laurie started, a mischievous glint in his eye that made Jo interrupt. Fib number 1. Amy did it to please you. Go on and tell the truth, if you can, sir. Now she's starting to marmot. Isn't it lovely to hear her? Laurie said to the fire, which crackled and sparkled as if it wholeheartedly agreed. It's all the same. You know, she and I being as one. We planned to come home with the Carrolls a month or more ago, but they had a sudden change of heart and decided to spend another winter in Paris. However, Grandpa wanted to return home. He wanted to please me, and I couldn't let him go alone. I also couldn't leave Amy behind. And Mrs. Carroll, with her English ideas about chaperones and such nonsense, refused to let Amy join us. So I resolved the dilemma by saying, let's get married, and then we can do as we please. Of course you did. You always managed to have things go your way, Laurie replied. Not always, Laurie said, and something in his tone made Jo ask quickly, how did you ever convince Aunt to agree? It wasn't easy, but between us, we persuaded her. Laurie explained. We had plenty of good reasons on our side. There wasn't time to write and ask for permission, but you all liked the idea, and by then, you'd consented to it. It was just taking time by the fetlock, as my wife says. Aren't we proud of those 2 words? And don't we love saying them? Jo interrupted, turning to the fire and watching with delight the happy light it seemed to ignite in the eyes that had looked so tragically gloomy the last time she saw them. A little, perhaps, Laurie replied modestly. She's such a charming little woman. I can't help being proud of her. Well, then, our uncle and aunt were there to maintain the proper decorum, but we were so engrossed in each other that we were of little practical use, and that charming arrangement made everything easy for everyone. So we decided to do it. When? Where? How? Jo asked, her voice filled with feminine curiosity and excitement, for she couldn't fully grasp it. 6 weeks ago, at the American consul's office in Paris. It was a very quiet wedding. Of course, for even in our happiness, we didn't forget dear little Beth, he replied. As he said this, Jo placed her hand in his, and Laurie gently smoothed the small red pillow, which he remembered well. Why didn't you tell us afterward? Jo asked softly, after they had sat in silence for a moment. We wanted to surprise you. We initially thought we'd return home immediately, but the dear old gentleman, as soon as we were married, realized he couldn't be ready for at least a month and sent us off to spend our honeymoon wherever we pleased. Amy had once called Valrosa a perfect honeymoon destination, so we went there and were as happy as people can be once in a lifetime. My goodness, wasn't it romantic among the roses? Laurie seemed to forget Jo for a moment as he spoke. Jo felt grateful for his openness, as the way he shared these things so freely and naturally made her realize he had fully forgiven and moved on. She attempted to pull her hand away, but Laurie, as if sensing the thoughts behind her half-unconscious movement, held it firmly, with a seriousness she had never seen before. He began, Jo, dear, I need to say one thing, and then we'll set it aside forever. As I mentioned in my letter, when I wrote about Amy's kindness toward me, I want you to know that my love for you will never fade. But it has changed. I've come to understand that this is for the best. Amy has taken the place in my heart that once belonged to you. That's all. I believe this was always meant to be, and it would have happened naturally if I had waited, as you once urged me to. But I couldn't be patient. I was young and impulsive, and I ended up hurting myself. I was a boy then, stubborn and reckless, and it took a hard lesson for me to see my mistake. It was a mistake, Jo, just as you said, and I only realized it after I had made a fool of myself. Honestly, I was so torn and conflicted in my mind at one point that I couldn't decide who I loved more, you or Amy. I tried to love you both equally, but I couldn't. And when I saw her in Switzerland, everything suddenly became clear. You both took your proper places, and I felt certain that the old love was faring well before the new one began, that I could genuinely divide my heart between my sister Jo and my wife Amy, and cherish them both deeply. Can you believe it? And return to the happy old times when we first met? I'll believe it with all my heart. But Teddy, we can no longer be boy and girl again. The happy old times cannot return, and we mustn't expect them to. We are now man and woman, with serious responsibilities to bear. For our playful days are over, and we must give up our frolicking. I'm sure you feel this change too. I see it in you, and you'll find it in me as well. I'll miss my boy, but I'll love the man just as much, and admire him more, because he aspires to be what I had hoped he would become. We can no longer be carefree playmates, but we will be brother and sister, loving and supporting one another for the rest of our lives. Won't we, Laurie? He didn't say a word but took the hand she offered. Resting his face on it for a moment, he felt that from the grave of a youthful passion, a beautiful and strong friendship had risen to bless them both. Jo then said cheerfully, for she didn't want their reunion to be sorrowful, I can't believe that you children are actually married and starting your new life together. Why? It feels like just yesterday I was fastening Amy's dress and scolding you for teasing her. Mercy me, how time flies. As one of the children is older than you, you don't need to speak like a grandmother. I like to think of myself as a grown gentleman, as Peggotty once said of David. And when you see Amy, you'll find her quite a mature little girl, said Laurie, amused by her maternal demeanor. You may be a little older in years, but I feel so much older in spirit. Teddy, women often do, and this past year has been so challenging that I feel like I'm 40. She added, poor Jo, we left you to handle everything alone while we were out enjoying ourselves. You've aged, there's a line here, and another there. Unless you smile, your eyes look sorrowful. When I touched the cushion just now, I found a tear on it. You've had so much to bear and had to carry the burden all by yourself. What a selfish person I've been, Laurie exclaimed, tugging at his hair with a guilty expression. But Jo simply turned over the pillow that had betrayed her emotions and replied in a tone she tried to keep cheerful. No, I had father and mother to support me, and the dear children to comfort me. and knowing that you and Amy are safe and happy. To make the difficulties here more bearable, I feel lonely at times, but I suppose it's good for me. And you shall never be lonely again, Laurie interrupted, putting his arm around her, as if to shield her from every hardship. Amy and I can't manage without you, so you must come and teach the children to keep house. Share everything equally, just as we used to do. Let us spoil you, and all live happily and harmoniously together. If I won't be in the way, it would be delightful. I'm starting to feel quite young again. Somehow, all my worries seem to fade when you're near. You've always been a comfort, Teddy, Jo said, leaning her head on his shoulder, just as she had years ago, when Beth was ill, and Laurie had told her to hold on to him. He looked down at her, wondering if she remembered that time, but Jo was smiling to herself, as if, in truth, all her troubles had vanished with his arrival. You're still the same, Jo, crying one moment and laughing the next. You look a little mischievous now. What is it? Grandma, I was wondering how you and Amy get along. Like angels. Of course. At first. But what rules exactly? I don't mind telling you that she does. Now, at least I let her think so. It pleases her. You know, by and by, we'll take turns. Marriage, they say, halves one's rights and doubles one's duties. You'll continue as you started, and Amy will rule you for the rest of your life. Well, she does it so subtly that I don't think I'll mind much. She's the type of woman who knows how to lead effectively. In fact, I rather enjoy it because she gently wraps you around her finger as smoothly and charmingly as a skein of silk, making you feel like she's always doing you a favor. That I should live to see you as a henpecked husband who's actually enjoying it, Jo exclaimed, raising her hands in surprise. It was satisfying to see Laurie stand up straight, smile with masculine disdain at the suggestion, and respond with his characteristic high and mighty demeanor. Amy is too well-bred for that, and I'm not the kind of man to let that happen. My wife and I have too much mutual respect to ever tyrannize or argue. Jo approved of that and found the new dignity quite fitting, though the boy seemed to be turning into a man too quickly, and her pleasure was tinged with regret. I'm sure of that, Amy, and you never quarreled like we used to. She is the sun and I the wind in the fable, and the sun managed the man best. You remember, she can blow him up as well as shine on him, laughed Laurie. Such a lecture as I got it nice. I give you my word it was a deal worse than any of your scoldings, a regular rouser. I'll tell you all about it sometime. She never will. Because after telling me that she despised and was ashamed of me, she lost her heart to the despicable party and married the good-for-nothing. What baseness! Well, if she abuses you, come to me, and I'll defend you. I look as if I needed it, don't I? Said Laurie, getting up and striking an attitude which suddenly changed from the imposing to the rapturous as Amy's voice was heard calling. Where is she? Where's my dear old Jo? In trooped the whole family, and everyone was hugged and kissed all over again. After several vain attempts, the three wanderers were set down to be looked at and exulted over. Mr. Lawrence, hale and hearty as ever, was quite as much improved as the others by his foreign tour, for the crustiness seemed to be nearly gone, and the old-fashioned courtliness had received a polish which made it kindlier than ever. It was good to see him beam at my children. As he referred to the young couple, it was even more delightful to see Amy show him the filial devotion and affection that entirely captured his heart, and best of all, to observe Laurie revolving around the two, as if he never grew weary of admiring the charming scene they created. The moment her eyes met Amy's, Meg became aware that her own attire lacked the Parisian flair. She realized that young Mrs. Moffat would be completely overshadowed by young Mrs. Lawrence, and that her ladyship was, in fact, an exceedingly elegant and refined woman. Jo thought to herself as she watched the pair, how perfectly they complement each other. I was right, and Laurie has found the beautiful, accomplished girl who will make his home far better than clumsy old Jo ever could. She will be a source of pride, not a burden to him. Mrs. March and her husband exchanged happy smiles and nods, for they could see that their youngest daughter had succeeded not only in worldly matters, but also in gaining the richer treasures of love, trust, and happiness. Amy's face radiated a soft glow that reflected a peaceful heart. Her voice carried a newfound gentleness, and her once stiff demeanor had transformed into a gracious and endearing poise, entirely feminine and captivating. There were no pretenses to mar her natural charm. Her warm and kind demeanor was even more captivating than her fresh beauty or timeless elegance. It immediately marked her with the unmistakable trait of a true gentlewoman, the kind she had always aspired to become. "Love has truly worked wonders for our daughter," her mother said gently. "She's had a wonderful example to follow her whole life." "My dear Mr. March whispered back, gazing lovingly at the worn face and gray hair beside him. Daisy couldn't take her eyes off her dear aunt, but clung to the enchanting mistress of the house, who was full of delightful charm. Like a devoted lapdog, Demi hesitated, considering the new relationship before impulsively accepting a tempting bribe, a family of wooden bears from Bern. But Laurie outmaneuvered him, and soon Demi surrendered unconditionally. For Laurie knew exactly how to approach him. "Young man," Laurie's tall uncle teased, "when I first had the pleasure of meeting you, you hit me in the face. Now, I demand the respect due to a gentleman." With that, he affectionately tousled the small boy's hair, delighting his youthful spirit even as it challenged his philosophical dignity. "Bless my soul, isn't she dressed in silk from head to toe? Isn't it a delightful sight to see her sitting there, looking as elegant as can be? And to hear people calling little Amy Miss Lawrence," muttered old Hannah, who couldn't resist sneaking frequent glances through the door as she set the table in a rather chaotic manner. Good heavens, how they talked. First one person, then another, and then everyone burst out all at once, trying to share 3 years' worth of stories in just half an hour. It was a good thing tea was ready to calm everyone down and provide some refreshment, or they would have been hoarse and exhausted if they had kept going much longer. What a joyful procession filed into the little dining room. Mr. March proudly escorted Mrs. Lawrence, while Mrs. March leaned just as proudly on the arm of my son. The old gentleman took Joe's arm with a whispered, "You must be my girl now," and a glance at the empty spot by the fire that made Joe whisper back, her lips trembling, "I'll try to fill her place, sir." The twins pranced along behind, feeling as though the golden age had arrived. For everyone was so caught up with the newcomers that they were left to amuse themselves as they pleased. And you can be sure they made the most of the opportunity. Didn't they sneak sips of tea? Indulge in gingerbread as much as you like. Get a hot biscuit each. And, as the final act of mischief, didn't they each slip a charming little tart into their small pockets, where it would linger and crumble dangerously, teaching them that both human nature and pastry are fragile? Burdened with the guilty awareness of the hidden tarts, and fearing that Dodo's sharp eyes would see through the thin disguise of cambric and merino that concealed their loot, the little sinners clung to Drampa, who wasn't wearing his glasses. Amy, who was being passed around like a refreshment, returned to the parlor on Father Lawrence's arm. The others paired off as before, leaving Joe without a companion. She didn't mind at the moment, for she lingered to answer Hannah's eager question. "Will Miss Amy ride in her carriage and use all those lovely silver dishes stored over there? She might as well drive 6 white horses, dine on gold plate, and wear diamonds and lace every day. Teddy thinks nothing is too good for her." Joe replied with great satisfaction, "No more than she deserves." "Would you like hash or fish balls for breakfast?" Hannah asked, wisely mixing the practical with the fanciful. "I don't care," Joe said, closing the door. She felt that food was an unwelcome subject at that moment. She stood there for a moment, watching as the party disappeared upstairs. As Demi's short plaid legs struggled up the last step, a sudden wave of loneliness swept over her so intensely that she gazed around with tearful eyes, as if seeking something to cling to, for even Teddy had left her. Had she known what birthday surprise was getting closer and closer each minute, she wouldn't have told herself, "I'll cry a little when I go to bed. It's not the time to be gloomy now." She then wiped her eyes with her hand, for one of her boyish habits was never knowing where her handkerchief was, and she had just managed to force a smile when there was a knock at the porch door. She opened it with eager hospitality, and she startled as if another ghost had appeared to surprise her. for there stood a tall, bearded man, beaming at her from the darkness like a midnight sun. "Oh, Mr. Bear, I'm so glad to see you," Jo exclaimed, clutching him as if she feared the night would snatch him away before she could bring him inside. "And I am glad to see you, Miss March," he said. "But no, you're having a party." The professor paused as the sounds of voices and tapping dancing feet reached them. "No, we haven't. Just the family. My sister and friends have just arrived home, and we are all thrilled. Come in and make yourself at home." Though he is a very sociable person, I believe Mr. Bear would have left politely and visited another day. But how could he when Jo closed the door behind him and took his hat? Perhaps her face had something to do with it, for she forgot to conceal her joy at seeing him and expressed it with such frankness that it proved irresistible to the lonely man, whose warm welcome far surpassed his boldest expectations. "If I am not intruding, I would be delighted to see you all," he said abruptly. As Jo hung up his coat, the light fell on her face, and he noticed a change in it. Not ill, but tired and sorrowful. "We have had trouble since I last saw you," she replied. "Ah, yes, I know. My heart ached for you when I heard about it," he said, shaking her hand again with such a sympathetic expression that Jo felt no comfort could compare to the kindness in his eyes and the warmth of his hand. "Father, Mother, this is my friend, Professor Bear," she said with a face and tone of such irrepressible pride and delight that she might as well have announced it with a trumpet and flung open the door with a flourish. Had the stranger harbored any doubts, these doubts would have been quickly set at rest by the warm welcome he received. Everyone offered him a kind greeting. Initially, it was for Jo's sake, but before long, they came to appreciate him for who he was. They couldn't help but be drawn to him, for he possessed the gift that wins all hearts. These kind-hearted people immediately took a liking to him. They felt an even greater affection for him because of his humble circumstances. For poverty often elevates those who rise above it, and it serves as a guaranteed passport to the most welcoming of hearts. Mr. Bear sat with the air of a traveler who knocks on an unfamiliar door, and upon entering, he felt right at home. The children swarmed around him like bees to honey, claiming a spot on each of his knees. They captivated him by playfully rummaging through his pockets, tugging at his beard, and curiously examining his watch with the boldness of youth. The women exchanged knowing glances of approval. Mr. March, sensing a kindred spirit, opened his heart and home, offering his guests the best of hospitality. Meanwhile, John listened silently, enjoying the conversation without saying a word. Mr. Lawrence, too, found himself wide awake, unable to sleep. Had Jo not been preoccupied, she would have found Laurie's antics amusing, though with a touch of envy. It wasn't jealousy, but more like suspicion that initially kept the gentleman at a distance. He approached the newcomer with a cautious, brotherly air and kept a watchful eye on him. However, this didn't last long. Despite his efforts, he found himself becoming interested and, before he realized it, was drawn into the group. Mr. Bear's engaging conversation in such a warm setting did him justice. He rarely spoke to Laurie but often glanced at him, and a shadow of regret would cross his face, as if mourning the loss of his own youthful vigor as he observed the young man in his prime. His gaze would then turn to Jo with such longing that she would have certainly responded to his unspoken question if she had noticed. However, Jo was preoccupied with her own thoughts, feeling she couldn't trust her eyes, so she kept them fixed on the small sock she was knitting, behaving like a dutiful aunt. Occasional stolen glances refreshed her, much like sips of cool water after a dusty walk, as they revealed several promising signs. Mr. Bear's face no longer seemed distant and was instead fully present, brimming with interest in the moment. He appeared genuinely youthful and handsome, she thought, forgetting to compare him to Laurie, as she often did with other men, much to their disadvantage. Then, he seemed utterly inspired. Even though the discussion had turned to the burial customs of the ancients, a topic that might not be particularly thrilling, Jo beamed with pride as Teddy lost an argument. She thought to herself, observing her father's engrossed expression, how much he would relish having a man like my professor to converse with daily. Moreover, Mr. Bear wore a new black suit, which gave him an even more gentlemanly appearance. His thick hair had been trimmed and neatly combed, though it didn't remain tidy for long, for in thrilling moments, he would playfully touzle it in his usual amusing manner. Jo preferred it standing wildly upright rather than flat, as she believed it highlighted his noble forehead, giving it a Jupiter-like presence. Poor Jo, how she idolized that unassuming man, sitting there knitting so tranquilly, yet noticing every detail, including the gold cuff buttons on Mr. Bear's pristine wristbands. Jo thought to herself, that dear old man, he couldn't have dressed with more attention if he were courting someone. Then, a sudden idea struck her, causing her to blush deeply. She dropped her ball and bent down to retrieve it, using the moment to conceal her face. The maneuver didn't go as smoothly as she had hoped. However, just as the professor was about to set fire to the funeral pyre, he dropped his torch, metaphorically speaking, and dove after the little blue ball. Of course, they bumped their heads together smartly, saw stars, and both came up flushed and laughing without the ball, resuming their seats and wishing they had never left them. Nobody knew where the evening went, for Hannah had skillfully taken the babies away early, nodding like two rosy poppies, and Mr. Lawrence went home to rest. The others sat around the fire, talking away, utterly regardless of the passage of time, till Meg, whose maternal mind was troubled by a firm conviction that Daisy had tumbled out of bed, and Demi set his nightgown on fire while studying the structure of matches, made a move to go. "We must have our sing in the good old way, for we are all together again once more," said Jo, feeling that a good shout would be a safe and pleasant vent for the jubilant emotions of her soul. They were not all there, but no one found the words thoughtless or untrue, for Beth still seemed among them, a peaceful presence, invisible but dearer than ever. Death could not sever the unbreakable bond of love that united their household. The small chair remained in its usual spot, the neat basket, with the piece of work she had left unfinished when the needle became so heavy, still sat on its familiar shelf. The cherished instrument, now seldom played, had not been moved, and above it, Beth's face, calm and smiling, as it had been in the early days, looked down on them, seeming to say, "Be happy. I am here. Play something. Amy, let them hear how much you have improved," said Laurie, with forgivable pride in his promising student. But Amy whispered, her eyes full of tears, as she turned the faded stool, "Not tonight, dear. I can't show off tonight." Yet she offered something far greater than brilliance or skill, for she sang Beth's songs with a tender music in her voice, a quality no master could have taught, and touched the listeners' hearts with a sweeter power than any other inspiration could have given her. The room fell deeply silent, when the clear voice suddenly faltered at the last line of Beth's favorite hymn. It was hard to say, "Earth hath no sorrow that heaven cannot heal," and Amy leaned against her husband, who stood behind her. The passage captures a poignant moment between Jo and Mr. Bear, highlighting their emotional connection through music. Jo, though not musically inclined, agrees to sing with Mr. Bear, showcasing her affection for him. The song, "Knowst Thou the Land Where the Citron Blooms," holds special meaning for Mr. Bear, symbolizing his homeland, Germany. As he sings with passion, Jo is deeply moved, feeling a strong desire to accompany him, indicating a romantic bond. The song serves as a medium to convey their mutual affection and cultural connection, emphasizing the depth of their relationship without direct words. The song was deemed an immense success. The singer withdrew, adorned with laurels. Yet, just a few minutes later, he entirely forgot his manners. He stared at Amy as she donned her bonnet, for she had been merely introduced as "my sister," and no one had addressed her by her new name since his arrival. He became even more self-absorbed when Laurie spoke with his most charming demeanor as they parted. "My spouse and I are delighted to make your acquaintance. Sir, please remember, there is always a warm welcome awaiting you just across the way." The professor then expressed his gratitude so sincerely, and his face suddenly lit up with such evident satisfaction, that Laurie found him to be the most charmingly expressive gentleman he had ever encountered. I shall also take my leave, however. I would be delighted to return if you grant me permission. Dear Madam, as some business in the city will require my presence here for several days. He addressed Madam March. Yet his gaze was directed at Joe. Madam March's voice offered a response just as warm as the consent reflected in Joe's eyes. For Madam March was far more attentive to her children's feelings than Mrs. Moffat had assumed. I believe he is a wise man, remarked Mr. March with quiet satisfaction, seated by the hearth after the last guest had departed. I know he is a good man, added Madam March, with clear approval, as she wound up the clock. I thought you'd like him, was all Joe said, slipping quietly to her bed. She wondered what business had brought Mr. Bear to the city and finally decided he must have been appointed to some great honor somewhere, but was too modest to mention it. If she had seen his face when, safe in his own room, he gazed at the picture of a severe and rigid young lady with a great deal of hair, who seemed to be staring solemnly into the future, it might have shed some light on the matter, especially when he turned off the gas and kissed the picture in the dark. 44. My lord and lady, please, Madam Mother, could you lend me my wife for half an hour? The luggage has arrived, and I've been making a mess of Amy's Paris finery while trying to find what I need. Laurie said the next day, entering to find Mrs. Lawrence sitting in her mother's lap, as if being treated like the baby again. Certainly. Go, dear. I forget you have any home but this. Mrs. March replied, pressing the white hand that wore the wedding ring, as if apologizing for her maternal possessiveness. I wouldn't have come if I could have avoided it, but I can't manage without my wife any more than a weathercock can without wind, Joe suggested. As he paused for a comparison, Joe had regained her lively spirit since Teddy returned home. Exactly, because Amy keeps me facing west most of the time, with only the occasional shift to the south. And I haven't had an easterly phase since I got married. I don't know anything about the north, but I'm entirely pleasant and calm. Hey, my lady, the weather has been lovely so far. I don't know how long it will last, but I'm not afraid of storms because I'm learning how to navigate my life. Come home, dear, and I'll find your bootjack. I suppose that's what you're looking for among my things. Men are so helpless, Amy said with a mature tone, which delighted her husband. What are you two planning to do after you settle down? Joe asked, buttoning Amy's cloak the way she used to fasten her pinafores. We have our plans, but we're not saying much about them yet because we're still figuring things out. However, we don't intend to be idle. I'm entering business with a determination that will please grandfather and prove I'm not spoiled, he replied. I need something similar to keep me grounded. I'm tired of procrastinating, and I intend to work with determination. And what about Amy? Mrs. March asked, clearly delighted by Laurie's decision and the enthusiasm with which he spoke. After taking care of the social niceties and showcasing our finest attire, we'll surprise you with the elegant hospitality of our home, the refined company we'll attract, and the positive impact we'll have on the world, Laurie said with a playful glance at Amy. Time will tell, Amy replied, determined to create a loving home before aspiring to be a queen of society. Come along, you mischief maker. Don't embarrass me in front of my family by teasing me like that. How happy the young couple seems together, Mr. March remarked, struggling to focus on his Aristotle after they had left. Yes, and I believe it will last, Mrs. March added, her expression as calm as a pilot who had safely guided a ship into harbor. I know it will. Happy Amy, Joe said with a sigh, then smiled warmly as Professor Bear approached, pushing the gate open with impatience. Later that evening, once his concerns about the bootjack had been resolved, Laurie suddenly turned to his wife, who was busy organizing her new art pieces. Amy, he said. Yes, my lord, she replied. That man plans to marry our Joe. I hope so, don't you, dear? Well, my love, I think he's an excellent choice in every way, but I wish he were a bit younger and considerably wealthier. Now, Laurie, don't be so particular and worldly. If they truly love each other, their age or financial situation doesn't matter at all. Women should never marry for money. Amy caught herself mid-sentence and glanced at her husband, who responded with a mischievous grin. Of course not. Though I've heard charming girls occasionally say they intend to do just that. If I recall correctly, you once believed it was your duty to make a rich match. Perhaps that's why you married someone as impractical as me. Oh, my dearest boy, don't say that. I forgot you were wealthy when I said yes. I would have married you even if you had no money. And sometimes I wish you were poor so I could prove how much I love you. Amy, who carried herself with dignity in public but was deeply affectionate in private, spoke these words with sincerity. She provided compelling evidence to support her statements. You don't truly believe I'm as self-serving as I once pretended to be, do you? It would break my heart if you didn't believe I'd gladly share the same journey with you, even if you had to earn your living by rowing on the lake. Am I a fool and a brute? How could I possibly think that? When you rejected a wealthier man for me and refused to let me share what I have with you now, when I have the right. Girls do this every day, poor things, and are taught to believe it's their only salvation. But you had better lessons. Though I worried about you at one point, I wasn't disappointed, for the daughter stayed true to the mother's teachings. I told Mama yesterday, and she looked as glad and grateful as if I'd given her a check for $1 million to be spent on charity. You're not paying attention to my moral remarks. Mrs. Lawrence, Laurie said, pausing as he noticed Amy's distant gaze, though her eyes were fixed on his face. Yes, I am, and admiring the dimple on your chin at the same time. Amy replied, I don't want to make you conceited, but I must admit I'm prouder of my handsome husband than of all his wealth. Don't laugh. Your nose brings me such comfort, Amy said, gently stroking the finely chiseled feature with an artist's appreciation. Laurie had received countless compliments in his life, but none had ever pleased him as much as this one, as his expression clearly revealed. Though he chuckled at his wife's unique taste, she continued slowly. May I ask you something, dear? Of course, he replied. Would you mind if Joe marries Mr. Bear? She asked. Oh, so that's what's been troubling you? I thought there was something about the dimple that didn't quite sit right with you. Let me assure you, I'm not one to hoard what's not mine. I'm the happiest man alive, and I promise I can dance at Joe's wedding with a heart as light as my steps. Do you doubt that, my darling? Amy looked up at him, satisfied, and her last flicker of jealousy disappeared forever. She thanked him with a face full of love and trust. I wish we could do something for that wonderful old professor, Laurie said as they strolled arm in arm through the long drawing room, a habit they'd kept since their days at the Chateau Garden. Couldn't we come up with a wealthy relative who conveniently passes away in Germany, leaving him a nice little fortune? Joe would find out and ruin it all, Amy replied. She's so proud of him just the way he is. She mentioned yesterday her belief that poverty was a beautiful thing. Bless her kind heart. She'll change her mind once she has a literary husband and a dozen young professors to support. We won't interfere now, but we'll wait for our chance and help them in spite of themselves. I owe Joe for part of my education, and she believes in people paying their honest debts, so I'll win her over that way. How delightful it is to be able to help others, isn't it? That was always one of my dreams, to have the power to give freely, and thanks to you, the dream has come true. We'll do so much good, won't we? There's one kind of poverty I particularly like to help. Out-and-out beggars are taken care of, but poor gentlefolk fare badly because they won't ask, and people don't dare to offer charity. Yet there are 1,000 ways to help them if one only knows how to do it delicately so it doesn't offend. I must say, I prefer serving a decayed gentleman over a flattering beggar. I suppose it's wrong, but I do, even though it's harder. Because it takes a gentleman to do it, added the other member of the Domestic Admiration Society. Thank you. I feel unworthy of such a kind compliment. What I was going to say is this. While I was wandering abroad, I saw many talented young people making great sacrifices and enduring genuine hardships to achieve their dreams. Some of them are truly remarkable, working tirelessly despite being poor and alone, but filled with courage, patience, and ambition. Seeing them made me ashamed of myself and made me wish to lend them a helping hand. These are the kind of people it's a privilege to support, for if they have genius, it's an honor to assist them and ensure their potential isn't wasted or delayed due to a lack of resources to keep going. If they lack genius, it's still a joy to comfort them and prevent them from despairing when they discover the truth. Yes, indeed. And there's another group who can't ask for help and who suffer in silence. I understand this well, for I was once part of it before you transformed me into a princess. Much like the king does with the beggar maid in the old story. Ambitious girls face a tough journey, Laurie, and often have to watch as youth, health, and precious opportunities slip away simply because they lack the right support at the right time. People have been very kind to me, and whenever I see girls struggling as we once did, I want to reach out and help them, just as I was helped. And so you shall, dear, like an angel as you are, Laurie exclaimed, his eyes shining with determination and a warm, philanthropic glow. We'll create and support an institution dedicated to helping young women with artistic talents. Wealthy individuals shouldn't just sit back, enjoy their riches, or let their money be squandered by others. It's far more sensible to use your wealth wisely while you're alive, bringing joy to others and making their lives better. We'll enjoy ourselves too, finding extra joy in generously sharing our resources with those in need. Will you be like Dorcas, carrying a large basket of kindness and filling it with good deeds? With all my heart. If you'll be a brave St. Martin, sharing your cloak with those in need as you journey through life. Agreed, and we'll benefit the most from it. So the young couple shook hands, sealing their promise, and continued their walk happily, feeling their home was even more welcoming because they hoped to bring light to others' lives. They believed their path ahead would be brighter and more purposeful. I feel it is my responsibility as a humble chronicler of the March family to dedicate at least one chapter to the two most cherished and significant members of it. Daisy and Demi had by now reached an age of maturity, for in this fast-paced world, even 3- or 4-year-olds assert their independence and claim their rights, often more effectively than many of their elders. If ever there were twins in danger of being completely spoiled by excessive adoration, it was these charming Brooke children. They were, of course, the most extraordinary children ever born, as will become evident when I mention that they began walking at 8 months, spoke fluently by 12 months, and by the age of 2, they were seated at the table, conducting themselves with such grace that it captivated everyone who saw them. At 3 years old, Daisy asked for a needle and even managed to sew a small bag with 4 stitches. She also set up her own little household in the sideboard and operated a miniature cooking stove with such skill that it brought tears of pride to Hannah's eyes. While Demi learned his letters from his grandfather, who had created an innovative teaching method by forming letters with his arms and legs, uniting physical movement with mental exercise. The boy displayed an early aptitude for mechanics, which delighted his father but worried his mother, as he attempted to replicate every machine he saw, often leaving the nursery in disarray. His sewing machine, a mysterious contraption made of string, chairs, clothespins, and spools, was designed to have wheels that could spin endlessly. He even tried to hoist his overly trusting sister in a basket hung over the back of a large chair, until she was rescued, when the young inventor protested, saying, "Why, Marmar, that's my lily waiter, and I'm trying to pull her up." It revealed his inventive spirit. Though the twins were vastly different in personality, they got along remarkably well, rarely arguing more than 3 times a day. Of course, Demi would often assert his dominance over Daisy, yet he would gallantly defend her from anyone else. Daisy, on the other hand, devoted herself to him, idolizing her brother as the perfect being in the world. A rosy, chubby, and sunny little soul, Daisy effortlessly won her way into everyone's heart and snuggled in, one of the captivating children, who seemed made to be kissed and cuddled, adorned and adored like little goddesses, and brought out for everyone's admiration on all festive occasions. Her small virtues were so charming that she would have seemed almost angelic if a few mischievous moments hadn't kept her delightfully human. The world around her was always bright, and every morning, she'd climb up to the window in her little nightgown to look out and say, no matter if it rained or shone, "Oh, pretty day. Oh, pretty day." Everyone was a friend, and she offered kisses to strangers so trustingly that even the most hardened bachelor softened. and those who adored babies became her devoted followers. "Me loves everybody," she once said, spreading her arms wide, with her spoon in one hand and her mug in the other, as if eager to embrace and nurture the entire world. As she grew older, her mother began to feel that the dovecote would be blessed by having such a serene and loving presence, much like the one that had turned their old house into a home. She prayed that she might be spared the pain of losing such a child, having recently learned how long they had unknowingly been hosting an angel. Her grandfather often called her Beth. Her grandmother watched over her with unwavering dedication, as though trying to make amends for some past error that only she could see. Demi, like a true New Englander, had an inquisitive nature, always wanting to understand everything. This often left him troubled because he couldn't find satisfactory answers to his constant questions of what for. He also had a philosophical inclination, which delighted his grandfather immensely. The older man would engage in Socratic conversations with him, and occasionally, the precocious boy would challenge his teacher, much to the open delight of the women. "What makes my legs move, Grandpa?" asked the young philosopher one night, gazing thoughtfully at his active legs as he rested after a lively bedtime play. "It's your little mind, Demi," replied the wise man, stroking the boy's blonde head with respect. "What is a little mind? It's something that makes your body move, just like the spring makes the wheels turn in my watch when I showed it to you," he explained. "Open me. I want to see it go wound. I can't do that any more than you could open the watch. God winds you up, and you keep going until he decides to stop you." "Does he?" Demi's brown eyes widened with wonder as he absorbed this new idea. "Am I wound up like the watch?" "Yes, but I can't show you how because it happens without us noticing." Demi felt his back, as if expecting to find it like the watch's. He then said gravely, "I guess Dad does it while I'm asleep." His grandmother, worried, said, "My dear, do you think it's wise to discuss such things with that child? He's getting worried and learning to ask the toughest questions." The grandfather replied, "If he's old enough to ask questions, he's old enough to receive honest answers. I'm not putting thoughts in his head. I'm helping him explore his own. Children are wiser than we think, and I'm sure he understands everything I've said." He then asked Demi, "Where do you keep your mind?" The old man couldn't help but laugh along with his wife and end the deep conversation then. There might have been reasons for a mother to worry if Demi hadn't shown convincing signs of being a true boy, as well as a budding philosopher. Often, after discussions that led Hannah to prophesize with ominous nods, she would say, "That child won't be in this world much longer." He would calm her fears with some of the pranks that dirty, naughty little rascals used to distract and delight their parents. Meg created many moral rules and tried to follow them. But what mother could resist the charming tricks, clever evasions, or calm audacity of those small, skilled, artful dodgers who showed their talents early on? "No more raisins, Demi. They'll make you sick," Mama said to the young person who regularly offered his services in the kitchen on plum pudding day. "Me likes being sick," he replied. "I don't want you around. So go help Daisy make patty cakes," she instructed. He left reluctantly, but the injustice bothered him. Later, when he got the chance, he cleverly outsmarted Mama by making a shrewd deal. "Now that you've been good children, I'll play anything you like," Meg said, leading her assistant cooks upstairs, when the pudding was safely bouncing in the pot. "Truly, Marmar?" Demi asked, with a brilliant idea in his well-powdered head. "Yes, truly, anything you say," replied the short-sighted parent, preparing herself to sing The Three Little Kittens half a dozen times over, or to take her family to buy a penny bun, regardless of wind or limb. But Demi cornered her with a cool reply, "Then we'll go and eat up all the raisins." Aunt Dodo was the chief playmate and confidant of both children, and the trio turned the little house topsy-turvy. Aunt Amy was as yet only a name to them. Aunt Beth soon faded into a pleasantly vague memory, but Aunt Dodo was a living reality, and they made the most of her, for which compliment she was deeply grateful. But when Mr. Bear came, Jo neglected her playfellows, and dismay and desolation fell upon their little souls. Daisy, who was fond of going about peddling kisses, lost her best customer, and became bankrupt. Demi, with infantile penetration, soon discovered that Dodo liked to play with the bear man better than she did with him. But, though hurt, he concealed his anguish, for he hadn't the heart to insult a rival who kept a mine of chocolate drops in his waistcoat pocket, and a watch that could be removed from its case and freely shaken by enthusiastic fans. Some people might have viewed these charming gestures as bribes, but Demi didn't interpret them that way. He continued to support the bear man with a thoughtful and courteous demeanor, while Daisy showered him with her small displays of affection by the third call. She treated his shoulder as her throne, his arm as her sanctuary, and his gifts as treasures beyond measure. Men sometimes develop sudden admiration for the young relatives of the women they care for, but this pretended affection often feels forced and fails to convince anyone. However, Mr. Bear's devotion was genuine and equally effective, for honesty is the best approach in both love and law. He was one of those men who are naturally at ease with children, and the contrast between their innocent faces and his masculine features suited him particularly well. Whatever his business was, it kept him occupied day after day, but the evenings rarely passed without him visiting to see Mr. March, I suppose, as he always inquired after him. The good father was under the illusion that he was the main attraction and delighted in lengthy conversations with a kindred spirit, until a casual comment from his more observant grandson suddenly made him realize. One evening, Mr. Bear entered and paused at the study's threshold, astonished by the sight before him. Mr. March was lying on the floor, his respectable legs in the air, while Demi lay beside him, trying to imitate the pose with his short, scarlet-stockinged legs. Both were so engrossed that they didn't notice the spectators until Mr. Bear's deep laughter and Joe's scandalized exclamation broke the moment. "Father, father, here's the professor," she exclaimed. The black legs quickly lowered, and the gray-haired head rose as he said with calm dignity, "Good evening, Mr. Bear. Please excuse me for a moment. We're finishing our lesson. Now, Demi, form the letter and name it." "I know it," he said. After some struggle, his red legs formed a pair of compasses, and he triumphantly exclaimed, "It's a we, Grandpa. It's a we. He's a natural-born Weller." Joe laughed as her father got up, and her nephew tried standing on his head to express his joy that the lesson was over. "What have you been up to today, little fellow?" Mr. Bear asked, lifting up the young gymnast. "I went to see little Mary," Demi began with innocent openness. "And what did you do there?" "I kissed her," Demi said with innocent openness. "Goodness, you're starting early," Mr. Bear remarked, continuing to question the young boy who stood on his knee, exploring his waistcoat pocket. "What did little Mary say about that?" "Oh, she liked it, and she kissed me. I liked it too," Demi added, his mouth full, looking quite pleased. "You precocious child. Who put that idea into your head?" Joe said, enjoying the innocent revelations as much as the professor. "It's not in my head, it's in my mouth," Demi replied literally, sticking out his tongue with a chocolate on it, thinking she was referring to sweets. "Not ideas. You should save some for your little friend. Sweets for the sweet, my young man," Mr. Bear said, offering Joe some chocolate with a look that made her wonder if chocolate was the nectar of the gods. Demi also saw the smile, was impressed by it, and innocently asked, "Do big boys like big girls too, Professor?" Much like young Washington, Mr. Since Bear couldn't bring himself to tell a lie, he responded vaguely, believing that they did sometimes. This caused Mr. March to set his clothes brush aside and glance at Joe, who was leaving the room. He sank into his chair, appearing as though Joe's precocious chick had planted an idea that was both delightful and unsettling in his mind. Later, Dodo found him in the china closet and, instead of reprimanding him, she gave him a tight hug that nearly took his breath away. She then surprised him with a large slice of bread and jelly, leaving Demi perplexed, unable to solve the mystery behind her actions. While Lori and Amy were enjoying romantic evening strolls on their plush carpets as they organized their new home and envisioned a happy future together, Mr. Bear and Joe were taking different kinds of walks, traversing muddy roads and soggy fields. Joe thought to herself after a few encounters, I usually take an evening walk, and I don't see why I should stop just because I often run into the professor on his way out. To Meg's house, there were two paths, and no matter which one Joe took, she was certain to encounter him, whether she was going or returning. He always walked briskly and seemed oblivious to her presence until they were very close, at which point he would look surprised, as if his nearsightedness had prevented him from recognizing her until that moment. If Joe was heading to Meg's, he always had something for the babies. If she was returning home, he would say he had just strolled down to see the river and was about to head back, unless he thought she was tired of his frequent visits. Under these circumstances, Joe had no choice but to greet him politely and invite him in. If she was weary of his visits, she hid it perfectly and made sure there was coffee for supper, as she knew Mr. Bear didn't care for tea. By the second week, everyone was well aware of what was happening, yet they all pretended not to notice the changes in Joe. She sang while working, styled her hair multiple times a day, and glowed after her evening walks. Unbeknownst to everyone, Professor Bear was teaching Joe about love while discussing philosophy with her father. Joe couldn't even let go of her feelings in a graceful way. Instead, she tried to suppress her emotions, but when that didn't work, her life became quite unsettled. She was terrified of being ridiculed for giving in after her strong and passionate declarations of independence. Laurie, in particular, worried her, but thankfully, the new manager helped him behave with commendable decorum. He never publicly referred to Mr. Bear as a capital old fellow, nor did he mention Joe's improved appearance or express any surprise at seeing the professor's hat on the March's hall table nearly every evening. However, privately, he rejoiced and eagerly awaited the day he could celebrate Joe with a gift, perhaps a plate adorned with a bear and a ragged staff as a fitting crest. For 2 weeks, the professor visited with consistent devotion, but then he stayed away for 3 full days without a word, a silence that made everyone solemn and left Joe first thoughtful and then, alas for romance, very annoyed. I suppose he's disgusted and left as suddenly as he came. She thought to herself, it doesn't matter to me, of course, but I would have expected him to bid us farewell like a gentleman. She gazed despairingly at the gate, preparing for her usual walk on a gloomy afternoon. You should take the small umbrella, my dear. It seems like rain, her mother said, noticing her new bonnet but not mentioning it outright. Yes, Marmee, do you need anything from town? I need to pick up some paper, Joe replied, adjusting the bow under her chin in front of the mirror to avoid looking at her mother. Yes, I need some twilled silesia, a packet of No. 9 needles, and 2 yards of narrow lavender ribbon. Are you wearing your thick boots and something warm under your cloak? I think so, Joe answered distractedly. If you encounter Mr. Bear, please bring him home for tea. I've been longing to see the dear man. Mrs. March added. Joe heard this but didn't respond, except to kiss her mother and hurry away, feeling grateful despite her sorrow. How kind she is to me. What do girls without mothers do to get through their troubles? The dry goods stores weren't located near the counting houses, banks, and wholesale warehouses, where men most commonly gather. Joe found herself in that part of the city before she could complete a single errand. Lingering as if waiting for someone, she examined engineering tools in one window and wool samples in another with an interest that seemed quite unfeminine. Tripping over barrels, nearly suffocated by falling bales, and jostled roughly by busy men who seemed to wonder, how on earth did she end up here? A raindrop on her cheek brought her back from thoughts of dashed hopes to ruined ribbons. As the rain continued to fall, being both a woman and someone in love, she realized that although it was too late to save her heart, she might still save her bonnet. She then remembered the small umbrella she had forgotten to take in her haste to leave. But regret was useless now. She had no choice but to borrow one or endure a soaking. She glanced up at the darkening sky, down at the crimson bow now speckled with black, ahead along the muddy street, and then cast one long, lingering look behind at a certain grimy warehouse with Hoffman, Schwartz, and Company written above the door. She spoke to herself with a stern, reproachful tone. I got what was coming to me. Why did I even put on my best clothes and come down here trying to see Professor Bear? No, you should be ashamed of yourself. You won't go there to borrow an umbrella or try to find out where he is through his friends. You'll just have to trudge away, do your errands in the rain, and if you end up catching a cold and ruining your bonnet, it's exactly what you deserve. Now then, with that, she darted across the street so impulsively that she narrowly escaped being hit by a passing truck and collided with a stately old gentleman, landing squarely in his arms. He said, "I beg your pardon, ma'am," and looked deeply offended. Somewhat disheartened, Jo steadied herself, covered her ruined bonnet with her handkerchief, and continued on her way, the dampness seeping into her ankles as umbrellas clashed overhead. A tattered blue umbrella caught her eye, stationary above her unprotected bonnet. Looking up, she saw Mr. Bear smiling down at her. I feel I should know the strong-willed lady who so courageously walks under all these horses' noses and rushes through so much mud. What brings you here, my friend? I'm shopping, Jo replied. Mr. Bear smiled, as his gaze shifted from the pickle factory on one side to the wholesale hide and leather business on the other. He spoke politely. You have no umbrella? May I accompany you and carry the bundles for you? Yes, thank you. Jo's cheeks flushed as red as her ribbon, and she wondered what he thought of her, but she didn't let it bother her. In a moment, she found herself walking arm in arm with her professor, feeling as though the sun had suddenly burst forth with extraordinary brightness, as if the world had righted itself again, and that one thoroughly happy woman was splashing through the wet streets that day. We thought you had left, Jo said quickly, for she could feel his eyes on her. Her bonnet wasn't large enough to conceal her face, and she worried he might think the joy it revealed was unbecoming of a young woman. Did you think I would leave without bidding farewell to those who have been so kind to me? He asked, his tone tinged with reproach, making her feel as though she had offended him with the suggestion. She responded earnestly, No, I didn't. I knew you were occupied with your own matters, but we missed you, especially father and mother. And you? I'm always glad to see you, sir. In her effort to keep her voice steady, Jo's tone came out cooler than she intended, and the cold, brief word at the end seemed to chill the professor. His smile faded. He said solemnly, I thank you, and I will come once more before I leave. You're leaving? Then? I have no more business here. It is done? Successfully, I hope? Jo asked. There was bitterness in his short reply. I should think so, for a path has been opened to me where I can earn my living and give my boys much help. Tell me, please. I'd love to know all about the boys, Jo said eagerly. It's so kind of you. I'm happy to share. My friends have found me a position at a college, where I can teach, just as I did at home, and earn enough to smooth the way for Franz and Emil. I should be grateful for this, shouldn't I? Indeed you should. How wonderful it will be to see you doing what you love, and for us to see you often. And the boys, Jo exclaimed, clinging to the boys as an excuse for the joy she couldn't hide. But we won't meet often, I fear. This place is in the west, so far away, Jo said, letting her skirts fall as they might, as if nothing mattered now, not her clothes, nor even herself. Mr. Bear could read many languages, but he had yet to learn how to read women. He was confident in his understanding of Jo and felt he knew her quite well. However, he was thoroughly perplexed by the rapid changes in her tone, expressions, and demeanor that day. Within half an hour, she shifted through nearly half a dozen different moods. When they met, she appeared startled, though it was hard not to suspect that she had intended to encounter him. When he offered his arm, she accepted it with a look that thrilled him. Yet, when he asked if she had missed him, her cold, formal response left him disheartened. Upon hearing his good news, she nearly clapped her hands, seeming to rejoice for the boys. But when he mentioned his destination, she sighed, so far away, in a despairing tone that filled him with hope. However, the next moment, she brought him back down to reality by saying, absorbed in her thoughts, Here's where I need to run my errands. Will you come in? It won't take long. Jo took pride in her ability to shop efficiently and wanted to impress him with her quickness and organization. But due to her nervous excitement, everything went wrong. She knocked over a tray of needles. He had overlooked the fact that Silesia needed twilling until it was cut. He handed over the incorrect change. She became flustered, mistakenly asking for a lavender ribbon at the calico counter. Mr. Bear stood nearby, watching her blush and make mistakes. As he observed her, his confusion began to lift, for he was starting to realize that, like dreams, women sometimes act unpredictably on certain occasions. When they exited, he tucked the package under his arm with a more cheerful expression and splashed through the puddles, seeming to enjoy it. Shouldn't we do some shopping for the babies and have a farewell dinner tonight? Considering it will be my last visit to your lovely home, he asked, stopping in front of a window displaying fruit and flowers. What shall we purchase? Jo replied, ignoring the latter part of his statement. She sniffed the mixed aromas with feigned delight as they entered. May they have oranges and figs? Mr. Bear asked, adopting a paternal tone. They eat them when they can get them. Do you like nuts? Like a squirrel. Hamburg grapes. Yes. We will surely toast the fatherland with those. Jo frowned at the extravagance and asked why he didn't purchase a basket of dates or a cask of raisins instead, along with a bag of almonds. And done with it? At this, Mr. Bear took away her purse. He produced his own in response, and finished the shopping by purchasing several pounds of grapes, a pot of rosy daisies, and a pretty jar of honey, to be seen as a demijohn. Then, bulging his pockets with the knobby bundles, and handed her the flowers to hold, he set up the old umbrella, and they continued their journey. Miss March, I have a great favor to ask of you, the professor began, after a damp half-block walk. Yes, sir, she replied, her heart pounding so hard she feared he might hear it. I am bold enough to ask, despite the rain, as time is short for me. Yes, sir, she said, nearly crushing the small flower pot with a sudden squeeze. I wish to get a little dress for my Tina, but I'm too clumsy to go alone. Will you kindly give me your opinion and help? Yes, sir, she replied, suddenly feeling calm and cool, as if she had stepped into a refrigerator. Perhaps a shawl for Tina's mother as well? She is so poor and sick, and her husband is such a burden. Yes, a thick, warm shawl would be a kind gesture for the little mother. I'll do it with pleasure. Mr. Bear. I'm moving swiftly, and he's getting closer every moment. Jo thought to herself, then, with a mental shake, she threw herself into the task with a vigor that was a pleasure to see. Mr. Bear left everything to her, so she picked out a lovely dress for Tina and then began sorting through the shawls. The clerk, being a married man, condescended to show an interest in the couple, who seemed to be shopping for their family. Your lady might prefer this. It's a finer quality, a very desirable color, subdued and elegant, he said, unfolding a cozy gray shawl and draping it over Jo's shoulders. Does this suit you, Mr. Bear? She asked, turning her back to him and feeling deeply thankful for the chance to hide her face. Excellently well. We'll take it, the professor replied, smiling to himself as he paid for it, while Jo continued to rummage through the counters like a dedicated bargain hunter. Now shall we go home? He asked, as if the words brought him great pleasure. Yes, it's late, and I'm so tired, Jo said, her voice more sorrowful than she realized. For now, the sun seemed to have disappeared as abruptly as it had appeared, the world turning dull and miserable once more. And for the first time, she noticed that her feet were cold, her head was pounding, her heart heavier than before, filled with more pain than she had ever known. Mr. Bear was leaving. He only saw her as a friend, and it was all a misunderstanding. The sooner it ended, the better. With this thought in mind, she signaled an approaching omnibus with such a hasty gesture that the daisies in the pot flew out and were badly bruised. This is not our omnibus, said the professor, waving the crowded vehicle away and stopping to pick up the battered little flowers. I'm sorry, I didn't see the name clearly. Never mind. I can walk. I'm used to trudging through the mud, Jo replied, blinking hard to hold back tears. refusing to let them show openly. Mr. Bear noticed the drops on her cheeks. Even as she turned her head away, the sight moved him deeply. Suddenly stooping down, he asked in a voice filled with emotion, "Dearest heart, why are you crying?" If Jo had been more experienced in such moments, she might have denied crying, blamed it on a cold, or offered some other excuse women often use. But instead, she sobbed uncontrollably. "Because you're leaving." "ACH. Main God," he murmured. "That is so good," exclaimed Mr. Bear, managing to clasp his hands despite the umbrella and the bundles. "Jo, I have nothing but love to offer you. I came to see if you could care for it and waited to be sure that I was something more than a friend." "Am I? Can you find a place in your heart for old Fritz?" he added, all in one breath. "Oh, yes," said Jo, and he was quite satisfied, for she folded both hands over his arm and looked up at him with an expression that plainly showed how happy she would be to walk through life beside him, even though she had no better shelter than the old umbrella if he carried it. Proposing in such challenging conditions was no easy task. Even if Mr. Bear had wished to do so, he could not have knelt down due to the mud, nor could he offer Jo his hand, except figuratively, as both were full. Much less could he indulge in tender demonstrations in the open street, though he was near it. So, the only way he could express his rapture was to gaze at her with an expression that glorified his face to such a degree that there actually seemed to be little rainbows in the drops that sparkled on his beard. If he had not loved Jo very much, I don't believe he could have managed it at that moment, for she looked far from lovely, with her skirts in a deplorable condition, her rubber boots splashed up to the ankle, and her bonnet in ruins. Fortunately, Mr. Bear found her the most beautiful woman alive, and she thought him more Jove-like than ever, though his hat brim was quite limp, with little streams trickling down onto his shoulders, for he held the umbrella entirely over Jo, and every finger of his gloves was in need of mending. Passers-by likely took them for a pair of harmless lunatics, for they completely forgot to hail a bus and strolled leisurely along, oblivious to the deepening dusk and fog. Little did they care what anyone else thought, for they were savoring the rare, fleeting moment of happiness that comes but once in a lifetime, that magical instant that restores youth to the old, beauty to the plain, wealth to the poor, and gives human hearts a glimpse of heaven. The professor looked as though he had conquered a kingdom, with no greater bliss left for him to desire, while Jo walked beside him, feeling as though she had always belonged there, and wondering how she could have ever chosen any other path. Of course, she was the first to speak, intelligibly. I mean, the emotional remarks that followed her impulsive, "oh, yes," were neither coherent nor reportable in any meaningful way. "Friedrich, why didn't you?" "Ah, good heavens, she gives me the name no one has spoken since Minna died," exclaimed the professor, stopping in a puddle to look at her with grateful delight. "I've always called you that to myself. I forgot. But I won't unless you'd like it." "Like it? It is sweeter to me than I can express. Say thou as well, and I will say your language is almost as beautiful as mine." "Isn't thou a bit sentimental?" Jo asked, though she privately found the word lovely. "Sentimental? Yes. Thank God. We Germans believe in sentiment and keep ourselves young with it. Your English, you, is so cold. Say thou, my dearest. It means so much to me," pleaded Mr. Bear, sounding more like a romantic student than a grave professor. "Well, then, why didn't you tell me all this sooner?" Jo asked shyly. "Now I shall have to show you my whole heart, and I will do so gladly, for you must take care of it from now on. See, my Jo, the dear, funny little name. I had wanted to tell you something the day I said goodbye in New York, but I thought your handsome friend was betrothed to you, and so I said nothing. Would you have said yes then if I had asked? If I had spoken, would you have agreed? I don't know. I'm afraid not, for I didn't have the courage then." "Nonsense. I don't believe that. It was asleep until the fairy prince came through the forest and woke it up." "Ah, well, the first love is the best, though I shouldn't expect that. Yes, the first love is the best, so be content, for I never had another. Teddy was just a boy and soon got over his little infatuation. Joe said, eager to correct the professor's misunderstanding. Good. Then I shall rest happy, knowing you give me all. I've waited so long, and I've grown selfish, as you'll find. Professorin. I like that, cried Joe, delighted with her new name. Now, tell me what brought you at last, just when I needed you most? This. And Mr. Bear took a little worn paper from his waistcoat pocket. Joe unfolded it and looked much abashed, for it was one of her own pieces she had submitted to a paper that paid for poetry, which explained why she occasionally sent them her work. How could that bring you? She asked, puzzled by what he meant. I found it by chance. I recognized it by the names and initials, and in it, there was one little verse that seemed to call me. Read and find him. I will make sure you don't go out in the rain. Joe obeyed, and quickly glanced through the lines she had named. In the attic, for small trunks lined up in order, dull with dust, and weathered by age, all shaped and filled, long before, by children now grown, for small keys hung together, with faded ribbons, bright and cheerful, when they were first placed, with youthful pride, long ago, on a rainy day, for small names, one on each lid, carved by a youthful hand, and hidden beneath, the stories of the cheerful group who once played here, and often paused, to listen to the sweet melody that drifted and echoed from the roof above, in the falling summer rain. Meg on the first lid, smooth and even, I gaze inside with fond eyes, for folded here, with familiar care, a fine collection lies, the record of a calm life, gifts for a kind child and girl, a wedding dress, lines to a wife, a tiny shoe, a baby curl. No toys remain in this first chest, for all have been taken away, in their old age, to reunite once more, in another small play by Meg. Ah, happy mother, I know you hear, like a sweet refrain, the lullabies, ever soft and low, in the falling summer rain. Joe is on the next lid, scratched and worn. Inside, a motley store, of headless dolls, of schoolbooks torn, birds and beasts that speak no more, spoils brought home from the fairy ground only trod by youthful feet, dreams of a future never found, memories of a past still sweet, half-writ poems, stories wild, April letters, warm and cold, diaries of a willful child, hints of a woman early old, a woman in a lonely home, hearing, like a sad refrain, be worthy of love, and love will come. In the falling summer rain, my Beth, the dust is always swept from the lid that bears your name, as if by loving eyes that wept, by careful hands that often came. Death canonized for us one saint, ever less human than divine, and still we lay, with tender plaint, relics in this household shrine. The silver bell, so seldom rung, the little cap which last she wore, the fair, dead Catherine that hung, by angels above her door, the songs she sang, without lament, in her prison house of pain, forever are they sweetly blent with the falling summer rain. Upon the last lid's polished field, legend now both fair and true, a gallant knight bears on his shield. Amy, in letters gold and blue, within lie snoods that bound her hair, slippers that have danced their last, faded flowers laid by with care, fans whose airy toils are past, gay valentines, all ardent flames, trifles that have borne their part in girlish hopes and fears and shames. The record of a maiden heart now learning fairer, truer spells, hearing, like a blithe refrain, the silver sound of bridal bells in the falling summer rain. 4 little chests all in a row, dim with dust, and worn by time, for women, taught by weal and woe, to love and labor in their prime. 4 sisters, parted for an hour, none lost, one only gone before, made by love's immortal power, nearest and dearest evermore. Oh, when these hidden stores of ours lie open to the Father's sight, may they be filled with golden moments, deeds that shine brighter in the light, lives whose courageous music will echo long, like a stirring melody that moves the soul, souls that will soar and sing gladly in the warm sunlight after the rain. J.M. It's very bad poetry, but I felt it when I wrote it. One day when I was very lonely and had a good cry on a ragback, I never thought it would go where it could tell tales. said Joe, tearing up the verses the professor had treasured so long. Let it go. It has done its duty, and I will have a fresh one when I read all the brown book in which she keeps her little secrets, said Mr. Bear with a smile, as he watched the fragments fly away on the wind. Yes, he added earnestly, I read that, and I think to myself, she has a sorrow. She is lonely. She would find comfort in true love. I have a heart full for her. Shall I not go and say, if this is not too poor a thing to give for what I shall hope to receive, take it in God's name? And so you came to find that it was not too poor, but the one precious thing I needed, whispered Joe. I had no courage to think that at first, heavenly kind as was your welcome to me, but soon I began to hope, and then I said, I will have her, even if it costs me my life. Mr. Bear exclaimed with a resolute nod. As if the encircling mist was a challenge he was determined to overcome. Joe found this gesture grand and decided to prove herself worthy of her knight, even though he didn't arrive on a magnificent horse in splendid attire. Why did you stay away for so long? Joe asked after a while, enjoying the intimacy of their conversation and the delightful responses it brought. It wasn't easy, he replied, but I couldn't bear to take you away from such a happy home until I could offer you a prospect of a new one, though it may take time and hard work. How could I ask you to give up so much for a poor man like me, who has little to offer but his knowledge? I'm glad you're poor. I couldn't stand a wealthy husband, Joe said firmly, her voice softening as she continued. Don't worry about poverty. I've known it long enough to embrace it and find happiness in working for those I love. And don't call yourself old. 40 is the prime of life. I couldn't help but love you, even if you were 70. The professor was deeply moved by her words. Had he been able to reach his handkerchief, he would have used it, but since he couldn't, Joe gently wiped his tears for him. She said, her voice trembling as she took away a bundle or two, I may be strong-willed, but no one can say I'm out of my place now, for a woman's special duty is to dry tears and bear burdens. I must carry my share, Friedrich, and help to earn a home. Make up your mind to that, or I'll never go, she added firmly as he tried to reclaim his load. We shall see. Have you the patience to wait a long time? Joe? I must go away and do my work alone. I must help my boys first because, even for you, I may not break my word to Minna. Can you forgive that and be happy while we hope and wait? Yes, I know I can, for we love one another. And that makes all the rest easy to bear. I have my duty, also, and my work. I couldn't enjoy myself if I neglected them even for you. So there's no need for hurry or impatience. You can do your part out west. I can do mine here. And both be happy, hoping for the best and leaving the future to be as God wills. You give me such hope and courage, and I have nothing to give back but a full heart and these empty hands, cried the professor, overcome with emotion. Joe never would learn to be proper, for when he said that as they stood upon the steps, she gently placed both hands in his, whispered softly, not empty now, and, stooping down, kissed Friedrich under the umbrella. It was dreadful, but she would have done it even if the flock of draggle-tailed sparrows on the hedge had been human beings, for she was very far gone indeed, and quite regardless of everything but her own happiness, though it came in such a very simple guise. That was the crowning moment of both their lives, when, turning from the night and storm and loneliness to the household light and warmth and peace waiting to receive them, with a glad welcome home, Joe let her lover in and shut the door. Harvest time. For a year, Joe and her professor worked and waited, hoped and loved, met occasionally, and wrote such voluminous letters that the rise in the price of paper was accounted for. Laurie said, the second year began rather soberly, for their prospects did not brighten, and Aunt March died suddenly. But when their first sorrow was over, for they loved the old lady in spite of her sharp tongue, they found they had cause for rejoicing, for she had left Plumfield to Joe, which made all sorts of joyful things possible. It's a fine old place. It will bring in a good amount of money, as you plan to sell it, right? Said Laurie as they discussed the matter some weeks later. No, I don't, Joe replied firmly as she petted the fat poodle she had adopted in honor of its previous owner. You don't intend to live there? Yes, I do. But, my dear, it's a huge house that will cost a lot to maintain. The garden and orchard alone need 2 or 3 workers. And farming isn't really what Bear does, is it? He'll give it a try if I suggest it. And you think you can live off what the land produces? Well, that sounds idyllic, but it'll be incredibly hard work. We're planning to grow a profitable crop. Joe laughed. And what's this wonderful crop going to be? Boys. I want to open a school for little boys, a good, joyous, home-like school, with me to care for them and Fritz to teach them. That's a typical Joe plan. Isn't that just like her? Laurie exclaimed to the family, who seemed equally surprised. I like it, Mrs. March said firmly. So do I, added her husband. Meg embraced the idea of giving the Socratic method of education a try with modern young people. It will be a huge responsibility for Joe, Meg said, gently stroking the head of her devoted son. Joe is capable of doing it and finding happiness in it. It's a wonderful idea. Tell us everything about it. Mr. Lawrence exclaimed. He had always wanted to help the young couple, but knew they would decline his assistance. I knew I could count on you, sir. Amy feels the same way. I can see it in her eyes, even though she's wisely taking her time to think it through before speaking up. Now, my dear friends, Joe continued earnestly, please understand that this isn't a new idea of mine, but something I've been planning for a long time. Before I met Fritz, I often thought that once I'd made my fortune and no longer had family depending on me, I'd rent a large house, take in some poor, lonely boys who didn't have mothers, and make their lives joyful before it was too late. I see so many children heading down the wrong path simply because they didn't receive the right support at the right time. I love helping them, and I feel their needs and share their struggles so deeply. Oh, how I'd love to be a mother to them. Mrs. March extended her hand to Joe, who took it with a smile. Her eyes filled with tears. She continued with the same enthusiasm as before. They had not seen it in a long time. I once shared my plan with Fritz, and he said it was exactly what he would like. He agreed to try it when we became rich. Bless his dear heart. He has been doing this all his life, helping poor boys. I mean, not getting rich, as money never stays in his pocket long enough to save any. But now, thanks to my kind old aunt, who loved me more than I ever deserved, I am rich, or at least I feel so, and we can live perfectly well at Plumfield if we have a flourishing school. It's just the place for boys. The house is big, and the furniture is strong and plain. There's plenty of room for dozens inside and splendid grounds outside. They could help in the garden and orchard. Such work is healthy, isn't it, sir? Then Fritz can train and teach in his own way, and father will help him. I can feed and nurse and pet and scold them, and mother will be my standby. I've always longed for lots of boys and never had enough. Now I can fill the house full and revel in the little dears to my heart's content. What luxury! Plumfield all my own and a wilderness of boys to enjoy it with me. As Joe waved her hands and sighed with rapture, the family burst out into a fit of laughter, and Mr. Lawrence laughed so hard they feared he might have a fit of apoplexy. I don't find anything funny, she said seriously, when her voice could be heard. Nothing could be more natural or proper than for my professor to establish a school, and for me to prefer living on my own estate. She's already acting pretentious, Laurie said, treating the idea as a great joke. But tell me, how do you plan to support this venture? If all your pupils are little ragamuffins, I doubt your efforts will yield worldly success. Mrs. Bear, now don't be a wet blanket. Teddy, of course I'll have wealthy pupils too. Perhaps start with them entirely. Then, once I'm established, I can take in a ragamuffin or two for variety. Rich children often need care and comfort just as much as poor ones. I've seen unfortunate little ones left with servants or neglected, which is nothing short of cruel. Some misbehave because of poor management or neglect, while others lose their mothers. Even the best children go through the awkward age, which is precisely when they need the most patience and kindness. People often laugh at them and rush them along. Try to keep them out of sight and expect them to change suddenly, transforming from charming children into fine young men. They don't complain often, but they feel the strain. Those brave little hearts. I've experienced similar challenges myself, so I understand it well. I take a particular interest in these young boys and enjoy showing them that I see the warm, honest, and well-meaning hearts beneath their awkward limbs and messy appearance. I've had experience, too, having raised a boy who brings pride and honor to his family. Laurie agreed. I can attest that you certainly tried, and I've succeeded beyond my expectations. For here you are, a steady, sensible businessman who uses your wealth to do good and earn the blessings of the poor instead of just accumulating dollars. But you're not just a businessman. You love good and beautiful things. Enjoy them yourself and share them with others, just as you did back in the day. I'm proud of you, Teddy, because you improve with each passing year, and everyone notices it, even if you won't let them express it. Yes, and when I have my flock, I'll simply point to you and say, there's your model, my boys. Poor Laurie was at a loss for where to look. Despite being a man, a touch of his former shyness returned as the wave of praise turned every face toward him with approval. I say, Joe, that's rather too much, he began, falling into his old youthful manner. You have all done more for me than I can ever repay, except by striving to not let you down. You've seemed a bit distant lately, Joe, but I've had the best support nonetheless. So, if I've managed to make progress at all, you should credit these two for it, he said, gently placing one hand on his grandfather's white hair and the other on Amy's golden locks. The three were rarely apart. I truly believe families are the most beautiful things in the world, Joe exclaimed, her spirits unusually lifted at that moment. When I have one of my own, I hope it will be as happy as the three I know and love the most. If only John and my Fritz were here, it would almost feel like a little slice of heaven on earth, she added more softly. That night, as she retired to her room after a blissful evening filled with family discussions, hopes, and plans, her heart overflowed with happiness. To calm herself, she knelt beside the empty bed that always stood near her own, her thoughts filled with tender memories of Beth. It was, all in all, a most remarkable year. Events unfolded with remarkable speed and charm. Before Joe even realized her surroundings, she found herself married and settled at Plumfield. A group of 6 or 7 boys suddenly appeared, growing and thriving in the most unexpected way. Both poor and wealthy boys filled the house. As Mr. Lawrence continually discovered heartbreaking cases of poverty and pleaded with the Bears to take in the children, offering to contribute a small sum for their care. In this way, the clever old man won over the proud Joe and provided her with the kind of boys she adored. Of course, it was challenging at first, and Joe made some unusual mistakes, but the wise professor guided her through the difficulties and into calmer situations. Even the most unruly boys were eventually tamed. Joe thoroughly enjoyed her lively household of boys, a sight that would have deeply troubled Aunt March had she been there to see the once tidy and orderly Plumfield overrun with Toms, Dicks, and Harrys. There was a certain poetic justice to it all, as the old lady had once been feared by boys for miles around, and now those same boys were freely enjoying the forbidden plums and kicking up the gravel with their boots, unscolded, and played cricket in the big field where the grumpy cow with a crumpled horn would challenge reckless young boys to come and get tossed. The place transformed into a paradise for boys. Laurie proposed naming it the Bear Garden as a tribute to its owner and a nod to its young inhabitants. While it wasn't a prestigious school, and the professor didn't amass a fortune, it perfectly matched Joe's vision. A cheerful, home-like space for boys who needed guidance, care, and kindness. Every room in the large house was soon occupied, and every small section of the garden claimed by someone. A regular menagerie appeared in the barn and shed. As pets were allowed, Joe would smile at Fritz from the head of a long table, flanked by rows of cheerful young faces that turned to her with affectionate eyes, trusting words, and grateful hearts, all filled with love for Mother Bear. She now had all the boys she could handle, though they weren't saints. Some caused the professor and his wife a lot of trouble and worry, but her belief in the goodness hidden deep within even the most mischievous, cheeky, and frustrating boys gave her the patience she needed. Skill and patience over time led to success. For no ordinary boy could resist the gentle kindness of Father Bear, shining as warmly as the sun, or Mother Bear's forgiveness, which knew no bounds. To Joe, the friendship of the boys was a treasure. Their remorseful glances and hushed apologies after misbehaving, their quirky or heartfelt confidences, their cheerful excitement, their hopes and plans, even their struggles, only drew her closer to them. There were boys who struggled academically and those who were shy. Some were weak and others unruly, with some stuttering or lisping, a few with physical challenges, and a lively little quadroon who couldn't find a place elsewhere but was welcomed into the bear garden, despite some predicting his presence would harm the school. Yes, Jo was a deeply content woman there, despite the hard work, constant worries, and endless noise. She embraced it wholeheartedly, finding the admiration of her boys far more rewarding than any worldly praise. For now, she shared her stories only with her devoted flock of young believers and fans. As the years passed, 2 little boys of her own, Rob, named after her grandfather, and Teddy, a cheerful infant, brought her even greater joy, who shared his father's sunny disposition and his mother's vibrant energy. It was a wonder to their grandmother and aunts how they survived amidst such a chaotic group of boys. Yet they thrived like dandelions in spring. Their stern caregivers loved and served them faithfully. Plumfield celebrated numerous holidays throughout the year. Among the most enjoyable was the annual apple harvest, where the March, Lawrence, Brooke, and Bear families gathered in full force, turning it into a special occasion. 5 years after Joe's marriage, another fruitful celebration took place on a warm October day. The invigorating air lifted everyone's spirits and left them feeling lively and healthy. The old orchard was dressed in its festive finery, with goldenrod and asters adorning the mossy walls. Grasshoppers leaped energetically in the dry grass, while crickets chirped melodiously, like tiny pipers at a celebration. Squirrels busied themselves gathering their small harvest. Birds bid farewell from the alders lining the lane, and each tree was poised to release a cascade of red and yellow apples with the slightest tremor. Everyone was present, filled with laughter and song. They climbed up and tumbled down. Everyone agreed it was the most perfect day and the most delightful group to enjoy it. People let themselves be swept up in the simple joys of the moment, as if the world had no place for worries or sorrows. Mr. March walked peacefully about, quoting Tusser, Cowley, and Columella to Mr. Lawrence while savoring the gentle apple's winey juice. The professor charged energetically up and down the green paths like a sturdy Teutonic knight, using a pole as his lance and leading the boys, who had formed their own hook and ladder company. They performed incredible feats of tumbling, both on the ground and in the air. Laurie devoted himself to the younger ones, giving his small daughter rides in a bushel basket, taking Daisy to see the birds' nests, and keeping the adventurous Rob from endangering himself. Mrs. March and Meg sat among the piles of apples, much like a pair of pomonas, sorting through the endless contributions that kept arriving. Amy, with a nurturing expression, sketched the various groups and watched over a pale boy who sat adoring her, his little crutch by his side. Jo was in her element that day, rushing about with her dress pinned up and her hat nowhere near her head. Her baby was snug under her arm, and she was ready for any exciting adventure that might come her way. Little Teddy seemed to lead a life filled with good fortune, as nothing ever happened to him. Jo never worried when he was lifted into a tree by one boy, rode on the back of another, or was given sour russet apples by his father, who believed, under a Germanic misconception, that babies could digest anything, even pickled cabbage, buttons, nails, or their own tiny shoes. She knew that little Ted would always reappear in due time, safe and rosy, though dirty and calm, and she would always welcome him back with open arms. For Jo loved her children deeply. At 4 o'clock, a pause occurred, and the baskets were empty as the apple pickers rested, comparing rents and bruises. Then Jo and Meg, accompanied by a group of the older boys, set out to prepare supper on the grass. For an outdoor tea was always the highlight of the day. The land was plentiful with milk and honey on such occasions. as the boys were not required to sit at a table but could enjoy their refreshments as they pleased, freedom being the most cherished condiment for youthful spirits. They took full advantage of this rare privilege. Some attempted an amusing challenge by drinking milk while standing on their heads. Others added excitement to leapfrog by enjoying pie during the pauses in the game. Cookies were scattered widely across the field, and apple turnovers hung in the trees, resembling a new kind of bird. The little girls held their own private tea party, while Ted wandered freely among the treats, indulging as he pleased. When everyone had eaten as much as they could, the professor suggested the first formal toast, a tradition always observed on such occasions. To Aunt March. God bless her, he said. The kind-hearted man raised the toast with genuine enthusiasm, never forgetting the debt he owed her, while the boys drank quietly, having been taught to honor her memory. Now, let's celebrate Grandma's 60th birthday. May she live a long life. With 3 cheers for her. The toast was delivered with enthusiasm, as one might expect, and once the cheering began, it was hard to stop. Toasts were made for everyone's health, starting with Mr. Lawrence, who was seen as their special patron, and even extending to the surprised guinea pig, who had wandered away from its usual place in search of its young master. Demi, as the oldest grandchild, Demi presented the birthday queen with various gifts, so many that they had to be brought to the celebration in a wheelbarrow. Some of the presents were quite amusing, but what others might have seen as flaws, Grandma saw as treasures. For every gift was a creation of their own. Every stitch that Daisy's patient little fingers had sewn into the handkerchiefs she hemmed was more precious to Mrs. March than any embroidery. Demi's shoe box was a marvel of mechanical skill. Even if the cover didn't close properly, Rob's footstool had wobbly, uneven legs, which she found surprisingly comforting. No page in the expensive book Amy's Child gave her was as cherished as the one with the words, written in playful capitals, "To dear Grandma," from her little Beth. During this ceremony, the boys mysteriously vanished. When Mrs. March tried to thank her children and broke down, Teddy wiped her eyes with his pinafore, and the professor suddenly began to sing. Then, voices from above joined in, one after another, echoing through the trees like an unseen choir. The boys sang with all their hearts, performing the little song Joe had written, which Laurie had set to music, and which the professor had trained them to deliver with the greatest impact. This was entirely new, and it turned out to be a magnificent success. As Mrs. March couldn't get over her astonishment, he insisted on shaking hands with each of the featherless creatures, from tall Franz and Emile down to the little quadroon, who had the sweetest voice of all. After this, the boys scattered for one last playful adventure, leaving Mrs. March and her daughters beneath the festival tree. Page 583. I don't think I should ever call myself Unlucky Joe again, when my greatest wish has been so beautifully fulfilled, said Mrs. Bear, gently removing Teddy's small fist from the milk pitcher, where he was enthusiastically churning. And yet your life is so different from the one you imagined for so long. Do you remember our castles in the air? Amy asked, smiling as she watched Laurie and John playing cricket with the boys. Dear fellows, it warms my heart to see them set aside their worries and enjoy themselves for a day, Joe replied, now speaking with a maternal affection for all humanity. Yes, I remember, but the life I once desired now seems selfish, lonely, and cold to me. I still hold on to the hope of writing a good book one day, but I can wait. It will surely be enriched by experiences and observations like these, Joe said, gesturing toward the lively boys in the distance and then to her father. Resting on the professor's arm, they strolled back and forth in the sunlight, deeply engrossed in one of those lively conversations they both cherished. Then her gaze turned to her mother, who sat surrounded by her daughters, with grandchildren on her lap and at her feet, as if everyone found comfort and joy in her timeless presence. My castle was the closest to becoming a reality of all. I asked for wonderful things, but deep down, I knew I'd be content with a small home, John, and dear children like these. Now I have it all, thank God, and I am the happiest woman alive, Meg said, placing her hand tenderly on her tall son's head, her face filled with loving devotion. My castle is far from what I once imagined, but I wouldn't change it, even if, like Joe, I still hold on to my artistic ambitions. I don't give up on my creative hopes or limit myself to just helping others achieve their visions of beauty. I've started sculpting a figure of the baby, and Lori says it's the best work I've ever done. I think so too, and I plan to carve it in marble. So no matter what happens, I'll always have the image of my little angel. Amy spoke with a quiet confidence, her words reflecting a sense of fulfillment and purpose. A single tear fell onto the golden locks of the sleeping child she cradled. Her deeply cherished daughter was a delicate little being, and the fear of losing her cast a shadow over Amy's happiness. This trial was deeply affecting both the father and the mother, for love and sorrow had drawn them closer, strengthening their bond. Amy's nature was becoming sweeter, deeper, and more tender, while Lori was growing more serious, strong, and firm. They both were coming to understand that even the most fortunate cannot escape care and pain, loss and sorrow, no matter how blessed they may be, for into each life some rain must fall. Some days must be dark and sad and dreary. She is improving. I'm certain of it. My dear, don't lose hope. Stay cheerful and hold on to optimism. Mrs. March said, her voice filled with compassion, as Daisy, with a gentle heart, leaned from her knee to press her rosy cheek against her little cousin's pale face. I shouldn't feel this way when I have you to uplift me, Marmee, and Lori, who bears more than half of every burden. Amy replied with warmth. He never shows me his worries, always being so kind and patient with me, so dedicated to Beth, and such a constant source of support and comfort that I couldn't love him more. So, despite my own struggles, I can join Megan saying, thank God. As a joyful woman, I find contentment in life. There's no need for me to say it. Everyone can see I'm far happier than I deserve. Jo added, glancing at her kind husband and plump children playing on the grass beside her. Fritz is turning gray and stout, while I'm becoming as thin as a shadow. And I'm 30. We'll never be rich. And Plumfield could burn down any night because that incorrigible Tommy Bangs insists on smoking sweet fern cigars under the bed covers, even though he's already set himself on fire 3 times. But despite these unromantic realities, I have no complaints and have never felt as carefree in my life. Forgive my remark, but living among boys, I can't help but use their expressions now and then. Yes, Jo, I think your harvest will be a good one. Mrs. March began, shooing away a large black cricket that was staring Teddy down. Not half as good as yours. Mother, here it is. And we can never thank you enough for the patient effort you've put into nurturing and guiding us. Jo exclaimed with the loving enthusiasm she had never outgrown. I hope there will be more wheat and fewer weeds every year. Amy said softly, a large sheaf, but I know there's room in your heart for it. Dear Marmee, Meg added with tenderness. Deeply moved, Mrs. March opened her arms wide, as though to embrace her children and grandchildren. She spoke with a face and voice filled with maternal love, gratitude, and humility. Oh, my dear girls, she said, no matter how long you live, I couldn't wish for a greater joy for you than this.